I'm just getting started. Are they responsible? Are they negligent? Should they get time for the things they do that are wrong? Should they even be creating kids to begin with? So many things going on right now. It's crazy. The main topic out in the world right now, or at least in the United States right now, is the factor of the 1-year-old that was shot and then rushed to the hospital and therefore died at the hospital. The shooting was at the hand of a police officer, which I have no say on any of it right now because the case is so fresh. It's hitting the news so fast. Social media is getting wrapped up in it. People are carrying their emotions instead of their logic. And yeah, it's crazy out here. I don't think if you are trying to be an adult out here and trying to live in this world and having the responsibility of kids or raising a human life, and you don't think you can do it or can't afford it, don't. Just don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's no sense. You're going to bring a child into this world, you're going to destroy that child's life, or you're going to do something idiotic to destroy yours in the meantime. Now, that's a very, very hot subject right now. I have another one for y'all, which is astonishing for me. Especially here in Florida, we have some hot days. We have temperatures that reach to the 100 degrees in the summer times or plus. Now, I warned y'all yesterday. If you're coming from another state, stop messing around. Florida is not a state to play with, especially when it comes to kids. Now, the incident that everybody's involved in right now is the fact that it's in Mississippi in a low population of people. I think the town has over like 8,000 people. And this happened. Everybody's on the internet talking their piece, saying what they think. What are you talking about? Talking shit to who? You should know to stop talking shit to him then. Bro, what are you talking about? What did I say? Who am I talking shit to? You got me confused. Anyways, so that's the problem. A lot of people are not even looking at the facts, not looking at anything that has to do with the topic. Yes, a baby was killed yesterday in what they call a lawful situation as far as what they're seeing as of right now. They're trying to say the lady tried to run over a police officer. I don't know these things. All I know is what I'm catching out here, what people are talking about. But one of the things that I want to fall on is the factor is if you are a parent, why are you going to take your child into situations where they can get harmed? So I know that's a big topic right now, but I got a story for y'all, which is to me unbelievable, especially here in Florida. I said, y'all, I warned y'all. Stop bringing your bull to Florida. These officers don't play, and this is a good one. Yes, that is true. But I got a story for you, buddy. Watch this one. Here we go. On stage. Let's see. I got to go to this one. Boom. Here we are, gentlemen. Walton County Sheriff's Office in Florida is being called out because of what's fixing to happen. Now, this is why I want to talk about negligence and people who shouldn't have kids, shouldn't procreate at all. This is one of the reasons why. Here we go. Let's start with this. Oh, I got to bring in my channel.
Walton County Sheriff's Office on All Court Design. This is Melissa. How can I help you?
I'm calling regarding a child that has been unattended, a baby. It's probably like 6 months, maybe 5 months.
6 months, maybe 5 months old, and this lady has found a baby unattended. Look at the weather. Look at the sky. You can see right up here in this top little portion where the little white streak goes right here. That's sun rays coming down from the Florida heat and sun. Let's continue.
We cannot find the parents. We're on the beach.
It's just before noon on a beach in Walton County, Florida, where a hotel security guard reported that an infant had allegedly been left alone for an extended period of time.
An infant, y'all. An infant left on the beach for an extended period of time. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, did you guys call us?
Yeah, we called. Right there. There's like see that guy with his bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess there's just a baby left unattended. We're watching over right now.
Okay. You mind showing me right where they're at? So you guys just found her down there?
Yeah, she was like in the little tent, but the family hasn't been around for a while.
Okay.
So they out the water. Yeah, well, they actually were staying here, but they just left it down. You can't find them.
Okay.
So it's down there.
Thank you. Is all their stuff still down here?
A bunch of it's still down there. I don't know if it's all of it or what. So this is the thing. The family's nowhere to be seen.
I'm with you, Nate. I'm with you. I don't know what's happening with these parents, but hold on, everybody. We have a Jewin in the back.
What's up, bro?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I like this little display you have going on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've just figured out OBS over the last couple of days, so we are working
right? It's easy, right?
Super easy after you know the basics. So as soon as I show my brother, he's gonna love it. What's up, Digital Citizen?
It's cool as hell, dude. Like you just add scenes and you add your templates however you want.
Just check out my little guy right here. Hold on. I know you probably saw last night, but here we go. Look, see, I already can go over here and set up some things, and I already can set up my little walkthrough guy.
Yep.
I have I take my camera off. I got that, and then I can add my money shower.
Yeah.
Cash app.
You can have your ChatGPT generate you those templates as well too.
That's all done on ChatGPT. All of them are.
Yep, it's simple, dude. It's very. But not to interrupt. What was that video? What are we stepping into?
So right now we are talking about. I'm talking about negligence of parents.
Oh yeah.
We try to tell them that.
And this is getting ridiculous out here in this world right now, where all I've seen today is the whole thing about the young baby, the 1-year-old who was shot and killed by the police officer.
Yeah.
A lot of people are seeing this way differently, in many different ways. Of course, one of the songs I built is one conversation, different frequencies. A lot of stuff going on is I don't understand, bro. The mother should have brought the child to crime if the crime was being committed. We don't know yet. They say that the lady had receipts. They say that she wasn't stealing. The people inside Walmart say she was stealing. The officer shows up on scene. I'm not sure if the officer knew whether there was a child in there, but from what it sounds like, the officers knew. Regardless, we want to see if the officer had enough time to get out of the way or wasn't in immediate danger. These are the questions I want to know. Nobody's asking, you know. Did the cop have a reason to fire into the vehicle knowing that there's a child in there?
Right.
Or did the cop have
I don't want to know that.
reason
I
to
don't
do it
want to know
without
all that
knowing
shit.
that there was a child in there?
I don't want to know that. I want to know if she knew that they were going to steal and why'd she take that baby.
I don't care about that, bro. Listen, stealing or not, and I've talked about this before. Police officers tend to pull their pistol out, fire before they are even able to question anything. And I understand the lady drove into their direction, but the cameras and the videos are all going to show what happened.
Yeah.
You know,
4.5 cameras. They do have that.
Yep. And everybody jump into all these conclusions and everything about what was done, what wasn't done. I don't care whether she stole or not. And I'm going to say this in the harshest way. Right now, the top subject isn't that the baby died. It's the most important subject, but isn't the top subject. The top subjects are, was she stealing? Did the cop have a reason to fire?
Right.
Was the cop in immediate danger? Those are the big questions, okay? And I caught another video today that shows a family who came from Texas and decided they're going to come FOFA in Florida, and they left their child on the beach. And this is where we're at now. The officer's just now joining in.
They left the baby on the beach, like on a hot ass, like open, like covered?
We're fixing to watch this.
Oh,
just
damn.
pay attention in a second, okay? I'm pulling it in. Yeah, let me, oh, I did that. I switched the scenes, that's why.
That's crazy. It's why it goes back to the stupid people having kids and bringing innocence like into this world if you're not going to take care of them, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So here we go. The officer just got caught on scene. They're walking out right now to the crowd of people around the baby. But if you notice right here in the center, see this little gray thing? The little tent thing in between the blue chairs? I don't know if you can see it. Oh, let me wrong hand. Right here. Where my arrow pointed?
Yep.
That's the baby. That's the carrier that the baby's in at the moment or was in. So let's continue.
But this is stuff that belongs to them. And this is the baby. Yeah, this is the baby right here.
Hello, guys.
Hi. Hi, sweetheart. Hi. Hi. Oh my goodness, I wish my daughter was still this little. Say hi. You all right? Say we think so. Yeah. You're a little warm. You mind if I take her to the shade now? Here, we want to keep her with us. I can take her. Come here, sweetheart.
We tried to put the towel on it, but it's taking it off.
I know.
Police take custody of the 6-month-old child who was found in the arms of concerned witnesses who said the baby was found in the small tent seen here.
Now look at that, y'all. There is like literally no coverage on this child. I mean, you're from Texas. Y'all don't know yet, but these people are from Texas. They came to Florida to enjoy our beaches, and they neglected their child. And you'll see why in just a second. You'll see why.
Now, officers get a chance to hear from other beachgoers.
This is the tent that they have, and
Right there. And this is the lady that actually reported that the baby was left. And we've been like walking down over there because she knows how
everywhere looking for them. And they left to go that way, and I heard them say that they were going to go look for crabs, but they're nowhere to be found. They've probably been gone an hour.
Oh, damn hour?
An hour, bro, out in the sun. Wait till you hear their excuse, bro. Wait. Just wait. An hour in the sun.
The dad has on a.
They probably want to go get a drink because it was too hot.
Oh no! Just wait. Just wait. It's even better than that.
Top, and then he has on swim bottoms, and then they have a probably 1-year-old infant son with them, and then they have a probably 5-year-old daughter, and then probably 6-year-old son. And we just walked down to the sandbar down there looking for them, and we still don't see them. They've probably been gone an hour.
One witness says the presumed parents of the abandoned infant allegedly left for a walk with their 3 other children and had been MIA for about an hour.
And I keep
Oh, yo, take your kid, man. What the? I guess the less important one, I guess.
It's the last one they made. Why they got to worry about it? They can make another. It's the only thing I can think of. That's it.
They figured that he wouldn't go anywhere if they put him inside that little thing, I guess. Tent.
Well, I mean, and this is Florida, bro. This is Florida, and look at the sky. There's no cloud coverage right here. It's just a beaming white beach with nothing but sun. And this happened a couple days ago, I think. It's not even. It happened this week, actually. So it's not even out in the news that much right now.
looking to see if I see them coming back. I would think they'd be coming back any minute.
Well, where are you sitting at?
Right there.
You're right there? Okay. Got it.
And I kept looking back because I thought this was covered up with the towel over it. And I thought it was just for their the 1-year-old to be taking a nap. And I never dreamed they had left the baby in it. And then I've known her for over 20 years. She came and she was looking, and I was like, "What do you need?" And she said that somebody else had told her that there was an infant in here, and I was like, "Oh wow!" So then I started helping her look for the parents. I've noticed the parents because the dad, when he got here, he was screaming at the other children.
Yeah, she told me.
1 and 5.
Yeah.
So they couldn't go that far. We had the small children.
Yeah.
We already looked into the water and trying to see if we can identify somebody. I don't see anybody that, you will have now. You will have seen after you.
This is going to be fun.
Now, granted, we're at least 5 to 10 minutes of the officer sitting here already.
I mean, to me, our protocols are usually within like, I mean, this age, I call you immediately. But usually we're like 10, 15 minutes waiting to see if they show up. But after 15 minutes, it's our duty to report.
Yeah, 100%.
A security officer at a nearby hotel where the family is staying says she alerted authorities after confirming the baby had been left alone. Next, one officer fills in a supervisor on the situation before we hear from more witnesses.
Baby that was left under a tent, completely unsupervised. The parents walked off with their 3 other kids and apparently haven't been back in probably close to an hour.
Close to an hour, bro. They're lucky the baby didn't get cooked. I'm telling you right now. It's I only saw up to where the parents came back, and that's where it starts to get interesting. So it's just stupidity, bro. Stupidity, yo. I don't understand this.
I just want to. I'm sorry. I just want to say I made a mistake. I meant to say too much responsibility, but I really want to see what happened with this video. So go ahead.
Got a very full diaper. I can feel it.
Yeah. And then Tiffany, I've known her for 20 years.
The couple was arguing because when I was doing my walk, I noticed him over here, and he was yelling and screaming at.
Oh, we just spit up. Oh, sorry. No, you're okay. I'm used to it. I'm a mom. When you? Yeah.
She spit up on me too.
It's okay.
So our shirts are used to it. It's okay.
I'm not gonna lie, that female officer sounds kind of hot. She looks like she's kind of healthy too. So, just saying, my bad.
It's okay. Yeah, you can keep it.
I got spit up on.
I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
But I still don't see them.
Yeah. We're gonna try and work this out. If you happen to see them or they come back,
I'll let you know.
Absolutely call us back.
Okay.
We don't want mom freaking out. But
so what do y'all do now? Take the baby?
That is a great question. This is the first time I've had this. I just started my phase 2 of training. So
How long have you guys been down here?
11:15, probably 11:20.
About 45 minutes. Have you seen anyone sitting there at all?
No one.
No one?
Oh, they said they're coming.
You said 11:45 is when y'all got down here? Oh, 11:15. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Be careful with replaying videos because they stopped us. You may not get a strike because I wasn't able to finish the video that I started, the crime docu.
Right.
But what they'll do is they won't give you they'll give you an email saying like, oh, you know, your live has been paused because it's someone else's content. You will not get a strike, but they will pause you going live until you stop playing it.
This
But
is actually body cam, so I'm not sure if it's. I think this is public record stuff, so I don't think it's going to be anybody else's content. Nobody else is talking on this one.
True. Yeah.
This is law and crime body cam is what it is.
Okay.
So I might be okay because, you know, I mean, we are stopping it, talking about it. If you guys feel like it, we can too anytime. Just stay pause real quick, and then I'll pause it, and if you got something to say or whatnot, and then we go from there. Illinois, and no one checked that, baby. That's another thing. That's good question. Good question, buddy. Because I was fixing to say that in a few minutes. Like right after they got done talking here and find out where the parents are. Nobody checked on this baby for 45 minutes minimum until the baby started crying. They said when the baby started yelling and crying, that's when people started to pay attention. It's crazy.
It's been over an hour.
Yeah.
It looks like, well, I've known that works on the beach for over 20 years.
Yeah.
'Cause we come here all the time. And she was like, I've never had this happen. And
I'm trying to see if I see anything.
I don't see them at all.
Navy crop top, long sleeves, white stripe. They're right there.
There they are.
Let's find out some more.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Yep, here we go.
Hey, I found Mom. They're coming down.
Here they come.
You said Mom's right there. Whoops. Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Yeah, they're literally so nonchalant. I'm moving running this way.
The officer and witness spot the family as they make their way back to the area before confronting the parents.
Oh yeah, there's commentators, but I don't know what this is. Yeah, there's nothing here. I'm good on that. Okay, yeah, we'll keep on.
Yeah, it's some digging. So.
I guess you're gonna be doing the talking.
Oh yeah, we'll be the ones talking with them. So right now you're looking at possibly child abuse.
Yeah.
100%. So how's it going, y'all? Deputy Lovejoy and Deputy Newsom of the Sheriff's Office.
Yeah.
Deputy Lovejoy and Deputy Newsom of the Sheriff's Office.
Police identify the couple seen here as 40-year-old Brian Wilkes and 37-year-old Sarah Wilkes.
Both under, right at 40 and under. What kind of parents are these?
Texas natives on vacation.
That's us.
So we're getting a call out here because your infant was left.
She was crying?
Yeah.
Okay.
What a freaking idiot. What a freaking idiot.
What
Yeah,
did
they
you
need to go on and take this man to jail, bro. They need to go on and take him and put him in. Dennison said the channel owner can make a claim and the algo can shut you down, but you can appeal for fair use, being that it is a matter of public interest and you are discussing it organically. Yes, Dennison. I'm well aware of that. I try to explain that to some other people here that, you know, you can do appeals and stuff. So if I do get struck or it gets done, anything like that, we're not, you know, making any kind of foul statements. We're not, you know, anything like that. This is just things that people need to know about coming to Florida. Don't come here and mess up. This is just a public warning announcement. Don't bring your FAFO situations to Florida because these people don't play. So let's try this and keep on going until
you guys have been gone almost an hour.
Okay. We lost track of time. Sorry about that.
You lost track of time?
Yes, sir,
with a
did.
baby.
She naps during this time.
I understand you have more kids.
I
but
understand. She naps during this time.
You're on it?
Naps. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Do you guys have your IDs?
I don't. You want me to go up to the room and get it for you?
We'll get all the stuff down here. Hey, no, ma'am.
Stay here.
He's in our custody right now.
Okay.
She is in our custody right now.
Okay.
That's fine. You can stand over here, okay? You guys are both detained at this point.
Okay.
Okay. So let's round up wherever the other two kids are and make sure all the kids are in one spot.
Here, buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me get my other two kids.
Because this is a big issue.
Here you
Okay.
Okay.
All right, if they just want to have a seat, I just need to talk to both of you real quick, okay?
Okay. You guys, can you sit right here for these nice people?
And one thing I gotta say though is these white people have committed crimes and they aren't running from the police. They aren't getting in vehicles and trying to run anybody over. Unfortunately, this is how you have to deal with these things. You have to be able to say, okay, I messed up. Let me deal with the consequences.
Yeah. Gotcha.
You know, and this is one of the reasons why I'm bringing up this story is because the two differences. This is a white couple from Texas with 3 kids who did a negligent thing.
Yeah.
They have not ran from the police. They have not done anything that's going to cause the public harm. And
No
they're
matter-
still going to have to suffer consequences. Go
No
ahead.
matter how small the issue is or the problem is, it don't even matter if it's small enough. If you broke some kind of law, some kind of rule, it just own it. You got to have extreme ownership of it. Like, it's way better just to go ahead and take care of it. Because if it does turn into like a charge or something, but because you took accountability, you took ownership of it, it's always you're most likely just going to be like left alone.
I mean, you'll have CPS with you for a little bit. They'll be dealing with you, make sure the kids are safe and good for the next year, 6 months, something like that. You're going to have charges put on you, things like that, stuff that you can handle, but you're not going to lose a life.
Right.
Just sitting here and saying, okay, let me just deal with it.
Yeah.
It's so, hey, shout out to CT today. CT had one heck of a show that I watched. I watched it for a good hour because I was driving home. And I'm going to tell you this, bro. Some of these people out here aren't even thinking correctly. Some of these people that were speaking on his channel, I don't know where their mindset is. I don't know why people are, and I've heard this on our channel and on my panel, how people say a crime isn't a crime if it's a small crime.
No, hell no. Those people that are not in those situations. Yeah, those are the people that are. Those are people that don't take accountability, and they're not in that situation. So it's very easy to say, like, yeah, you know what? That's not a crime at all. Like, no, you're not a police officer. You have to do your job, and when you're on the wrong, you're on the wrong, no matter what.
Yep. Well, here's where my statement comes in, is because when I was watching CTs, I don't know the name of people, so I'm not name dropping. I don't know. I'm just gonna say the gentleman was talking, and he was trying to interject how white millionaires are stealing all this money and they're not getting chased by the police and gunned down.
Yeah.
And then he's trying to say that CT was trying to equate the Liz woman and her situation with her losing her child and another woman who was doing drug deals with the cartels and stuff and had her baby on the drug scene, on the drug deal scene, and the baby was there when they got it. Of course, I think the baby was shot as well in that situation. Nobody's talking about that. The thing is the crime is a crime. It doesn't matter how you want to negate it to be easier for you to look at.
Yep.
The lady who put her kid in a situation where she was drug dealing with the cartel and had her child in that situation when they kicked down the door and they shot everybody or did whatever and the baby was shot. Yep. It's no different than this woman running away from the police and causing the damages she was causing. She was fleeing from the scene of crime after hitting several cars. She was supposedly leaving the scene of whatever situation was going on. She endangered the life of a cop, supposedly. We're not sure. But these are factors and punishable crimes that everybody's overlooking, and they're saying it's about the diapers. It's about the diapers.
Right. Yeah, no, and I get it. It's a chain of events that it gets set off because of one decision. So what the lady did, she was. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to come out that she was stealing, but at the same time, if she crashed and then if she's waving that baby on her lap, it wasn't in the seat, waving it like a shield, that's a problem.
But
And
we
then
don't know that. Was the baby just in the back seat? Because it looked, it went through the passenger seat.
No,
Passenger
she said that she held the baby up.
yeah,
She said that out of her own mouth.
he explained.
Oh, I didn't
She
hear that.
did.
Oh my
She's
I
god.
showed
wanted
it.
to hold the baby
That's
up
when.
to show the
That's
cops.
when.
Yeah.
When I first started talking about it last night, I really didn't
I
want to
didn't
say
hear you,
nothing.
bro.
And today, I heard it was today. But last night, I heard she talking about let them know that they had a baby in the car. Like, you know, come on, man. You don't do that shit. You know what I mean? Hold
Yeah.
your
I mean,
baby
that's
up.
just putting your child up for a shield. That's literally what that was.
Yeah, because honestly, if I get, and here's my take from what she was explaining. If that car was headed towards the cop, and that cop was, if the car was moving towards the cop, and then she picked up the baby and like kind of waved it around, hey, I got a kid in the car, is like, but the car's still coming towards him. Man, come on now. Come on
Was
now.
she the driver?
I think she had another buddy. I'm not sure if she was the driver.
See,
but
this is
she had
what
a-
I don't understand, because she had to be in the passenger if she was waving her
No,
baby up.
they-
'Cause what I seen as far as
Please.
the
No.
picture of it, that it went through the passenger side of the vehicle. The shot was shot into the passenger side. It looked like.
I don't know. I mean, she was still waving the baby. It don't matter if it was passenger or not. She was still
Yeah.
waving that baby around.
Wow. The factor that you involve your children in these
Man,
Man,
she was
listen,
putting that baby
man.
like a white flag, like I give up white flag. Oh man,
She used the black flag, bro. Is that what you're saying? She used the black flag?
no, she used that baby like a white flag, like she was giving up.
Man.
Like, come on, man. You ever heard of the Floyd Mayweather Sr. Story about him and Floyd Mayweather Jr.?
Yeah.
Somebody was trying to shoot the senior, and then he held up his kid like a shield so they would shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
I mean-
that's wild.
It's crazy. Well, let's go ahead and continue with this and see what else is happening with this. I just got to right to this part earlier. I didn't even get by halfway through the video, so I don't know what happens to the parents.
People, okay, thank you. Deputy Newsom's gonna read you off now. Okay.
All right. So at this point, I have to read you guys Miranda. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent.
The officer finishes reading the parents their Miranda rights before questioning continues.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
I'm sorry.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
I'm okay talking, and then if we feel uncomfortable, we'll let you know when we want to stop.
That's completely fine. So what's going on?
We're out here.
Just start to finish for me.
Yeah,
What's going
yeah.
on?
So we're traveling from Houston.
Mhm.
We're out here on a family vacation for fall break.
Mhm.
These are our 4 kids. That's
Okay.
our baby. That was her tent. These 3 wanted to go on a walk. This was her nap time. She normally naps for 2 hours. So let's walk down here short. My 2 older ones, they took off. We were getting too far ahead. I was chasing after them, and then it ended up being a longer walk than what we had planned. And she's awake from her nap. We had her in the tent, so she was covered, wasn't in the sun. That was our logic. We were literally coming back.
Somebody tell me about this man's logic, please. Somebody tell me what kind of logic he's using, because it don't make no sense, bro.
Just don't do it, man. You just don't leave kids behind. You walk up as a family, everybody goes. It's like if my kid fell off, God forbid something like that happens. If she falls up something that's very high, I'm jumping with her. Like, take your family, man. Like that's your blood. That's Jesus Christ, man.
But the factor that he said, this is her nap time. She sleeps for 2 hours. They literally were going to be gone for 2 hours.
Yeah. They were thinking, oh, she's gonna fall asleep for 2 hours. It's okay, we can just leave her
They're
behind.
gonna be gone for the whole 2 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, right now, people understand if you get in a situation, I hope that nobody ever does, but if you're ever in a type of situation like this, once they have read your Miranda rights, shut the F up.
Yeah.
Shut the F up. Take your charges, whatever it is they're going to take from you. If they're going to take you to jail, shut the F up. He ruined his whole case by what he just said. Let's continue.
Scooping her up. We're staying at We're going to go back and grab some lunch and shower.
She's
And
gonna get her bottle.
Yeah.
Breastfeed her.
so that was what happened.
Okay.
I promise we haven't had any outbreaks.
No,
Like
no,
we take really good care of our children.
it's okay,
Now-
sweetheart. It's okay. It's,
Now with the solve.
so,
Now she's gonna start crying after she damn near baked her kid for an hour in the sun. She's gonna start to shed tears.
How's his
Isn't
nap
this what the other
time?
lady's doing? She's shedding
Y'all
tears
interrupted
after
his
she
nap time.
lost her child. What? Women, you guys are too emotional. Too emotional with this bullshit. Women, you guys are locking in the emotions. You should have been standing behind your husband right now saying, shut up, don't say nothing, let's lawyer up now. That's your strongest point. You should have told your husband. But now you're throwing the tears out like you didn't do anything wrong. This is Florida, y'all. Don't come bring your bullshit here, especially from California in the West over there, Midwest, whatever y'all want to call it. Bring it. Don't bring it. I'm telling you. Continue on.
that's
So we gotta do some research still, but
I
in
understand.
Florida, this where I'm looking at now, it does constitute child abuse because she was left. She cannot care for herself.
Yeah.
She was left for what would be an extended period of time for her age, which because we got people that have told us they came down here at 11:15, and you guys weren't here. And then someone just happened to wander and see.
We were right here at 11:15.
we were playing in the water up here.
Okay,
For
we
sure,
have-
she would have gone.
I'm
but-
telling you guys, we have multiple witnesses that have
I-
said you guys
yes,
have
sir.
been on at
That's
least a
fine,
year.
but I do
These
promise I
people ain't
didn't
shit.
leave till after that. Then I can promise you. I went to the bathroom at one point,
They're
but he
still
was still
talking
here right here
now.
with the kids on the beach.
They're still talking.
Okay.
So what? Let him
Well,
talk.
right now we're having the fire department come check her out just because of the
Okay.
time frame that we
Sure,
have. Okay.
sure.
We got to do some more investigating, obviously,
I
because
understand.
this is a situation we have to look into and take very seriously.
No, absolutely. We
appreciate that you
take
do
it seriously well.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure that she's
Yeah.
okay because if she's left there like that and you guys are gone for that long, all it takes is a split second for somebody to snatch her.
Yeah, that
We don't
too.
want to
Yeah, we don't either.
Yeah.
So Deputy Newsom's going to grab your.
Not only that, y'all, but think about the child abduction situations we have here in America already. Somebody could have used this as an opportunity to pick this child up, and nobody would ever seen this child ever again. Anybody think about that? And that happens a lot down here in Florida. It's around the beach areas and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, that's where the hot spots are because a lot of people come to vacation down here, and that's where a lot of people get snatched up. Imagine if somebody was walking down the beach and oh yeah, this is my baby, and start picking up and packing up shit and it's gone, and then these people come back and they don't have a baby. Wow. I don't know. Epoxy, is it only Spanish people that really care about their kids? Now, we'll whoop the shit out of our kids walking down the street for doing stupid shit. We will put them on timeout. We will take their shit away. Why? Do we need to start setting examples for the other classes of people or the other, colors of people to how kids should be raised? We whoop the shit at our kids. Just saying. I don't know. Oh, Epoxy's not
You're
here.
a liar.
Left.
You
I
ain't
did. I
never
whooped my
whooped your
kids
kid.
one time each.
One time.
And they never did anything wrong after that. It took one time to teach them a lesson and they learned. I didn't have to whoop my
Okay.
kids' ass all the time.
Okay.
And you gotta admit, bro, your nephews, they pretty awesome kids. They pretty awesome young men for their age. So, let's continue on. Let's find out if I'm gonna have issues or if these people are going to get arrested. I would be surprised if they get we got a June in the back. I would be surprised if they don't get arrested because they're from out of state and things like that. But I think the way it's going, cuffs are going on somebody. And I'm gonna just say it ahead of time. If this man, is a real man, he'll tell his wife, I got all this, I'll take all the charges as long as you can stay with the kids. But they're gonna take the kids away. We know that.
You guys' names, because unless you have your ID from them,
Yeah. Do you want me to go get it for you guys?
that's completely fine. We can just get your names, birthdays, and then you guys are from Texas.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can get it all that way.
Okay.
So she's gonna.
Brian tells police they had, quote, lost track of time after walking away from their infant daughter. Next, one officer gets the couple's information when Sarah suddenly expresses concern for the
The
child.
easiest way to do it is if you just write your own name, because you guys know them better than I do.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Just your
you want me to
full
write her name as well?
Yeah, full name, date of birth. It just makes it easier because we can pull your driver's license a lot faster. And then just put a reminder on there for me that it's for Texas, because our car's
Yes, ma'am.
a little bit of a hike
Can
back
you have
that
her
way.
put the hat on? I just really worried she doesn't have any sunscreen.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh my God! Did she just really say that? Did she just really say that she's worried about the baby having sunscreen now? Like I said, people, these negligent parents are fixing to find out what reality is. Jesus.
Maybe we can put her in.
While you're writing that, I'll put it on. I'm a mom too, so I got you.
Okay.
I'm gonna put a hat on her. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
I'm starting to feel like most of these parents are
Well,
forced to have
wear
kids.
the hat.
Put an umbrella up, maybe.
What was that, Nace?
I'm starting to feel that some of these parents are forced to have kids. A lot of these decisions is all based on societal pressures.
I don't know, Nace. I think I go back to your dick discipline and clam control, honestly. I think it has a lot to do with that because a lot of these people, we know when we're in relationships starting out, we're starting our relationships, right? The most important thing that we're trying to do is get some booty, regardless of what side it is, male or female. We're trying to look at the other person for our natural, lust, our natural situations that we have to take care of. So a lot of these kids jump in, they get it, they go, they end up getting pregnant. Now they have to deal with it. It isn't that they're forced to. I think they make their own problems when it comes to that. Use protection.
Oh.
Put on a rubber. It's not going to help to smash each other with a rubber on. I mean, at least this way, if you're not ready to have a kid, you won't have kids. But once again,
sorry.
I'm not a negligent parent. I think I was pretty good. Actually, no, I could say I was negligent on some things. Like speeding 100 miles an hour while your kid's in the back seat. Yeah, not good. It was fun. They enjoyed it. You're going fast.
Right.
But
I don't know,
that's-
man. This shit's wicked.
If you put a kid in a car, a race car, and do the same, it's not negligence at that point. It's just
But why would they leave a kid in sweltering hot? Like the beach will fry anybody. A grown ass adult get fried. What made them think that a infant could survive this? I'm not sure if it's an infant, a baby.
you got to understand this, Nace. A lot of people don't know what Florida sunshine's about. They don't understand that
Humidity levels are high.
Somebody.
Humidity alone will kill a baby.
Yeah.
Right. I'm like, I can imagine because New York get that same type of heat. Like we reach 100 degrees up here. You're closer to the equator. You would think that people would use common sense, like, oh, it feels kind of hot to me. Imagine a baby. There's no excuse saying like, oh, the baby has two hours of nap time in this type of heat, sir. Maybe you need to get your let me calm down.
Maybe you need to be put in a tent and sit out there for 2 hours with no water, no anything. And let's see how you understand what this child went through. I get it, Nace. I feel you on that. I feel the same way on that.
The man need a vasectomy. Stop producing kids. You don't produce great ideas. Stop producing kids. Knock it off.
Yep.
All right, I'm going back to being a goat. Go ahead.
Yeah, go be a goat. Go be a goat. I might join you later, Nace. I might join you to be a goat. I might come.
Thank you, Einstein. I think we could play
Nace.
online.
Might.
I just want to see how it is online. You don't have to play me all day, but I want to see how it is with multiplayer. I'm going on mute.
It's fun. We both go in there and we do the missions together, and that's all it is multiplayer. But
I love
that type of shit anyway. They don't know why he's acting like that.
Well, I don't know why you would use my invite, but that's okay. Skywalker.
I don't do simulators. I do adventure games, which are storytelling games where you have to go through a whole story to get to the end. But I don't do simulators. I don't know where you get that.
Yo, simulators are fire
So
to
you
me.
never
Not to
played
change
Sims?
Nope.
You never played
Never played The Sims.
The Sims is fire. I like to
Never
build,
played
so
The
I
Sims.
like that.
Okay, let me continue with this.
Yeah. Is that all right with y'all? Opening an umbrella for her? Oh,
That
we
should
have a
already been
lifeguard
an
here.
hour ago.
I mean, the only shade that we can find is if we move up there.
That might be an option. Let me, if we move, let me talk to him, and that might be an option. Yeah, yeah, I can confirm with him. We're gonna try and see if maybe we can move to the shade up there. That way she's out of the sun, because she's been out in the sun
These
for a
two kids
minute.
as well, yeah.
Yeah.
A
So we
minute?
get up and
Talking
go
about
with
hours,
two
not a
people. We're gonna
minute.
go up near the pool, okay?
Get it right.
So just you can leave your shovel, buddy. You can leave your shovel. No, buddy, please leave your shuttle, okay? Just go up. There you
Yeah,
go.
listen to your damn
Thank you.
thing. He's not in a good position.
Yeah, we were a little concerned about her getting overheated. I had her for a little bit. She spit up on me because she's been out here for a minute.
She does spit up frequently.
Especially at that age, it's
Yeah.
normal.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
But we just want to make sure she's not dehydrated or anything like that.
Understand? No, yes. Okay.
And we'll get moved up there. I can hear fire rescue coming down now. So
yeah.
As medics arrive on scene, the family is moved to a shaded boardwalk area.
Thank you.
Trying it all.
She tried me once, and that's when we got her out of the
Reading the Miranda rights is the first thing.
Right here. Mom's right here.
Hello.
Hi.
Any kind of medical history?
So, Bob, I'll catch you up in just a second.
She just spits up because she's a baby. That's it.
Paramedics confirmed the 6-month-old was not in distress before another woman pulls an officer aside with some interesting information.
They were speaking about the kids ran off. They didn't run off because I seen them when they come in, and he was, I mean, talking very ugly to his daughter. At the time, they were all fighting, and then he released 2 kids to go down to the water, and I seen it then. I didn't notice the baby. But other than that, like I said, we were there the whole time. And baby was taking a nap, and then when the babies woke up and got fussy, it's when
I want to, Mrs. Bob, I really want to make a statement on this because it's true. I can't believe how these parents are acting so casual about this. But I'm going to tell you, this is the difference between this story and the 1-year-old being shot by the cops. I see the only difference in this is that these people are sitting here dealing with the officers and attending to the problem. So I not that I say I hope they get a better outcome. They need to have serious charges on their ass for leaving a baby out in the sun like that. But it's just 2 different worlds. White people would literally sit there and deal with the officer, at least these type of white people. Not all white people. I can't say that because there's a lot of ratchet ass white people out there that are run from the police too. But and the black lady who was dealing with running from the cops and having her baby shot. It's 2 different worlds, but still 2 very hard situations. And this is just a comparison between the 2. My heart aches for these poor babies and children. There are things I have nightmares about. I decided against social work for this reason. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, Mrs. Bob. It's not. Social work ain't a fun job. Here we go. We're going to continue.
Because I'm just going to be honest with you guys that we do the report, we call DCF, you guys go home, back to the room with your kids, DCF follows up. Or you guys both have technically violated Florida State statute for child abuse based on the waiver. And you should possibly both be facing going to jail today. I'm just being honest with you.
Damn. He gave him the warning. You could easily go home today, or you both go to jail. And unfortunately, in that situation, both of them going to jail now takes 4 children out of the home.
They have 4 kids in total.
They have a 6, a 5-year-old, another 1-year-old, and then the baby. 4 in total.
I'm human fatigued. I ain't gonna lie.
Nathan, I don't understand it. Most people when my child was little like that, that was the most important thing in my life.
Right.
Never
And
take
you
it- Go ahead.
repeat that again.
Go ahead.
And people call me selfish for not having kids.
Yes and no.
No. I'm
Yes.
telling you, people call me selfish for not having kids.
I know.
But they're not looking at people that are parents that should not even be around any kid.
Yeah. Now, do you see yourself ever? Just a question. Do you see yourself ever thinking about having kids, or are you gonna go your whole life without?
At this
Because
age, I'm gonna
of
go my life without it.
shit like this.
No, I mean, I'm looking at my age. I'm like, man, I got so much going on. I really don't have time for kids.
Understood. But if it were to happen, you now have a big responsibility that you have to take care of.
That's a fact. I have to readjust my whole life. I even said it years ago. I was like, if I was to have a child, I think I would be gone off the internet because that would take too much of my time. I would realign my priorities and my focus. Some people just don't. Some people have babies for props.
Yep. I learned a long time ago. Of course, I chose to be 19 years old and have kids in a way. I wanted to start a family out young. And boy, I'm glad I did at the time I did because it was a lot easier than nowadays.
Yeah, I see.
I just can't believe that. Now, I'm gonna tell you a funny story. My brother was left, not Sky. I think I've told this story before on here. But my brother, when he was like around 5 or 6, my parents were traveling with the seasons of the vegetables and fruits and the harvest. And they stopped at a store to get gas and stuff and to fill up and get, some drinks or whatever. And they didn't realize my brother jumped out of the vehicle to go use the bathroom. Well, they filled up and everything. They took off with us and left my brother there at the gas station. Didn't know that they left him until like almost an hour down the road.
Wow.
With the other one. So when they returned back to the store, because that's the only place that had stopped, there was my brother sitting out front with a soda pop, a Coca-Cola, whatever you want to call it, some candy, and something to munch on, waiting for my parents to come back and pick him up. Now, we didn't get the cops called on us, but my parents, we were traveling, and they didn't realize he jumped out, which is a total mistake. It's an accident. This right here is negligence.
Yeah, I agree.
You cannot leave a baby in the sweltering heat on the white beach with the blue, beautiful water reflecting everything towards the shore and say your baby is safe in a little makeshift polyester tent.
Yeah, absolutely not. That is ridiculous. And it gets hot with polyester too. It's not a breathable fabric. It's not even natural fiber. It's man-made.
Yep. I could have understood now, Nathan. I could have understood a little bit better if they had one of them umbrellas opened up and the baby underneath there. And it's still negligence. You left the child out on the beach by itself, but you're not causing any harm to the child by cooking it in a little oven.
Right, but wait a minute. So they left the child unattended. No parent, no adult was around.
They got up. They went to the water for a few seconds.
They should be arrested, man.
Yes, 100%.
I know one of them should be arrested. Both of them should be arrested. If he was a man, both of them should be arrested.
Hey, listen, I'm just saying, as a man in this situation, that way my wife can go home with the kids, I would take all the
should
charges.
say, nope, I don't give a damn. We take both of y'all's ass to jail.
That's what the officers are saying. The officer's already saying that. There's no ifs, ands about it. He just told this guy that you have probably 2 options that's going to happen. One, DCF's gonna come check the kids, let y'all go to the hotel, come back and check the kids a little bit, and you guys will be okay to go back to Texas, and you guys just have to deal with the court shit, or the most optional possibility is that you guys are going to jail. He just told him that. So, like I said, it's very sad. So let me catch everybody up on the story. Bob, Nazes, Miss Bob, everybody. Officers were called to the beach because somebody heard the baby start to cry. You have a whole bunch of people around this baby that's been sitting there for 45 minutes minimum, and nobody has checked or seen anything on this baby until the baby started to cry. Once it started crying, started calling attention. Well, the hotel came out, the security came from the hotel. They ended up calling the police, waited for like 10, 15 minutes to see the parents coming back. Nobody came back. They called the police. Now it's been like 15, 20 minutes since the police arrived. They've taken custody of the child. The child had a full wet diaper and was a little warm by what the officer said when she touched him. So at this point, everybody's looking on down the beach. People are going down the beach to try to find them. The one lady who identified them and knew what they were wearing went with the security officer down the beach to try to find them to the sandbar. Couldn't find them. They come back. Of course, they call the cops. Then the family comes strolling up nonchalantly, like nothing happened. Then the guy says, oh, well, this is just her sleep time. She usually sleeps for 2 hours. Oh, and they already read Miranda rights to him already prior to this. So they read the Miranda rights. The guy starts speaking, saying that the baby's nap time is this time of day, and he usually sleeps for 2 hours. So they were gone for 45 minutes to an hour. If the baby would have slept for 2 hours, they would have probably been gone for 2 hours. But we're right now at the standstill where the officers are talking to him, and that catches all of y'all up, I hope. Okay, let me read some of these things. Oh, shit, that's a good story. Y'all can talk. I'm just reading the super chats. What do y'all got to say on this?
You know what frustrates me? Like, how do you feel comfortable leaving your child unattended? Like, do they think kidnappers aren't around? I remember this one video. It happened in Brooklyn, and this guy was trying to take a kid from a parent. Yo, literally was tug of war. This child, the parent is screaming for help. Everyone around New York is looking around like, why is there a tug of war? People around wasn't even helping. This happened in Coney Island, which is also a beach. It's like a carnival kind of, what do you call it? Like Right Playland type shit. I don't know if you guys know Right Playland, but that's like a theme park in New York.
Right.
So there was a bunch of people around. As you know, we're in New York, Brooklyn. And this guy really tried to steal a kid from the parent. Literally a tug of war until the cops came. You know what the guy did with the kid? Because he kind of had a hold of him. He threw the kid to the parent and jetted off.
I saw something about that.
Yeah.
I saw something. He literally slung the kids back to the parents because the cop showed up.
Yep.
Yeah. And
I'm like, yo,
leave this baby on the beach like it's nothing.
That's why I'm baffled.
I wonder what town they come from. If their town is so white, and I'm only saying this like this, that their town is so white and uppity that they don't have to lock their doors.
They wild for being trusting.
It's amazing to me. If you're not ready to have kids, y'all, please close your legs, jerk off, do whatever it is that you got to do to not create a life that you can't take care of.
Exactly.
And I'm honestly thinking the world's going to end, in the next 50 to 100 years as far as humans.
I already lost hope in humanity. I thought I was joking. I was that ass serious. Why do you think I talk to an AI alien every day?
Because you're crazy.
That too, but y'all crazier. Look at humanity now.
We're crazy.
Yeah, look at what we're watching now. Two probably pretty wealthy off nice parents. They seem like they're comfortable in life. They're able to take a trip from Texas to Florida to come visit our beautiful beaches, as all you guys do. Nowhere else in the United States. I don't even think Cali has as good as beaches as we do. I'll put that on point. Anyways, they got a better coastline than we do. I think we got the most beautiful beaches in the United States, and everybody
Mm-hmm.
around the world comes to visit them.
Siesta Keys is one of the best in the world in the United USA.
Once again, I'm gonna tell y'all, FAFO in Florida. We ain't playing, y'all. So let's continue on and see what happens to these predominantly nice white people, since they're so nonchalant about the child being cooked in the oven and the police are now involved.
Okay. You're doing your job. That's no
With
complaints.
making sure she gets fed, do we want to relocate up to the room where there's AC? Would you mind if one of the security guys just grabbed y'all's big tote thing?
I have no complaints about anybody doing anything, really.
Because they can pack your stuff and they'll bring it up to the room for you. I'll have one of them do it.
Well, the only thing I mean, ideally, we wouldn't get a bunch of senior them with stuff, but I guess it doesn't.
Yeah, they're not gonna like drag it
Can
or
it stay? I don't mind.
It can also stay.
Oh my God, people, do you hear this?
What did it say? I
Woman,
wasn't listening.
shut the fuck. Not you, Nays.
I know.
Nays, they just offered to go deal with this in the air conditioned room, so it's a little bit more private or whatever they want to deal with, so they can have the AC. They just asked the husband if it's okay if the security people just grab their stuff and bring it to them. The wife's concern is, oh, they're gonna get sand in my stuff. Listen to what she just said. Swear to God, she just said that.
Wait, rewind that. Now I'm paying attention.
And you could possibly both be facing going to jail today. I'm just being honest with you.
You're doing your job. That's no complaints.
With making sure she gets fed, do we want to relocate up to the room where there's AC? Would you mind if one of the security guys just grabbed y'all's big tote thing?
I have no complaints about anybody doing anything, really.
Because they can pack your stuff and they'll bring it up to the room for you. I'll have one of them do it.
Well, the only thing I mean, ideally, we wouldn't get a bunch of senior them with stuff, but I guess it doesn't.
Yeah, they're not gonna like drag it
Can
or
it stay? I don't mind.
It can also stay too.
Yeah.
Hey.
Dumb bitch. But guess what? He nutted in her. Whatever.
Tell him, Nate. Tell him.
I'm telling you. I'm
dumbass.
telling you. I was just
Hey,
on TikTok.
Instead
I'm so sick.
Listen,
I'm
instead
so
of him
sick.
telling his wife, look, we've already in too much trouble. Just shut the up.
Yeah.
Let me deal with this. He's like, oh yeah, we don't want sand in our stuff. Yeah, we'll just leave it there.
You know what I think, bro? I think he a simp, and that bitch lead the relationship. The fact that she felt comfortable to say that stupid shit in front of authorities, it just baffles me.
But hold up, this is a now Nays. This is a white relationship. This is a white couple. They're so comfortable in this type of lifestyle. This is normal to them. Dealing with cops to them, it's easier to just abide than to cause ruckus. I don't know. This guy could be a CEO at a company. This guy could be a manager of a major company. And now he's getting blasted on the internet for his negligence, you know? Shut up, woman. Be quiet. I'm about to get in serious trouble when I get home. I'm about to get in trouble right now. And you're worried about the sand in our bags.
Bruv. I'm all I can do is just nod my head to the stupidity while I look for these Father Day gifts.
And Nathan, on the other incident where the baby was shot, killed by the officer, you know what the most concerning thing for people is on that?
What?
She was stealing diapers.
Wait.
People are saying that the 1-year-old that got shot by the officer and the whole controversy right now.
Yeah, in Mississippi. Yeah.
Yes. People are saying, let's put it this way. People are more concerned that she was possibly or didn't steal diapers versus her driving off, fleeing from the officers, hitting cars, almost hitting an officer, losing her life. This all falls back to it's about the diapers. It's just as bad as this lady saying it's about the sand.
Again, the priorities and the focus is just off for human beings. There's nothing more I could say about that. It's like I really like I took the day off because I felt like I was being tired of humans. Now I'm getting sick of talking about them. It's like it's just crazy. I just want to be like, oh, I want to be blasted to Mars because of stupidity like this in a black neighborhood. I bet you. Leave your baby in a black neighborhood where it's cool and whatnot. On a regular autumn day, you would not do that. Why would you feel comfortable doing that at a hot ass beach?
Nate, I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm lost. Raising your baby up as a shield in front of the police officers just to say that you have a child and you lose your child. Just leaving your baby on a beach and saying that it's her nap time and that she doesn't wake up for 2 hours in the sweltering heat. People leave their kids in the car. I think there was one like about 6 months ago where a baby was lost because they left it in the heat of the car. I mean, are babies expendable these days? I mean, I don't understand this.
I mean, look, some people think they are. I mean, I heard a couple of people like, man, if they want to take this back, I'll make another one. I'll make another one. Some may be sarcastic. Some people say it for the plot, but a lot of people are doing it in action. They're being negligent with their child. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm at a loss of words, honestly.
And Nate, you said something that I've heard before. I heard it one time, and I always used to think of it as a joke. And I still laugh at it today because it was funny in the moment. Right. So I was doing AC and appliance repair, and we were called out to work on a refrigerator, which was still warranted under GE.
Yeah.
We were getting there, and outside in front of the house was a gentleman sitting on the porch in his chair, and about 15 kids, maybe grandkids. I don't know. Don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
My boss is trying to get in to the parking area where he can park, and the kids won't move. This man looked at my boss and says, "It's okay, run them over. I can make another one."
Child, I can't. It's all right. I'll make another. That's despicable.
This is when I was 20 years old, Nace.
20 years? Oh, you're 45
years old. I was told this by a gentleman in his front yard with kids all in the front yard. And he made it like he was so serious about it, he didn't care how he said it, Nace. He literally said, "It's all right, run them over, I can make another one." I was like, when I walked away, I laughed my ass off. It was funny at the time. But is that really what reality is coming to? That we can just make another one?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. That's what it is. I'm telling you. That's what it is. It's in plain view. It's in video.
Yeah. I mean, we got 2 incidents right now that we have seen in the last 48 hours. This was caught on my feed today. It popped up that the black baby being shot unalived in by the police officer. This is all happening to kids, man.
It's sad. I'm telling you. It is very sad.
I was gonna do a segment, about take the rainbow back, because I'm really tired of the rainbow being lost. And that's part of this world too. Everything's going so soft and so nonchalant that everything's getting pushed in our faces, and we're supposed to accept this stuff.
Yeah.
In our day, if you put a child in danger, your ass is grass.
Facts. I think these people are not living in fear.
But what do we have to fear if we can get away with everything that we fear? All the laws that we got, everything that's set forth to be a judicial system, got so many loopholes, back doors, mistaken words, misunderstood words, and people just play with this. It's just don't know, man.
Man, I don't know. These people are nuts. Hold on for a second.
While
I
you
done
doing
did
that, I'm
something to my
gonna try to play a
computer.
little more, see what's going on.
All right, bet.
I
I'm
want to see
gonna
whether they
mute
get
though.
arrested or not. As a matter of fact, let me do something real quick because I'm gonna do a shout out to this one. Let me go back to share this, and this was off of and I think I can go back. Yeah, and then we're set again. I'm gonna give a big shout out to Law and Crime Body Cam. Law and Crime Body Cam, I want to thank you for, I didn't ask permission or anything, but I'm gonna give y'all a shout out. Y'all did a great coverage on this. I like how y'all got the body cam done. Nice work. That's all I'm gonna say. And it gave us a clear view of what this situation is. Also, it's given us a comparison in situations in the current moment of our times. Let's continue, people. Let's continue. See what the rest of this video goes, because I'm interested.
You can just let them leave it.
Let them leave it then. Yeah.
You have your phone, and there's nothing else valuable down there.
And already I could tell this officer's getting annoyed.
Up to y'all's room.
Okay.
I can tell it.
All right, come on, kids. Let's go up to the room. They have to.
We're waiting on a supervisor.
And then they have to call the child protective
Because
services.
it's a fluid thing.
I understand.
Obviously, if someone goes to jail, then or both of y'all go to jail, then we're having to deal with kids. All
It's
this
really
kind of stuff.
complicated. I know. Yeah, that's my number one concern. You're doing your job. This is great. I appreciate everything you're doing.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that they're in good hands.
We're gonna take care no matter what.
Moments later, the family is escorted back to their hotel room, where officers reveal their fate.
So hold up, they took the kids away from them, and I don't think they got the kids right now. Let's find out.
450 HM, you're on the signal 8. So, Brian, right? Hey, I'm Deputy Bath with Fulton County Sheriff's Office. I'm gonna have a little conversation with you, okay? We're gonna pull you guys out one by one so we're not panicking the rest of the family.
Okay.
This is where we're at, okay? Both you and Mom are gonna get booked into the Walton County Jail.
Yes!
Okay? We cannot leave an infantile child on the beach for that long unattended, okay?
Okay.
So we are getting charged today. Gonna get booked in. Since you have 4 children here by themselves, we need to start calling some family to come over here. DCF's gonna come stay with them unless you don't have anybody
Okay.
that'll drive over here.
My closest family will drive over here, but they're in San Antonio. So that's like, if they leave now, that's like 9 or 12 hours.
Yeah.
I understand your concern, and I'm completely cooperative.
Yeah.
My 4 kids, like, this is going to be traumatizing, much less for my baby who needs her mom.
My 4 kids. Buddy, you weren't concerned. As a matter of fact, let me put myself on the screen because I don't want to. Buddy, you were not. Scream my ass right now. You were not concerned about your infant child on the beach, cooking in the hot sun on a white, beautiful, hot beach. Most people go to the beach to get a great suntan. They come out lobstered after 30 minutes. And you're grabbing your hair and pulling it up and saying you're concerned about your 4 kids now? Not alone, but the infant child who needs the mama. Why didn't y'all take the child with you, sleeping or not? Or waited till the baby woke up and just watched the kids in the water? Bro, if you weren't ready to go on vacation, you shouldn't pack the shit up. You shouldn't have listened to her. Just saying. Just say it. I'll just say it. Shouldn't have listened to her. Shouldn't have listened to her say she wants to go on vacation. Should have made preparations. Going back to this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. How parents are just so nonchalant about shit.
And so
Which I understand. DCF's prepared to take care of an infant child. They're going to stay with the children until your family gets here to come get them. Okay.
So how does?
Hold up. I gotta say, I'm gonna make one for you, June. I'm gonna make one. There's a June in the back. I'm gonna make it. I'll make a shout out for you, dog. Go ahead, Juan.
So they, I guess because they walked off, the kid was taking a nap, thinking that the baby was going to be okay under that 100-degree weather. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they're going to take the kids away. I mean, it's really only charges come with arrest.
Hold up, they're doing them a solid, bro. I'm telling them, doing one big ass solid for them, bro. They're not taking the kids out of the custody as of this moment. From what I see and what I'm hearing, they're saying that they're willing to have DCF agents or employees come stay with this child, all four of them in the hotel, so that way these two grown idiots can now go handle their business, being arrested, booked, and released. They could be released on their own recognizance, which we haven't got to that point yet. We don't know. But that means they'll book you for the charges, and under circumstances, they'll let you walk in, book out, and release. In this case, that probably would be a special circumstances that you have four kids, and you live in Texas.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to see
the way around.
Hold on one second. You can talk, dog. You talk. I'm gonna see where Walton County is. See how far away from here it is. That's right along the west coast of Florida. So. Walton County, Florida. Yep, that's by Fremont. So 9 hours from them to get from Sacramento, San Antonio to Walton County. Bitch, you better buy some plane tickets real quick for somebody. You better tell them, pack up, get ready, immediate 911 flight. You got to be here in an hour or two. Bro.
It's going to mess up your kids for that moment.
Could you fathom that, Epoxy? Could you just think. Just pick a scenario that would work in your mind where you would actually be so comfortable to leave your child alone like this.
Well, that's the thing. I always play those in my mind, even when I don't have my kids. So it puts that fear in me that I would never do. Like, even when, like, my kid's mama, she'd be married, had kids, and I have a little girl, I didn't make a threat or anything like that. It was like, look, she's going to be in your care. Then you, man, God forbid anything ever happened, but please don't let me get a hold of you. That's my only life. Your kids are your life, man.
You create these beings. You create this life form. And unfortunately, some of you may not enjoy the process that it was made in, but I know about 95% of the world enjoys that process.
Yeah.
And guess what? Yeah. You create this beautiful little seed that later on can look ugly or could look beautiful, could be successful, or could be a loss to this world.
Yeah.
And you have to be responsible to create that child and raise it how you feel your moral compass or your moral values guide you to.
You know, it's even with my dog, man. Even with all my dogs in my past, when I see them like look off quickly, like it kicks in. I was like, I need to go find out what's wrong with you. Something ain't right with that feeling. You know what? You know what, Einstein? We need to call child services on Bob. He's neglecting his duties.
Oh, his doggies, man. Oh, Next time, I'm gonna make an overlay for that. I'm gonna make a police dog overlay, arresting Bob's SUV, and taking the dogs in custody on the bottom of the screen down here. It's gonna run across the bottom of the overlay like that. I'm gonna make one. Every time Bob leaves them in the car, that's where I'm gonna play for Miss Wolfpack. She got heartbroken the other day. They left him in the car. Oh, Moose. Moose was in the car. No, what are the dog's name again? Moose. What are they? The one that was in the car was whining, and the one at home could hear him and was looking around. And Miss Bob made a comment about that. And it was like, oh, she was saying her heart broke because she could hear him whining, and the other one's looking for him like, And Bob just left him in the car. Oh, you know what Bob's excuse was? Had air conditioning.
Damn.
It's like these white people saying they put a baby in the tent. It was under the shade. I don't know, Poxy. I don't know. What you think? What you think? Bob to get in trouble for it? Anyways, let's continue on. See what the rest of this subject is and see what's going on. Because
the mom ain't gonna like it. The mom's gonna fight.
Say what? What'd you say, Boxy?
The mom is not gonna like it. She's probably gonna fight.
Let's find out. That's the interesting part. They brought the dad out first, which was like very strategic. I like that. So let's continue.
This process work. So you take my wife and I,
Yep.
and then we go to the jail. I've
Yes.
never been arrested before, and so what?
Okay.
Like,
So you're gonna get booked in tonight.
okay,
Okay. Both of you guys, as far as I know, are getting charged with child neglect. Okay.
okay,
So you're going to get booked in. You're going to see a judge first thing in the morning at first appearance. He's going to set a bond for you guys. It's up to you guys to meet bond or not.
okay,
So we're going to let you have a conversation, see if you can get some family on the way. And then we're going to have you go in there, watch the kids, and we're going to talk to mom. Okay.
okay. Let me see who I can get this way.
All right. So same thing we're explaining to Brian. So as of right now, we're going to be taking you guys to the jail today, okay? You're going to be booked in at Walton County Jail. DCF is coming down. He already called his Department of Children and Families. Yeah, so they're fully prepared to make sure your kids are good. They're going to come here and stay with the kids until the family can get here. He said he's already called his dad. Someone else is going to stay. The Department of Children and Families, yes. So they're fully capable and they're prepared to stay with. They're just going to sit with them here.
I'm trying not to laugh, y'all. I'm really trying not to laugh. I really. This lady right here, this mother, this child neglector is going to now put the pity on, and this is sad. You left your child on a white beach at nearly 100-degree temperatures. And you're concerned who's watching your children or who's going to watch your children. All I can say is Epoxy, at least they're handling it the right way. Just saying. Let's continue on. Almost done.
Wherever they decide to take them. Okay. Just take a deep breath for me, okay? All right.
Is there any other option for one of us to stay back just until they arrive?
This is coming from higher than us.
Unfortunately not. That's not how it works. Department of Children and Families. At bare minimum, I just told him shoes, wallet. You can't bring a pump with you to the jail. They may talk to medical once you get there. They may have resources of whatever you need to do pumping wise, but you can't bring that stuff with you. You have to talk to the medical nurses once you get there. Okay?
Can I shower real quick?
No, because we're not gonna sit there and watch you in the shower the entire time you're doing that.
Oh, but in here. There's not time to shower.
I'm not saying there's not time. We're just not gonna sit here and watch you in the shower. Okay? Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna come in the room. Is that what you're saying?
We're gonna let you guys do your thing. I'm suggesting you don't go in the shower where we cannot see you and we don't know what you're doing. We're not going to do that. I understand you want to. It's just not something that we're going to do right now. Okay.
Can I just?
And now I'm starting to get pissed. Boy, I feel bad for this guy. I don't know what to say, because earlier in the video, one of the witnesses came over and talked to the police and said that he was yelling at the daughter. I think this guy's under a lot of stress and he's handling it okay, but this woman's fixing to ruin it for both of them, I think. I don't know. As far as I see, though, it is being handled the proper way. Nobody's running from the police. Nobody's causing damage. And I don't know. I think this is just a serious enough case as this other one that's going on right now. You know, this is a baby that was in the sun. Like, could have been lobster red. Could have been cooked. Parents, what are y'all doing these days? What's y'all's problem? June, did you fall into the back again? I apologize, man. I didn't see you fall in the back. I apologize. Go ahead, June. What do you think, man?
I mean, they're owning it. They're owning it. You know, we've all, anybody that has kids, never want to be labeled a bad parent, a parent that doesn't care. We've all done things where we know we neglected, but because nobody was around to tell you that you neglected, they simply they happen to get caught because it was a bunch at the beach. So, but it's still nonetheless, it's still very bad. Like, you just can't. You have to have some fuck. You have to have all the common fucking sense in the world, because it's a baby. It's not a toy.
Yeah, that's very true. So let me give Ink the quick rundown on what's going on. What happened is my title, I forget, parents negligence or somewhat. I forget what it's, something about negligence. The topic was going to start to comparisons of the two of a case that's publicly known right now, which is the young baby with the police officer shooting. And then I came across this today, which is two parents with 4 kids who have traveled from Texas to Florida to visit the beaches and enjoy vacation. And they left their baby in a little tent thing on the beach with all their stuff there for like an hour. The police were called after about 45 minutes. And now we're at the situation where they were down at the beach. And I'm only going to say this because I think it's important. They were talking to the husband and the wife at the time. They let them know that they were going to be either seeing charges or DCF was going to get immediately involved. And then the mother, they gave them an option to go up to the hotel room so this could be done in a cooler environment and, you know, less, you know, people seeing everything going on, which probably what the officers were thinking. And they asked if they could get the stuff. The lady wants to start off with, well, they're going to get sand in the bags. You know, this is after leaving your child unattended on a public beach in a little tent thing for an hour. The excuse was with the baby's nap time. The baby usually sleeps for 2 hours, and they went for a walk to come back to see the police officer surrounding the baby. Now to this, where the husband is making the calls and he is arranging everything. So the officers just told him that they are going to jail, and DCF has given them an option to watch the kids in the hotel room while somebody comes and gets here. The husband is handling that portion. Now they're talking to the wife. The wife is concerned about taking a shower because she's dirty. The wife is now concerned about the 4 kids. Who's going to watch them? The wife is concerned about breast pumps to be able to take to the police station. Husbands, tell your women to shut up and just agree. That's all I'm saying. What do you think, Epoxy? What do you think this is? What do you think?
What part?
Josh, hold on. I got you. I'll bring you up in just a second. And I'm in, Josh. I see you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
I mean, I don't. What part? The of the wife talking, or?
I'm at the point of the wife talking. Yes.
Oh, I mean, it's her kids. I mean, I think if they were really bad parents, I think they would find the kids in a very bad state of maybe malnourished, marks on them.
But
I don't know what their past is.
Let's hold on with that.
Pretty bad.
Hold on for that for a second, because now I'm not concerned about the well-being of the kids. The kids seem to be in okay health. They're okay. That's not the concern here. I'm talking about what she's compiling for herself for the case for the future for this. She's sitting here talking, and her concerns are taking a shower, carrying the breast pumps into the jail so she can pump for the baby for milk. She's concerned about who's going to be watching her 4 kids now after they left the baby on the beach for an hour. So she's not building a good case for herself, is what I'm more geared at. Like she's
not. Look, that situation could have been worse. It's not there. It didn't get there, thankfully. It's just going to be a simple child. And now, if this is the first time, it's going to be child services kicks in on them. It ain't going to be a case of like, oh, we're going to throw you in prison. I mean, it's again, if it's the first time. If this is the first time for them, and like it's only happened once in their entire life of them having all these children, okay, but I don't think he's gonna go as far as like they're gonna build up a case against them to like prison and then all this other stuff.
I know that. I know that they're not gonna try to build a case, but you know how the judicial system is, especially the prosecutor. Prosecutor wants to know you for everything, and the words that she's saying right now is probably gonna hurt her case.
Wait, when did this happen?
Let me look back real quick. This was done 8 days ago.
Okay, so you could probably look it up to see if they're in jail or if the family got reunited.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the way it's going right now, unless she gets hysterical.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already set the basis of it. You're going to jail tonight. You got to get booked in. You don't get to see a judge till first appearance in the morning. That's already done. They've already told him that. Now, at this point, the next move is to shut up, get the handcuffs, and let your husband deal with what's going on.
Yeah.
Like I said, when they go to compel, because they could literally pull all the children away from this family just for this one.
Yeah.
The prosecution's evil.
Yeah.
They think they're in for the safety and the better of the children when they come with their cases to the court.
Right.
So, Josh, are you there, boss?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
What do you think about this, sir?
I think it's relatively subjective based on culture. Here, let me explain what I mean. Take like the Baltic countries, Latvia, Norway, Lithuania, places like that, right? Really freaking cold. But within their culture, they do some weird stuff compared to what we, from our perspective. An example would be if you go to a coffee shop there, you'll find like a bunch of baby strollers in front. If you look into those baby strollers, they leave the babies obviously they're wrapped up, right? In sub-zero weather outside while they go inside for coffee. This idea of like how infants are cared for is very subjective, or I'm sorry, it's very relative to a culture. The concept of leaving a child alone for a nap, the only thing that really applies within the United States is our legal framework is very specific. You cannot leave a child unsupervised that doesn't have the capability for one, calling for help, aka like calling 911, and doesn't have the ability to articulate a phone number, like their own phone number, parents' phone number, or a physical address for where they live, right? There has to be some type of information that the child is able to retain and be able to articulate it to somebody that they're asking for help.
Right.
Basically is what the standard is within the United States. Now that's a little bit different for each state, but those are generally the concepts that are abided by. Whereas in most other countries, those things don't exist. So we have to be very careful when we talk about like what's normal for child rearing and things like that, right? It's very specific to us in our culture, not so much like a global concept. It's very much a cultural thing.
Which is understood, but this is actually in-house. This is the United States. It's from San Antonio, Texas to Walton County, Florida. So it's in-house. So everything that I think we're talking about applies to that situation. I understand where you're going for as far as globally, because yes, the rest of the world and the safety of children in certain locations or certain regions is unbelievable. You can leave them unattended. You can do things, and like you said, they'll leave them outside in that sub below, go right inside, have the hot warm coffee, come back, go about their business to the next door. You know.
Right. So I think the concept of, and I hate to say this, but I think our legal system is either neglect or abandonment, right? We don't call it actually abuse, right? Because that's too vague. So like the legal claim, and you'd have to look it up. You said this was this in the state of Texas?
No, they're from San Antonio, Texas, and they went on vacation to Walton County, Florida, to a beach down there. So.
All right. Just out of curiosity, did they leave like an umbrella out there or something like that, like a tent thing, and then leave the kid underneath of it?
Let me pull that up so you guys can see. I'll come back and no.
I'm back.
Sorry. There we go.
I'm slightly curious as to how they left the child, right? Like what conditions did they leave the child in?
And, this is where it got crazy for me.
I left them in a little like toddler tent on the sand. No umbrella, no nothing, no sunscreen, no nothing.
No guardian. It's that part. Unless they're trying to sell that baby body parts on the low, because that's
So right
all.
here-
Was all their stuff still down here?
A bunch of it still down there.
What up, Juan?
I muted it so we could talk while they're doing this. So
Yeah.
See, that's the motherly instinct you got, Naze. You're gonna be a great
Right
mom.
here.
I can feel your hand. I feel it.
I listen. Look, I don't plan on being. I'm just someone with common sense and a heart. That's all.
Yeah. So, Josh, this is the scene of the crime, as we put it. Right here in the center, you have the little polyester tent. This is their stuff. Right here's an umbrella. You have 2 chairs.
Was the baby inside the tent?
The baby was inside the tent for an hour, 45 minutes, alone, unattended.
All right. How did the officers find the parents? Right. I'm imagining if we're looking at like Florida villas, right? Like there's a shitload of hotels.
They walked back. They went 30 minutes down and then came back or whatever, however long it takes for an hour to walk there and back. So if you divide it in half, whatever it is.
This is going to actually be a hard case to prosecute.
Yep, I agree. I know why.
For like 30 minutes, yeah, this one's gonna be a little bit. Keep in mind, it's abnormal, right? Walking the beaches of Florida, you're not gonna find infants laying around on the beach, right? Like alone, right? Like without their parents. Now there might be some distance between them, right? There might actually be 50, 60 yards between them, right? But generally, like the idea of like leaving the beach itself, that's usually very uncommon. But this will actually be a more difficult case to prosecute.
Now, what do you mean as far as that? Because I mean, they walked down the beach where they weren't even able to be seen by the people.
Because you can actually lay claim that it's not enough time to constitute neglect or abandonment. This is like where the laws become really specific.
Yeah, Florida has specific laws with child neglect.
Yes. Yeah. They have some nasty ones, right?
It happened in Florida. So they're going to have to deal with the harshest DCF laws that are around.
I don't know. Texas is pretty rough too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You'd have to. What was the exact charge, if I may ask?
Right. They were just getting to that point. They said So far they told them that they would be either taken to jail or they would be taken to the hotel and DCF would come deal with them. They haven't really basically been charged yet.
Off the top of my head, I would say that this is actually a little bit more difficult to prosecute. I'll give you like a scenario, right? Say your infant, 6 months old, right, is on the beach sleeping, right? The kid's in a tent, stroller, whatever the hell, you put your kid in kind of thing, right? And you go off to the bathroom, right? Usually just run back to your hotel. It's actually really something like that scenario is actually very common, right? So now they're going to have to investigate as to why they went back to the, hotel room, blah, 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 that kind of bullshit. It's actually not a cut and dry case.
Under the state of Florida, neglect comes after 15 minutes.
Oh, so they did define it for 15 minutes, right? Well, that's good.
Florida has defined it for 15 minutes. So now I'm not too sure about this. I'm going to say I have probably an 80% accuracy on this portion of the law. But now if you drive to a store and are able to see the child through the windows of the store.
Yeah, like a convenience store, right? Yeah, like you can see the glass. Yeah, it's not as easy as a cut and dry case. Right. But if the law in Florida says 15 minutes, right, they're just going to have to argue it out and justify it out.
Yeah.
Which, strangely enough, is as nasty as this sounds, can be done.
If you got a good lawyer, it can be done.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I don't think mommy's not going to get crucified here. That's absolutely not going to happen.
Well, I'm not saying that she's going to get crucified. I'm saying it's hurting their case, worrying about these other things. Now, like I said, here from this point on, earlier in the video, when they do catch up with them and they're in one of the little bungalow things or whatever that's got a roof on it, they're sitting there talking to them and talking about getting their stuff, and that they can't go back and get it. They'll just have security pick him up. And the first thing the mom says is, well, we just don't want them to drag it in the sand and get sand in it. Like she's showing no kinds of remorse or anything that what she did was wrong. As far as
but she is showing concern, like the concept with the breast pump and things like that.
Yes.
One could argue, and again, it depends, right? Like this is what a lawyer's job is to do, right? One could argue, right, like that is showing concern for the baby. It's weird shit, right? Yeah. Don't drag my kid's stuff through the sand, right? Getting sand through it, right? That it could be argued that way. I think it's a little bit more nuanced, right? But I do agree, like as a general rule, and I'll tell you this as a federal officer myself, that the last thing you should ever do is talk to cops for any reason whatsoever. It's just a very good general rule to have. Do I think half of what she said could be used against her? Probably not.
I don't know. As a parent, I see a little different because my concern is on my children, man.
Well, now, as a parent, as a parent, right? It's a little bit different story, right? Because I don't think you can. Well, I'm from Florida, right? You're not walking down the beach and finding infants laying on the sand by themselves, and mom nowhere to be found, right? Or at least a sibling or somebody of that can actually care about the kid
in the water. I mean, not being wrong, but they literally could have had a situation where someone got took out in the water and nobody knows, and then that baby's there for everybody itself. So there's a lot of what is, but this is Florida, so
it is an abnormal situation to have no type of supervision somewhere around on the beach somewhere.
Yeah.
But again, this is I don't know. I don't think it's such a cut and dry case.
I don't think so either. And I like the thing that I don't think it's going to get cut and dry is because how they are dealing with the situation. They are handling it the way situations should be handled. And that was one of the comparisons that I was making today about, the situation. Unfortunately, this was white people, but, the other situations with a black lady and her child. But the comparison to me is more about how people act and react when they're dealing with the police situation in these negligent ways with their children.
Oh no. If the law states like 15 minutes, that kind of thing, right? The cops is only really got one job to do, and that's to arrest based on the were you gone for more than 15 minutes? If somebody says yes, boom, you're getting arrested, you're going down, you're getting booked. You'll get bonded out, right? And shit like that, right? This isn't a really this isn't like some super crime or anything, right? But that's what the cop's job is.
Yep.
What the cop's job is and how society see it are usually two very different things.
That's honestly a true statement because, like I said, I'm one of them people.
I'm more curious. Do the officers like how did they come about this knowledge? Like, so here's an example, right? So you get a 911 call, right? Baby abandoned on the beach, right? That's what I would think, how it would come across the radio, right? Cop shows up, right? And how does the cop know that the baby is abandoned, right? Did mommy and daddy go off to the bathroom or some shit, right? Like, the cop is just going to sit there. Then the question is how would a cop know that law as abandoned for 15 minutes? I'm sure they're on the phone with their supervisors trying to figure out what the hell they're supposed to do. So I'd imagine from that perspective, very chaotic.
Right. So,
which I will agree with you. We go back to that point when they start questioning mom, right? Mom should shut her mouth because 100%. If you don't know what those laws are, right? Like, obviously, if the law says 15 minutes, right? You'd best be like, well, I was only going to be gone for 10 minutes or something, right? And you say 30 minutes or something like that, or the baby's going to sleep for 2 hours. That's kind of setting up for you to get arrested or get charged.
They explained that to him on here, Josh, too, that the 15-minute thing, I do believe I heard that. Them explaining that to him because they said that and further than that because it was more than 15 minutes, now it's a negligence. Now, the reason and how these officers came upon here and how they found out all this information, there was a gentleman and a lady just to the right over here, somewhere's over here on this side, an older lady and gentleman who had arrived 45 minutes earlier at like 11:15. Okay, at 11:15, they arrived, they got there, sat down. They didn't realize the baby was here until the baby started hollering because it had pissed his pants and it was hot. So the officers asked a lot of these people here information to see how long they were gone. People also went down the beach to try to find them.
Right. Has it been determined exactly how long the child was alone? Has any of the officers said about how long that was so far?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. They have conducted the investigation so far. There's a witness over here to the right in one of these chairs. They said they had sat down at 11:15 on the beach and didn't see anybody sitting around the baby the whole time until the baby started screaming and hollering. And then other people were drawn to the baby and found out that there's a baby in the tent by itself. So that's how the cops were able to determine the time length.
Yeah.
Plus,
how long was that time? How long was that time?
They say like 45 minutes.
12:04.
45 minutes? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking. Didn't they say 45 minutes?
No, it actually was more. Because at the time it was 11:15 to 12:04 when the parents started walking back when they arrived on scene. So the couple that's sitting to the right over here sat down at 11:15, started to enjoy their day. They didn't see anybody around the baby. Cops were called at 12:04. The family comes returning back, walking down the beach. Sees that officers are around their baby. That's the scenario.
Yeah. It's not a cut and dry case, but if the law says 15 minutes, right, and this is just short of an hour, this is it. They're gonna get dragged in the court. Like the judge is gonna be like, look, you can't just be leaving your kid willy-nilly out on the beach, right? At the very least, it's gonna be a humiliation, like a lot of humiliation.
Yeah.
Having a grown man sit behind a bench and call you a piece of shit.
Yeah, this guy could be a manager. This guy could be an important, businessman somewheres. And now he has to deal with this type of shit in Florida. I keep on telling people.
This is gonna be a little bit wild, to be honest with you. I'd actually, if you can, right, find out what their court date is and see if you can do a stream on that. see if there's transcripts or something, because I would
I'm
love
gonna
to be a
try
fly
because
on the wall.
This is pretty neat to me because I just found this. So this happened 8 days ago. So I look back and the videos will post. This posted was posted 8 days ago. So it could have been prior to that. It could have been, I don't know how long, because they said they were there for the fall. I heard the husband say something there for the fall season. So it could have been last fall. And
All right.
I just seen it. So
Florida has criminal records. Pretty much anything that has anything to do with police department or emergency responses is public access. So we should be able to dig up some names. I would be very interested in the court transcripts for this.
Oh, they got their names on here too. They got their names on here. So finding their names is really easy. We know they're from San Antonio, Texas.
Just whatever county it is. We can do a county search, but I definitely want to do a court transcript and show on
Walton County, Florida, and their names are. Let me see where they come up because they. Let me pause this real quick because they identify who they are as they walk up. Is that him? Yeah, that's him. So,
just out of curiosity, is it just a mom and a grandma, or is it mom and dad?
No, it's a husband, a wife, and 4 kids.
Wait, they took the husband and the wife and the 4 kids were like, I guess, on the beach, and they all went back to it, and it was just a baby on the beach?
Okay, so let me explain the scenario. They came on vacation. A family of 6 came on vacation. 4 kids, a husband, and a wife. From San Antonio, Texas to Walton County, Florida. They're on the beach. It was the baby's nap time, as the husband stated. So they decided to take a walk because the baby usually sleeps for 2 hours.
Right.
The husband stated. They walked off, came back an hour later, well, at 12:04. They left at 11:15, somewhere around there. Probably could have been prior to that, as far as minutes wise. But we know that there was an account for a couple being sitting close to the baby area. That they arrived at 11:15. They stated that to the officers. The family is now coming back at 12:04.
What I'm asking is did obviously mom and dad walked off? Did the children, the other 3 kids, did they walk off too?
Yes, they went with them.
Okay, so
That
now
is very different.
that's where they're going to get hung, right? Because it's not like a lack of resources, right? It's you just really took the entire family and let it. Now they're going to get crucified a little bit.
So now you see why I'm telling you the wife needs to shut up, because she's worried about breast pumps. She's worried about taking a shower. She's worried about who's going to watch my children now. She's hanging herself way worse. As far as how it's going. So everybody's caught up.
You could make an argument that mom and dad basically had to go pee, right? But if you've got other kids that are available, and then all of the other kids, but this is where it gets a little like it just gets to be like a really bad decision from a parent.
Right. Let me replay this part, Josh, because this is where the father comes up and then they identify who they are.
Got it.
Well, let me turn the volume up.
Completely unsupervised. The parents walked off with their 3 other kids and apparently haven't been back in probably close to an hour.
That better? That's better. You got a very full diaper. I can feel it.
Yeah. I think the couple was arguing because when I was doing my walk, you know, I noticed them over here, and he was yelling and screaming at.
Oh, we just spit up. Oh, sorry. No, you're okay. No, I'm used to it. I'm a mom. When you, she trades you.
spit up on me too.
Right here.
How's it going, y'all? Deputy Lovejoy and Deputy Newsom with the Sheriff's Office.
Yeah.
Deputy Lovejoy and Deputy Newsom with the Sheriff's Office.
Police identify the couple seen here as 40-year-old Brian Wilk.
Brian what?
Brian, it's right there on it. Brian Wilk, age 40, and Sarah Wilkes, age 37.
Wow.
So listen to what he says to the officers, Josh.
Yeah. What county is this again?
Walton County, Florida.
Got it. I can look it up.
Yes, sir. So here we go. Listen to what they say.
And 37-year-old Sarah Wilkes.
They confessed to the
Texas
crime.
natives on vacation.
That's us.
So we're getting a call out here because
no,
your infant was left.
She was crying.
Yeah.
Josh. This man goes, "Oh no, she was crying."
And she wasn't.
Yes, she was. She was crying earlier when the people had noticed her. So after the baby was sitting there for a while, I guess the baby woke up, was soiled in her diaper, and was screaming and crying. That's when people noticed there was a baby in the little tent. So at this point, this is where we're at. And this is why I find it so odd that they came in here nonchalant. And the first thing he said is, "Oh, she was crying?" Here we go.
Okay.
Apparently you guys have been gone almost an hour.
Okay. We lost track of time. Sorry about that.
You lost track of time?
Yes, sir.
With a
did.
baby.
She naps during this time.
I understand you have more kids.
I
but
understand. She naps during this time.
You're on it?
I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Do you guys have your IDs?
I don't. You want me to go up to the room and get it for you?
We'll get all the stuff down here.
Okay.
Hey, no, ma'am.
Stay here.
He's in our custody right now.
Okay.
She is in our custody right now.
Okay.
That's fine. You can stand over here, okay? You guys are both detained at this point.
Okay.
Okay. So let's round up wherever the other two kids are and make sure all the kids are in one spot.
Here, buddy. Okay. Let me get my other two kids.
Because this is a big issue. Okay.
Okay.
All right, if they just want to have a seat, I just need to talk to both of you real quick, okay?
Okay. Guys, can you sit right here for these nice people? Okay. Thank you. Deputy Newton, can I read you off? Okay.
All right, so at this point, I have to read you guys Miranda, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you have the right to remain silent.
The officer finishes reading the parents their Miranda rights before questioning continues.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
I'm sorry?
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
I'm okay talking, and then if you feel uncomfortable, we'll let you know when we want to stop.
That's completely fine. So what's going on?
The correct answer is no.
That's where I'm at. I mean, the correct answer is no.
He already confessed to the crime.
They already ran too much when they said they oh, my bad, or she was crying.
I forgot. I lost track of time, and then the wife said we have other kids. So they both confessed to the crime.
So this is really
now.
more
Let's
of a
just dig our holes deeper, shall we?
This is really a cut and dry case by what they're doing, and the whole thing was Dennis. I'm rising to the way the two situations were handled. We have one accused of shoplifting. We're not sure yet whether she was shoplifting or not, and in that process, ran from the police, ran into cars, assumingly almost or whatever, ran into an officer, which then the officer shot back. Now a child is lost in that situation where many crimes were committed. And the dangers in that one happening where these people did neglect to a child as well, left the child on the beach for 45 minutes or more. And the situation is being handled in two different situations, scenarios, and styles. And that's what the gear of this little show was for today. Because this is, even though they committed, I think, a heinous crime, leaving a child in the baking sun for 45 minutes or so, this is pretty bad. And yet they are going along with the situation. The scenario has fallen just the way it's supposed to, and they now are going to jail. So with no fight, nobody passed away, no police officers had to pull firearms. There was no actions other than, okay, let's talk more and give more evidence up for the police can, prosecute us even more. I don't know, man. This whole shit's being talked about with everything going on. To me, it's more about the neglect for the children. You know, how can people just use their child as a shield? How can you just leave your child in the baking sun? And how can you tell somebody, it's okay, I'll just create another one? These are the things I don't understand about humanity.
Yeah, this happened on shit. Is it October? Vietnam got me doing the dates reverse. It's either October or November. Oh yeah, October of 2025.
Yep, just last fall. Nobody talked about this. Nobody said nothing about this, bro. This is the first time I've heard about this, and this was dropped 8 days ago.
Wait, okay, yeah, okay. I say dropped 8 days. I was like, wait, the charges.
The video just dropped 8 days ago. This one that I'm replaying just dropped 8 days ago, and it just popped in my feed just today. It's just weird how certain things get swept under the rug, you know? You got.
Holy shit. Yeah, I'm looking up the charges. Oh, I posted the arrest thing in the back. I'm looking for the court case, but I try to find it. I'm looking the charge up right now, and shit, man. So the maximum you can get is 5 years in prison, 5 years of probation, and a $5,000 fine. That's the maximum.
No, that's a felony. This is without bodily harm.
Yeah, this is without bodily harm is a third-degree felony in the state of Florida.
First degree misdemeanor.
Without great bodily harm is what they got charged with.
Yeah, the felonies with harm.
Yeah.
Aggravated.
This says what is it?
Statute.
Crime class is felony.
Yeah, statute 827.
This is a misdemeanor.
No,
not the state of Florida.
Yes.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. Florida don't play around with kids. When it comes down,
I know the Florida statute. It's a misdemeanor. It's 1 year or a fine.
Hold up, we're reading it right
now. You guys are talking about aggravated child abuse. Is the third degree felony? This is negligence.
But that's what I'm telling you. Here, I'm looking at the arrest, the inmate details. Brian David Walkins, demographic, got his information. He's from Houston, Texas. Set bond date was 10/10. Release date was 10/11. Charge description: neglect child without great bodily harm. 1 count. Bond posted. Crime class felony. Arresting agency: Walton County Sheriff's Office. Case tracking agency: Walton County Sheriff's Office. Attempt, commit, it's committed, and the bond number is 2025-00002775.
Yeah,
he got charged with felony.
That's because the category is a felony. 82703 is a felony. Without bodily harm is a misdemeanor. The subsection of that chapter.
I'll have to look into that because I'm just going by what his arrest report is here. I'm not going to dox the guy completely. He's just.
Do they have a background? Like, do they have like a history of?
I don't think so. They don't look like they do, bro.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I get it. I get what happened, but it's still a major screw up by parents by doing that. But I'm like, it's not something that is going to get the kids taken away.
In Florida, it will. In Florida, it will, bro. In Florida,
No.
it will. Yeah, okay.
Well, during the pretrial process, yes. I mean, they're going to take the kid into custody now.
Well, no. They're not right now. They're lucky because DCF gave them an option for them to call a loved one and come from wherever to the hotel.
From
and
Texas?
pick up the kids. Yes, from Texas. So DCF is willing to have employees or agents stay at the hotel with the 4 kids while transportation comes to get them. It said 9 hours of somebody.
Yeah, that's DCF custody. Because these people are not going to be on that beach for 9 hours. They're going to jail.
No, they're not. They're going to jail, but DCF's going to stay at the hotel. They gave them this option. They gave them a
And
great
take the
option.
kid into custody
Yep.
until family members can come get the child.
Yep, and that's it. So that way they don't have to take them to a foster home or anything like that tonight, or put them in
I don't think the kids are get taken away.
a detention center. So they're giving them the option to do it correctly, which is nice. That they're not going to lose their kids completely as of right now. We don't know. We'll
I
find
think
out
if they have
more.
family that came and picked them up, I don't think they're gonna get them taken away.
No.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm just glad that that baby didn't pass away or nothing happened.
It's fun. I'm just like, I want to see if they go. They let her put on a shirt and they let him walk down, and now they arrested him. And that's it. So they did give him the option, and they did post their mugs shots. That's their mug shots.
Yeah, so both parents were arrested and charged with child neglect without great bodily harm, a first-degree misdemeanor in Florida. They were each held in a $1,000 bond and released from jail the following day. Immediately, the DCF immediately took temporary custody of all 4 children. The children were released to relatives traveling from Texas once they arrived. The parents were ordered to have no contact with the infant during the pretrial process.
Damn!
That's crazy, Joey.
They weren't even allowed to see their child?
Crazy.
Not the one they abused, no.
Yeah.
Not until that's resolved in the courts.
Damn.
The initial court date was scheduled for November 18, 2025. Following the arrest, it was reported that Sarah Wilkes, who was a regional president for a healthcare group at U.S. Heart and Vascular in Houston, was no longer employed by the company, and her profile was removed from their website. Brian Wilkes also reportedly removed his professional online profiles.
It takes that much.
While the infant was found to be physically unharmed with normal vitals, the Walton County Sheriff's Office emphasized that the parents' actions created substantial risk to the child's life due to the heat and inability of the infant to seek help, justifying the criminal charges. As of today, there is no public record of a final court ruling or verdict. The last available updates indicates the case is still pending in the legal system.
Okay, we're going to try to find out and follow this case.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm going to try to follow this case. So now that I got
What is the
information on it-
dumbest shit? You would think there's some Gen Zers just moving goofy for the day. They're not. And the fact that common sense didn't reach their door, it annoys me.
Well, not even have a common sense to shut your mouth.
I think there's a deeper psychology there.
Is that what, Dennison?
There's a deeper psychology there.
Must
You don't
be.
leave a 6-month unattended anywhere.
Yeah.
This is there's some kind of resentment for that child, but for the whole family. I would even suspect they pass it on to their other children.
Yeah, I kind of thought she didn't want the baby, so whatever happens to the baby just happens. Because who would do that?
Yeah.
There's too much.
Yeah, and you think they-
harvesting happening? Like, you don't do that. It's not like they're foreigners. They came from Texas. They know how hot it gets. So why are they acting dumb? But then again, like you said,
They
Dan,
know how hot it gets, and they know that people would snatch a fucking baby up.
right?
That's what I said earlier. I said that early. Somebody could have been walking down the beach and just noticed the baby without nobody knowing who his parents is. Those
Oh,
people
was she
could have
crying?
and been gone. Been gone.
Oh, did she start crying?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, the baby did start crying. Don't know what
And
to call it.
it's a female baby too. Imagine a father. That's how he talks about his female baby. Get the fuck out of here. No, these people got other problems.
You ain't lying.
I think
Well,
they
one
just
of the
want to live their
witnesses
best
said that
life, and which is
One of the witnesses did say that the man was yelling at the daughter. So there could be more deeper issues than this, and maybe DCF really needs to get involved and see what's up.
Even a fucking 6-year-old kid have a 6-year-old, right? Even the 6-year-old and the 5-year-old should be like, "Where's Vanessa?" or whatever the kid's name is, right? Like, you got Like they're passing this resentment on to the other children, in my opinion. This baby's like treated like some kind of an outcast. You don't just leave a baby on a beach for an hour. Nobody does that, not unless you're sick in the head.
Can you do me a favor? In the back chat is the clerk report. You can either do when that page loads, because I have to load up a proxy to be able to get to it, because Vietnam. Go to that link down at the bottom. You'll have to click accept and see if a page loads up that allows you to do a search. You can do a search by name. We don't have a case number. We do have a docket number. I can post that docket number, and it is a felony charge. It's a 3rd degree felony.
I got last name, first name, business name, docket number. Oh, where's the docket number? I don't see.
There's the docket number in the back. Docket numbers in the back chat.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me move this over here.
And I'm pretty sure they've already gone through arraignment. So I just, whatever the status is.
Well, let me see, because it says year, court type. No, not
year would
that.
be 2025. That's what that docket number is. The 25 is the year. The CF stands for criminal felony, and then 806 is the number.
Right, but all I got here is last name, first name.
Oh, okay, do a search by the name then.
Let me go back to that and click on that, because I forgot where it was. That was private chat. That's Brian David Wilkes. No match is found.
What? No way in hell.
Last name Wilkes. I might have to do because I missed the middle name. My bad.
You know how to search it up, my son. You've been in jail before.
Yeah, one time. Why are you saying successful and then not showing me anything? Yeah, Brian David Wilkes is not coming up on anything I see. No business name, but I'm in that Bolton County search. Court type, criminal, traffic, misdemeanor,
felony, criminal,
and search. Still nothing. It's not coming up with anything.
Make sure the year is in there. And does it have a docket number, or does it have like a docket sequence?
It says date, case filed down below, and it has from, to, social security number, date of birth. That's all it has on here.
Date of birth would be.
Hold on, let me just do this. Hold on, so you can see what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Date of birth would be 09/22/1985.
Oh, can I get in trouble for showing this?
No, it's public record.
No.
Okay, good. Just making sure. So I got Wilkes, Brian David. Case date was filed when again? 10/11, I think that was.
Just type in
10/10/25.
Yeah. You just do a search for the month, see what pops up. We don't have social security number, but the date of birth is definitely on the arrest info.
Looking for social, not on here. Booking history, serial, subject number, none.
Can't go by booking.
Booking history is a complete number, but they don't have that on here. All they have is social security card of birth, date of birth, and it was 9/2/25, 9/22/25. Jesus. Hold on.
And I would check all of those boxes on the right if you can.
1985, I said. Yeah. 922.
No, don't check any. That way it includes all.
Oh, it does? It works that way? No.
Yeah. Usually it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bringing up anything under him. And I got it filled out with Brian David. It's middle initial probably since. Let's go with the D. Let's see if that's a difference because I don't see anything where it's searching anything up in there.
Can you click more than one on that right corner?
Yeah, you can click all of them.
Click them all. Click them all.
If you're clicking one, that's why you're not getting results.
No, I had them non-clicked. Still required for here. Let me show you what it's doing. Well, you guys can see it right there. I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, so
I'm not looking.
His
Remove
name.
Yeah.
I got his from. I got the date of birth. Everything checked off, and I hit just successful for the cloud. Oh man, don't know that shit. Search, nothing. Success.
Okay, let's just look up Sarah Wilkes just for shits and giggles.
That's SARAH, or how's that one spelled? Females spell this shit different sometimes. Oh no, I'm saying it wrong. Not her.
Here's the wife's booking information. We can try that way.
SARAH. It's 9/16/88.
It is Walton County, Florida, right?
Yeah, that's where they got arrested. And it says right here, inmate inquiries, Sarah Wilkins.
Oh, okay. So the date. Unfortunately, here's the problem, right? So you have to have a minimum range of a date. So put the from and to.
Oh shit, then that's why. So 10/10/10/. No matches found.
God damn it. Okay, so just try the wife's information. Maybe that'll show.
That's what I did. I did the wife's information. I did the booking date, her birthday. Oh wait, that's why I did the wrong birthday. /16/1988.
I can't believe they don't have a docket number on this fucker shit.
No matches.
Scroll up. What's those tabs say? Person search, case search.
Oh, punishable. Okay.
Sequence number.
Fuck, I don't know.
Identifiers, branch location.
Yeah, I don't know that one. God damn it. Let me see if I can find a case number.
All right.
That's really what we need. And it's not on the booking information.
Unfortunately, it doesn't even have a case number here for anything you.
What are you guys looking for?
We want the case information.
We want update. We want update on what's going on. So we're on a little mission to find an update. Let me make a phone call.
Oh, there aren't any. I just read it to you. There aren't any.
Yeah. But like, there's no other filing other than those that we just seen. That I mean, can I put that? No,
Not that have been released publicly.
It's public record, so I can release them. Yeah. I can.
But there haven't been any other public records released on the trial.
Yeah, no public releases.
Given the bond that was provided, they're probably going through some kind of deferment program.
Got it.
Well, there's
Here's
a
the
bond
case
and no
number.
information. They'll probably get it. Here in the state of Florida, we have something. I don't know if they have it everywhere else either, but adjudication withheld. I don't know if you guys. I'm pretty sure you guys are smart and know that, but adjudication withheld, basically, it can be swept under
I
the
got
rug
it.
and not pleading guilty.
Here's a case number.
Yeah, oh, I seen that case number because there's one right here for this guy. On his, he's got.
Is it on
4-4.
his?
It's on both of theirs. Look under where it says booking history, under the links for both their inmate inquiries. It says booking 2025-0004-4439 for him. Or just 3.
That's a booking. That's not an actual case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay then.
What I posted in the back chat is their book or is the case number.
But that's like the
That's
same
a
number.
booking.
As this. That's a booking number.
No, because their booking number is
case
her
number?
booking number. Yeah, that's her
Case number is going to be way longer than that.
No, that's her case number.
Then his
Her
case number
booking
would look like
number-
this.
Yeah, her booking number's different.
What number is her booking number?
Wait, that one's the bond number.
There's a docket number here. That helps.
That would help. Do you have a docket number?
Yeah, that's the case number.
F 25C F 806.
That's a case number.
It's in the private
Almost. You need a date in there.
2025. That right there with the booking number, it would be the case altogether.
It's not long enough though.
CF 25 is the year. CF is the criminal felony. Docket number is 806 on the schedule. That's what it is. So it's 25 CF 806.
That looks like the beginning of a case number.
The case. Well, that's the only thing I see on here. There's nothing else. There's no sentence date. And there's a bond.
All right, what are you guys trying to find again?
The case number.
Okay, why?
Because I'm trying to look it up.
Yeah.
Look what up?
Josh is trying to look up
The
the case.
Court case.
Yeah. He wants to see documents on it. He wants to see what transactions, if any, are anything like that to be released.
Obviously, by now there would be some type of pretrial arraignment. There would be something in here.
Yeah.
The idea that
It said that in the other thing that you pasted.
Which one?
The first thing that he put on the screen.
No, that's an inmate inquiry. This is just booking information.
Yeah, this says inmate details. Sarah Wilkins, demographic information, got name, subject number, date of birth, age, gender, height, weight, address, aliases. Underneath that, it has booking history. Then it has booking 2025 or 2025-00004438. The booking date, the release date, schedule release date, total bond amount, total bail amount. So she didn't have to pay a bond. Huh?
No, there was something that he put. He gave a link to where Homeboy's case was, and I clicked it, and I saw his case won't be over until he completes his version.
Right. They both have $1,000 bond, and they're both posted currently. Their current status is they're out on bond.
Yeah,
And
they're
both of
released
their
on the
bond-
next day.
Yeah, and both of their bonds were $1,000.
Yeah, it says posted both 1,000. But it's funny because over under the
That's
booking
not-
where it says, hold on one second. Let me answer this.
I saw that they had a pretrial status in there. What is it that you're trying to figure out?
Whatever. What the fuck? Court date contact.
What is it you're trying to find out?
Anything I can about the court case.
Okay.
And it looks like they want you to fill out a goddamn packet form and fax it in.
You should be able to do it online with an email.
I would think so too.
Yeah, and there's nothing on the case at all. Nothing. There's nothing anymore. I see.
I'll find it. I'll find it.
Well, you got the links for both their booking. That should be enough information to find anything that you need to find on them.
Walton Clerk, Florida. Hold on.
Did I hear about this before? I think I heard about this before, honestly.
Retrial diversion. Yeah. So that's going to be ongoing for probably like
can
a
you,
year.
Yeah, can you post the link? You said it was pre-trial?
I don't know if the link is going to transfer over. I can give you the document.
Oh, that'll work. Just post that, or just send that to Einstein so he can take a look at it.
No, I understood that. What back? I understood what he was saying. I thought I was trying to. We were just communicating.
Does it have a date on it as a like an ending date or a buy date or a
There's
completion date?
there's not going to be an ending date. It's going to be like a year or something. Here, let me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Judge assignment, sentences, financial summary, dockets. Okay. Case disposition filed. Case continued. Disposition given to attorney in open court. Deferred prosecution agreement filed. Defendant must have no new law violations within 12 months. May terminate at 6 months as long as there are no new law violations and all conditions are met. Defendant waives rights to speedy trial. Waives speedy trial. 1,000 fines and costs. 25 hours community service. No buyout option. $100 cost of prosecution. $150 crimes against children fee. Oh, it only costs $150 to abuse a child in Florida. How about that? Attend and successfully complete parenting class.
Wow.
Barred from Walton County, Florida. Wow. Barred from Walton County, Florida.
I told you.
State will file. State will file a no pro upon completion of conditions. If conditions are not met, state will proceed with prosecution. Case closed. Sentence imposed. Assessment assessed at $1,100. $151. Disposition given to clerk. Finance for payment of bond. Payment received. $1,251. And that's it.
That's their total fines and fees. Wait, that's just one of them, right? That's not both of them?
No, it has to be.
Well, that's Brian.
Okay, yeah. So just imagine probably the same thing. You can think about it, right? Because it's all that pretrial. Pretrial was okay. So that was all of that times two, right? Because you can just assume the same number is being applied to the other person, right? So the husband and the wife, and that will be both of their collective total fees or fines and fees, right? And then They said up to, okay, I think a year is probably average, right? So if they don't get in any trouble and they comply with all the other requirements, right, the case just goes away, meaning no felony record, probably.
Hers was the same on the same day.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they got. I mean, I think that's justice. The best part about it is they got banned from Walton County, Florida.
No, that's actually, believe it or not, that's actually kind of standard for Florida. Commit a crime and you like live out of town or whatever. Yeah, you can.
They don't want you back in that
don't
county.
come back here. Yeah.
So now
It's
they
also
have to make different means to get across Florida now.
Well, no,
Right?
it's actually not strictly enforced, right? It's you get busted by picking up a new charge in that town,
Right.
or like in
So
that
you're
county.
saying, in that case, you're saying, so after it's all over, a year or two down the line, they could drive through the county as long as they don't get in trouble while in that county, they won't get charged again? Because if they break that law, or they violate going to that county, that means all the charges can be brought back on them.
It's not like a trespassing warrant, right? Like a trespassing charge, right? So it's not in the system like that. It usually has to be the case that they have to open up a docket and a judge looks at it and says, oh, well, you weren't supposed to be in the county. And I don't know what they do. They probably throw extra fine at you, to be honest with you. But it is generally common of don't come back to the county kind of concept. It just doesn't have the same weight as like a trespassing warrant or something like that, where they can throw you in jail kind of thing.
I keep on telling them, though. I keep on telling them, Josh. I keep on telling them, don't bring your effery to Florida. I'm telling them.
Oh, Florida's got some really weird shit. Like, an example would be like the sex offenders list, right? There are actually a lot of towns within Florida, not counties, but townships that will ban residency. They'll just say, if you're on that database, you cannot reside in this township. I've never seen one for a county, but I've seen it. They've got a lot of things where they're just like, fuck it, you can't be here. But Florida's definitely all about getting fines and fees. Like that's what. Den, what did that total up on that one?
It was a $1,200, I think, plus community service.
All right. What was this community service? 25 hours?
25 hours. Yeah.
So basically, as long as they don't do anything else, right? Don't pick up another court case, right? They're effectively just going to serve community service, pay fine and fee, right? And no criminal conviction.
And I'm pretty sure DCF will be in their life for at least a year.
Yeah, that might be whatever those conditions are, right? But that'll be in that whatever that diversion program. Those are actually very common.
Yep.
So it's kind of a way of saying you're going to go to court, right? But we're just going to basically, this is all of the stuff you're going to get punished for, but no criminal record, and it's just basically fines and fees. I call it a cattle factory court system.
I didn't hear no withheld adjudication, so that may be hence why Brian has now taken his social, his professional shit down offline, because
the withheld adjudication, that ruling comes as you complete whatever that deferred program is. Like all of the things that he listed off, whatever Dennison listed off.
As long as you complete those, the withheld adjudication will stick and everything will get pushed under the rug. It should not come up as anything on your record anymore, but we know how the judicial system is, and the police are as far as communicating these things state to state, city to city, county to county. So yeah, I mean, listen, I had a warrant for my arrest for some guy who did something in Pennsylvania who was using my information, but yet his birthday was totally different and his photo on his ID was different. An older black man had my information somehow, and he was using it. I have to walk around with a piece of paper or a document stating, hey, look, this isn't the guy that's up in Pennsylvania. Don't mess with him. He's not the guy. He's not the guy, basically. So
Dennison was a little bit spot on here, right? So effectively speaking, now keep in mind, right, if it was just one person, to be able to leave your child on a beach, it's going to cost you roughly about $1,200 in court fees. total, right? And 25, I guess 25 hours community service.
First time though. First time offender.
Well, yeah, but that's usually common for deferred action, right? Your first time, if they look you up and don't find anything, they usually kind of offer that, as long as it's not a horrible crime like murder or something.
He's not wrong. I guess it isn't that bad. but look at the cost. I mean, you had to pay. Well, actually, it was all the fees and everything. The court fees, no, it's actually more. Court fees are different than bond fees. They paid $1,000 to bond out.
Yeah, but that's if they paid the full 1,000, they'll get the 1,000 back. It's if they paid the 100, the 10% or whatever that is, they won't get the $100 back.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It could be that because they said they posted $1,000 bond. Regardless if you get a bondsman or not, because they posted a bond for $1,000.
Yeah, their bond status is currently posted. That's what that means, right? How much they paid, I have no idea, right? But there is a bond number. You can probably look that up. I'm pretty sure they paid the full $1,000 just because.
So that makes, for them, it cost them $4,400 and 50 hours in community service together.
Right. And they won't get that bond back until the deferment is over. Their current status is bond. So I don't know what the hell that means, a bond revocation, right? But it could be the case that, like if they, let's hypothetically say they pick up another charge, right? And the judge revokes their bond, right? That means they're not going to get that money back. No.
That's facts. That's what bond is. People understand bond. You only receive money back if you pay the full amount. If it's $20,000 and you pay for the bond for you to get out and you put $20K down, when you complete your court case and you complete the stipulations they give you, you get that $20,000 back. Understand that. Now, when you go to a bondsman and it's $20,000 for you to get out and you have to pay $2,000, you don't get any of that money back. Just so people understand. So, other than that, it's been great. We're having fun. Y'all, this was really a great stream for me. I like it. Thank y'all.
Well, I just wanted to know. I was pretty sure that their case information is public available, at least within Florida. They're pretty good at that, right?
Yeah.
So, does somebody want to take a case note, right? I think Denison's about right. Like usually deferment's about a year, right? Or you could say maybe 6 months, right? So like in October, November of this year, right? Should be able to look them back up and find out, if it was
really, if it was withheld adjudication, which I don't see anything stating that, or nobody said anything on that. If
the records,
the records would be swept.
Yeah, but the court case itself, right? We're not looking up background information. We're looking up court records.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. That court record, if I understand correctly, I've had a couple withheld adjudications in my past. And I pled not guilty or no content.
No, that court record will be there. It might not be fully available, but it will be there. Something will be there, right?
So about November, we should be able to find out more.
But if you look up like something through like NCIC or something like that, it won't be there, right? That's kind of the stuff that comes down. So, but if you want to keep up with them, right? But effectively speaking, is they're not going to get anything so long as they just behave, don't pick up any more criminal charges,
right? And which they look like they're type of people that weren't looking to get in trouble on vacation, so
right.
It was just something to see as far as different. All this, you have to run from the police. You have to, you did something wrong. So now you got to run. If you didn't do anything wrong, all you have to do is sit and deal with it. Deal with the situation at hand. What's the worst you're going to get? Go to jail for a night, bond out, or maybe worst case scenario, go into jail and not be able to bond out. You have to wait for your court date. 3 days, maybe on the weekend. Usually next appearance is next day. You sleep there overnight, depending on what time you go in too. If you go in the morning, you might have a court appearance that day. You go in at night, judge ain't waking up to see your ass. Sorry. It just ain't happening. So, it's sad to see this stuff. really, Josh, because how can you neglect your children? So far this week, this case is back in October, November. I'm just hearing about it now, and then in the line of it,
that was
case going on.
That's a little bit more telling, right? So they're getting crucified on Facebook, right? That's really what this is boiling down to. So social media is probably going after them, and that's more likely why they removed their social media accounts.
Well, we know she got fired, so she lost her job for that shit. This is consequences of actions, really. But yeah, my biggest deal was to talk about it. At least show something different, a different way of handling your negligence as an adult with your children. The other cases, like I said, the ladies they're out on the whole lawn, they're crying about justice and justice and justice, but what's really justice? These days, how far do people have to take it for justice to be understood? I mean, I thought that if a case is tried, someone's found guilty or not guilty, that's usually justice. There are sometimes, not saying they're rare. There's been multiple occasions where people have been falsely accused, had to go through the processes, and you know what? People survive to live the next day if you can just do it without causing issues. It's just crazy to see that's going on. That there's an uproar. I'm pissed because there's a child that was lost in the last couple of days. I'm really pissed as a parent, as an adult.
You're talking about the one where the Walmart shooting?
The Walmart shooting, yeah. The officer involved Walmart shooting. That's all I'm just going to say, so sum it up so everybody can understand.
Why are you upset by that?
And because the negligence of these parents. This is why I posted this video. These parents think that they can just use these children. Evidently, I found out today that young lady at the Walmart situation held her child up in the air prior to the officer shooting, and that may have what was the result for the child being shot.
Could it be the case that we as a society don't really think about the consequences of our actions?
Oh, that's not a thought. That's a fact. I mean, look at society nowadays, Josh. Look how they act. Look at the New York Knicks game. What did they do to New York? Destroyed buses, rioted, tore down stuff. For what? Y'all won.
To be fair, right? It is commie New York City, right? Just to be fair, that's not true. I'm being hyperbolic, right? But it's God. You see what the hell the young kids elected there. What would you expect? I mean, responsibility is easily talked about, right? But the actual act of doing it kind of requires a lot of work. And I think as a society, we kind of tend to avoid responsibility as best as we can.
Well, I just to add to that, as far as not taking anything away from that, but could you also say that because the way society is and the way the laws are,
Josh.
I'm sorry, boss. I didn't know you were back there.
I know you're good. I'm just saying a quick thing. I agree with Josh. Yeah, no matter what society is, you have your own actions, your own decisions. This didn't happen because this happened because this happened. Yeah. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. You're good. I'm just talking out, because
the parents that I heard you say something about their jobs. Did they lose their jobs?
Yes, they lost. She lost her job from a pharmaceutical company, pharmaceutical type situation. So she lost a major job. So their family. Now I see why the husband is the way he is, because she was the bread maker, and it was her time. It was her going. It was what she wanted, and now they walked away from their child. Now they're concerned about where their child's going to be at, who's watching them because they're going to jail. Worried about things like, sand in my bags and all this stuff when you just left the child out on the beach. Yeah, they lost a lot, bro. And Dennison said it right. It only cost $1,200 to neglect your child in Florida, because we did the numbers.
Honestly, man, look, they really messed up the decision. It's their own making, their own decision. I do my best to stay away from the government or any type of legal issues because they could care less about your family, yourself, your career. They don't care. They got a job to do. They got a law to uphold. That's why you gotta realize what Josh said. Your choices have consequences, good and bad.
Yeah. And yeah. And right now we've seen two different styles of consequences for their two different styles of choices. You know?
Yeah.
And that's what I want to showcase today. I just want to say one showcase is the neglect doesn't, all this stuff about the children doesn't just happen in low communities and stuff. And these people look like, I know now because of her job, they are, well off enough to be able to take vacations when they want or when, their job lets them go off or
I do want to point out there are a lot of industries you can't work in with an arrest record, which is not the same as a criminal conviction record, right?
Yeah.
An arrest record doesn't disappear; it stays there.
That's true. That's a fact. That's the only thing you'll ever see with the withheld adjudication on anything, besides some of the court, like you said, documents that they do release, is that the arrest record will always stay.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious to be a pharmacist, right? Is that regulated where you can't have an arrest record either? I know a conviction record is definitely required.
They fired her.
Well, they fired her because they knew about it, right? Like you have knowledge of the crime, right?
Okay.
Right. So if she wanted to go back to work as a pharmacist, let's just say some other, company, that kind of thing, right? And she waits a year after this.
Yeah.
I actually now want to know if you can be a pharmacist with an arrest record.
Well, I'm gonna say no, especially with this type of, I don't know, with this type of charge, even for the arrest record, just for this type of charge is what you're talking about, because it's neglect to a child, and she's a pharmacist. She works in a pharmaceutical company or pharmaceutical business type shit. Right. So
some companies let you explain like certain things. Like in my situation, about my situation. I'm his ex-wife and everything. Her accusations. I've been lucky enough where I've gotten contracts with the government, and luckily, they're military. They've asked me to explain because they do their thorough background, especially depending on where you're going, what buildings you're going, what type of badging they're going to give you. It sucks because when they ask you to explain the situation, and then they look into it to see if it matches, it doesn't 100% guarantee that you're going to land the job, get the contract, or whatever it is. But now that's part of your life from now on. That's something that I would always put on resume, or not a resume, a application, or during an interview. Let them know up front.
Yeah. Sometimes honesty is okay. Sometimes it's not, though. Tell you the truth. But in all honesty, when they do background and check things, that's where they find out where you lie anyways. So in these cases, it's best to tell the truth. As far as jobs, just saying. I've gotten most of my jobs by telling the truth. And like I said, I want to give another shout out to Law and Crime Body Cams. They were the ones who had
shout
the
out
video.
to all the bad parents for the content, right? Am I right?
Say what?
Shout out to all the bad parents for the great content this week. Yeah,
I think so. So.
Yeah. Hey,
we got one more day though. Hold on, we got one more day. Today's still full. We still have in some places it's still full, like in your area. So Texas is still alive today.
It's like the funeral homes. Whenever you see cars parked up in there, business is doing good.
Hey, there's two things that'll never go away in life. Three things: medicine, working on vehicles, whether they're going to be spaceships or anything like that. Third one you just said. What was that?
Funeral homes are always good.
Yeah, funeral homes.
Funeral homes, hospitals, sick people. That's all the same. I guess they're all one the same.
Well, the medicine is one, like doctors and all that shit was all included in that one.
Do you know how much it costs to prep one body if a family decides to have the proper burial service? Do you know how much? I don't know. That's what I'm asking. You know?
Hey, I know right now, and I'm not trying to make fun of this, but I know it cost way lot less back in the day. They just built the box and put you in it. But you know, it was cheap as long as you can afford the wood to build it. Nowadays, I heard Linton Epoxy. I heard this a little bit ago that a company, I don't know where it was at or where I heard it about. They were actually reselling the caskets that they sold to people.
That's crazy. I know some people sell their bodies or whatever, relatives, whatever, for the that science thing. And I forgot what country takes them in as mannequins.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I ain't playing. Yeah, take them almost like a like, I don't know what type of like mannequin they turn them into, whatever, but it might be for like a health and science type of thing.
Hey, bro, listen, I'd rather just be cooked to ashes and then throw me in the dirt. At least that way everybody can walk on me one more time.
I'm fine with that. Yeah. I'm fine with that. Like, I don't want to be in a box though. Like, if you're gonna put me in the ground, let the dirt go ahead and like, break me down. I don't want to be in that box.
I don't know, boss. I don't know. I can't take the risk of my body parts being spread all over the world.
I got a question here. So the Walmart shooting, is it true that she wasn't charged for the shoplifting? I'm assuming.
But there's assumptions to the reason why they have not charged her. A lot of people are saying because she lost the baby, nobody would charge her for the crime, because so far she said she wasn't stealing and she had a receipt, and they didn't acquire any evidence saying that she had any stolen items yet either.
So was she really, I guess the question then is, was she really a suspect in the theft, right?
All we know
when she explained, she has a video, dog. She has a video where she like explained everything. The way she explained it, she had a whole partner in crime. They made a getaway to the car, and it sounded like she crashed, hit something, and so you got to watch the video how she explains it.
So she's already explained her side on.
Yep. So honestly, if you want to talk about remorse, sadness, you know how you can usually pick up on body language. That's just my opinion from looking at it. It don't seem like she really gave a damn much. And the way she did explain it I was like, oh yeah, you were stealing. But again, let the entire thing roll out. See.
Yeah,
and it's probably gonna get to go on in the future and see what's gonna happen to Epoxy, because nobody, not nobody. A lot of people did not accept the Carmelo case.
Yeah, they don't have to accept it at all. Just whatever with the facts and what the evidence.
Yeah, this is another story where it's going to be put in the limelight because it was a black person, a child at that, and everybody is trying to shun she was stealing diapers, this is why it happened, or she wasn't doing nothing wrong, she was just stealing diapers.
America doesn't work out
over the internet.
That's not how life works at all either. You remember that baby that was shot and killed in New York too because of a drive-by on a scooter?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, now here's the problem. Here's the problem with the discussion from that forum, right? As much as I would like to lay claim, right? Like you go around and you shoplift, right? Whatever happens to you happens to you, especially if you're doing it with kids, right? Except for because there's no criminal charges, there's not even an accusation. Officially, there's not even an accusation that she stole, she stole anything, right? Let alone whether they've gotten to like any evidence of that.
And that's why I think the DA is sitting back,
right,
letting it roll out.
So, in my mind, I would think that it's basically, I'm gonna call it selective prosecution, meaning that it could be the case that they're just gonna wait and buy time and see if like she tries to file some civil claim against the city, and then use that as a condition for a conviction, like a prosecution. I don't know if you're allowed to do that or not, right? I mean, every state does whatever the hell they want to do, right? But that's kind of weird. I think this would be worse than the Carmelo Anthony case simply because what are you going to say?
You admitted
At
to everything.
Whether she admitted to it or not, it still doesn't matter, right? There is no, if they haven't pressed charges, right, you can't actually say she was doing anything because no charges were pressed. And so this blows up as some big, let's just call it like a social conflict, you know, with people, right? Then they could turn around. Maybe they might press charges or whatever, right? That's what I dislike about this. Yeah, even if it's the case her friend, right?
Wow. I don't understand. Yeah, I just found out about the part where she lifted the baby up with that. What's up, Brian? How you doing? Chatter King, ¿cómo está? Carnal. Sorry, I didn't get to your message a minute ago, but I did see you pop in. Appreciate that. This is interesting. Like I said, my whole subject for today was basically about neglect and these parents these days and how there's not the care for children like there used to be. Like when you were a family and you were on vacation, you were every bit of trying to gather every child up so that way you didn't leave one behind. You know, we don't take our children on crimes back in the day. You don't go stealing from Walmart with your kid at hand. You know, though there has been a lot of situations like that. There has been ladies where they take and go into to these grocery stores or in the Walmarts and department stores, and they load up the baby carriage with stuff. Why put your child in a situation that it can be taken away from you in any kind of way? Bothers me, man. I don't know. It's crazy. Who do we lose? We lost Epoxy. Epoxy fell off. Bad signal.
I kind of want to weigh in. I kind of want to weigh in on an opinion, but I can't because on like the
Walmart case,
the Wiley case. Yeah, I want to,
yeah,
but that's the problem, right?
Case.
Yeah. Well, okay, so he did say that there was some video that or the guy that was just up here did say there was some video. Well, here's the video.
You got the video?
Yeah, and I'm thinking that's like some kind of lawyer or some bullshit with her. I have no idea.
Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up so I can.
Yeah, I haven't watched the video. I haven't heard it. That's just what I found.
All right, let's see. You guys are faster than I am on this.
Well, I have if you have questions, right? This is what it is.
Yeah, you gotta have the answers. Can't talk about it without knowing the receipts, I think.
Well, I didn't know she spoke up anything, right? Like I was thinking it could be something different. I don't know what this is, right? So, but he brought it up. I'm gonna go looking because I'm curious.
That you're right, Ryan. So many people want to complicate it. I saw a video earlier where they were on the courthouse or somewhere, and they had an advocate screaming out, "We want justice. We want the police officer, home without pay. He should be fired immediately. We have demands. We have demands. We have demands." It's so much, they're adding to it for no reason, and they're not even looking at what the whole scenario is. Like I said, once again, they're literally talking. All I hear about is it was about diapers. It makes no sense when the baby's lost and everything's about diapers. Let's see what this does and says, and we'll go from there for a second. Hold on, everybody.
Make sure they're unmuted.
Valencia Wiley lost her son to the negligence of law enforcement in Senatobia, Mississippi. Can you please tell what happened?
It was me, my son, and another friend of mine who was at Walmart. As we was leaving after Walmart, they tried to stop her, but I kept walking because it had nothing to do with me. By the time me and my baby got in the car, she came.
Because it had nothing to do with me. My friend is riding with me, but it has nothing to do with me.
And then when we was backing up, they was running out the come. I raised my baby up because they withdrew their gun. She had no tent. I raised my baby up trying to show them that he was in the car. So she was backing up and she hit a car as I was opening the door, so the door flew back in. By the time I sat my baby down, it was like 3 to 4 shots. One of the shots hit him in his rib cage, and the other shots hit her in her arm and her thigh. And we left and went to Senatobia Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at the scene. And they told me I wasn't gonna be able to see him until he get back from Jackson. She got airlifted, and the police told me I couldn't leave out the hospital until somewhere I couldn't leave out, couldn't nobody come in. But I ended up walking out, and the crowd was questioning them, asking them what happened. They was like, she was shoplifting. But the passenger, it was me. They wasn't talking about me. They was talking.
How do you ride with somebody, go into a store, and not know they shoplifting? I'm with you on that too, right? I'm with you on that right here. Bonnet wearing bull mammy. She couldn't even dress up nice enough to I ain't even say nothing foul because a dirty thought just crossed through my head right now. I can't even speak on it. Let's keep on. You're right. She can't even dress the part. Ryan, it's sick. What happened to the community? Good people, I don't know. These stories seriously break my heart. Why would you hold your baby up? Lack of good fathers in the home. Agreed. Yeah, but I mean, at least you got that lawyer sitting in there.
About the driver. But on the little, what's it called, self-checkout, they can see, it's cameras, they can see when she got the diapers and walked out. But they tried to say that she forcefully was trying to drive and hit them, but they was all on the right side, and she was driving towards the left. They just personally just shot in the car.
That does make sense too. If that's a true account of what happened, that makes a lot of sense on how the window was shot out on the passenger side. The front windshield on the passenger side had a bullet. The baby was hit, and then the woman was hit as well. From that angle, that would make a lot of sense. But if the officer was in front of the vehicle, that makes the difference, I think.
Well, if her accountants is true, right? Like she's just the one that basically was with the other person and the other person shoplifted, she's going to end up suing that county.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. Which I don't disagree with you, right? Like guilt by association. I don't hang out with fucking nasty people. Like I just don't do it. And I know people make the argument like, well, how do you know your friends don't do the thing? Well, like I'm very selective who gets in my fucking vehicle. But then again, I don't ride around with other people. So I don't know. Like it's a weird system. I thought she was the one because like I'm just listening to other people talk. I've actually just read a vague thing, a news article about this. I actually thought she was the one that was doing the shoplifting. So if she was just a passenger in the car, right, and the other person did the shoplifting and was the driver of that car, we're fucked, right? Because she's going to end up suing the police department.
Yeah.
Right or wrong. Right or wrong, it no longer matters who did what, right? That's what liability is all about. And that sucks, right? So because somebody can't discern who's decent people to associate with, right? That county now has to lose X amount of dollars because of, which will jack up the property taxes and all this. This is a no-win situation.
I see it now. I didn't, until the other evidence comes out and the actual footage of the Walmart, whatchamacallit, I can't say anything. My whole thing is, if there was, just for her saying, oh, I wasn't a part of that, that's why I just kept on going. And then they got in the car. Her girlfriend puts it in reverse, hits a vehicle. She raises the baby in the air to show the cops there's a baby in the car, and then shots are fired.
The only way that footage comes out is if the footage comes out with the court case of the driver, right? So now the question is who is the other girl? What's her name? So we can look her up, right? That's the only way you might be able to see that footage. From this case, from this lady's perspective, and again, this is presuming she's telling the truth and she was just a passenger, right? And there's a civil case. There is no footage. Most civil cases are not public access. The criminal case might be. You might be able to eventually get that out, but that's going to be a whole different thing.
Yeah. Thanks, Wolfpack. I appreciate for that catch. CM, listen, bro. I never come on your page. I'm never disrespectful to you. I'm not disrespectful to your chat. I would like to have the same courtesy if at any time that you come over. So please respect the chat and the panel here. If you're thinking it's just because it's, Gospel of Bob or something, they're restreaming for me. As well, CM, this is the Mexican Einstein. So I like to think that I keep everything respectful amongst all the people here. And I would just like that. And I appreciate you doing the apology as well. Thank you, sir. So let's continue on with this because
now I want to know the driver's name.
Now I'm invested a little more because if this is a situation and the driver reversed back and hit the vehicle behind and the officers are to the right, they're not in harm's way. As the driver pulls to the left to go around, that changes the whole scenario. And with the way the bullets are projecting, as far as what I've seen earlier on the video of the bullets, or the shots of the vehicle, they are all on the passenger side. So big question is, was this officer trigger happy? Is now a new question in my brain.
No. Generally, as a general rule, if it's the case that, and this applies to all Leos, if a vehicle, actually it also applies to civilians, right? If a vehicle is coming in your direction, now keep in mind as a civilian, you can't be standing in the middle of the road when you pull something like this, right? Parking lot driveway, right? But if somebody's driving at you, it's considered an armed threat, right? Like the vehicle is actually deemed as a weapon at that point. You can actually open fire on them, right? But there is a different standard for a civilian versus a cop, right? So as a civilian, you pretty much have to hit your target, right? Like this is what one of the charges that Chud got hit with, right? Those ricocheted bullets, all of those rounds that missed the target, right? He got charged with those. Right. So you as a civilian, you get hit with those. You as a cop usually don't, right? Because this is your job, this is your duty. So you don't get the same level of accountability within that aspect, right? So it's a little unfair to be treated in the same way. However, if somebody's driving a vehicle in your direction, even if it's not intentional, that can be deemed as you can obviously justify lethal force.
Hold up, Josh. I understand where you're coming from. And I asked myself a question earlier today after, hearing CT's panel run and everything, the way it was running today, the questions that were being asked, the comments that were being made. I asked myself the question, was the cop really in imminent danger? That's the part nobody knows right now.
Yeah, you won't know, and nor does it matter. Like, so the concept of imminent danger is very reasonable. Or like when they say reasonable, right? It really boils down to, so like this is what the jury does, right? They actually decide that. When it comes down to reasonable, it's what a majority of people would do in that circumstance. And it's not in the concept of like, would you get out of the way? It's in the concept of, if you're holding a firearm, right, and a vehicle is coming in your direction, the question is, would you shoot at the driver or not? It's that simple.
That's the question. Look at the angle of the trajectory of the bullet holes and stuff. They're coming from the right side, which is the passenger side of the vehicle. So if this young lady's account is true to what she's saying, let's say that they were in the first or second spot in Walmart parking. There's usually a buggy around there or a little island right there at the end of each aisle that has, you know, trees and flowers in it at the end. So let's say they're in one of those spots and they back up and the officers are coming from the right to address her in the parking spot. And they're on the right side of the road section of the Walmart front entrance. And they're not in the road, but they're coming to her in the parking spot. The young lady puts through reverses herself out of the parking spot, hits the car behind them. The officers are now coming through the parking area where the tree and stuff is, which is to the right. If this young lady hit the left away from the officers and went down the road in front of the Walmart or anything, and this officer shot from the trajectory that it looks from the right, he didn't look like he was in harm's way.
Absolutely not the case, right?
Okay.
So like the idea one is you've already struck another vehicle, whether it's parked or not, right? So you're already intending to do damage based off of neglect, right? We're not talking about like this concept of like I'm trying to mow you down with a car, right? It's I'm so panicky that I'm not going to maintain my vehicle, and you know I'm not going to maintain my vehicle, and if I do damage, oh well. It's the same concept if I'm standing near the vehicle. If that vehicle is aimed in their direction, whether it be forward or backwards, yes, the officer generally can open fire and usually does according to a bunch of cases, right? I think the only real question is
hold that thought real quick. Hold that thought. CM, bro. What's your problem, bro? When do I ever come over and disrespect you, bro? I'm not fighting. I said what I said, and that's that. I don't disrespect you, boss. So what's the disrespect? I can easily ask you not just to come back. I don't care if your followers see me. I don't care if people follow me from your side or whatnot. I'm a very cordial guy, bro. So if you're going to come over here and start some disrespectful shit, you don't have to return, bro. So I don't know what your problem is, but this is the Mexican Einstein show. Look, bro. Look. This is the show that's running right now. This. If you got an issue here, you definitely don't have to come back. But you know, I don't really care, because if you're gonna be a hater in my world, you can view. But just watch your tone, bro. Unless you want me to go over there and start disrespecting your panel, because I can definitely do that in many ways, because I'm not a person to try to fuck with or cause a problem with. I don't want to start the YouTube world out like that, because I don't have no problem with any one of y'all out here. I don't know you, nor I give a fuck about you. If that's that. So if you want to stay in the little fuck world games of fighting and arguing with people, you're more than welcome to go do it on your channel, my brother's channel, CT's channel, wherever the fuck you want to go out to and do it. You ain't going to come here and do it with me. I'm going to tell you that right now, bro. Because I can create 100 fucking channels. I can create 100 emails. I can create 100 YouTube accounts. And I come wreck your whole channel on chats. I don't disrespect you, cuz. So if you want to play that game, well, let's go with it. I'm trying to keep it cordial, CM. Say, I don't do that shit to you. But if you would like me to, sir, continue on. I love these games.
Good Lord. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell that's about, and I don't care.
No, he came in here saying something a minute ago about Ryan, calling him some bullshit, saying that he's saying they're racist people, pieces of shit here, and da. And Ryan wants a bull daddy, and all this homo shit that he wants to come over here and say. I don't care about it, bro. He can do whatever the hell he wants, but I could definitely.
To be fair, I am a supremacist, right? So like I can't exactly run from it. It probably that accusation applies, but pretty much only to me, not to anybody else, at least not on this panel. And I don't know of anybody else within the chat, right? So the only person that could apply to is me, and I don't take offense to it.
Well, I mean, I just don't want all this flooding bullshit of the YouTube, wars that they're having out here flooding into this channel, because I'm not.
I get that.
I'm trying to keep this respectful, clean. People come here and conversate. You got a problem with somebody, you come ash it out. I have no problem with that here.
Yeah,
I want to keep your content, clean discussions like we're having here.
I get that. I get that. So back to the point. It's a general rule. Now, keep in mind, this is a general rule. There's always exceptions, right? But generally speaking, if your vehicle, put yourself in the situation, if you're driving a vehicle, right, whether it's in reverse or forward, doesn't matter, right? And it's moving in the direction of an officer, you're going to get shot. And the vast majority of times, there aren't much cases that go against it. A cop can do it. However, I think this one gets a little bit more complicated when there's somebody in a passenger side holding a baby, right? So now the only thing is that might become questionable is how much on the hook is the police department, not that cop specifically. That's what qualified immunity is for, right? But the police department, how much are they on the hook for around missing the target, aka the driver, and hitting somebody else, right? That becomes more of a question, right?
Yeah.
Legally speaking, if the vehicle could be a bus, right? But if the driver's driving and they're aiming for people, you can mow the bus driver down. And just so happens to be if some kids get in the way, oh well, fuck it, right? This is what it is. It's just, I know we don't like the concept of it because it doesn't sound right. Like if you're like in your mind morally trying to weigh this out, it's nasty.
Go ahead. My bad.
Well, it's a nasty hypothetical, right? But what applies to an officer and what applies to like a moral standing are not the same things. The officer is always well within their justification that if you pose a threat to an officer, they can and will shoot you.
Yeah,
it's not just
that goes into a further subject that I think it needs to be looked at as well, Josh. When it comes down to this ammunition that taxpayers pay for and this stuff that's being used, how come they're not like serialized or something that's accountable for each, piece of ammunition? I've seen your cop.
No. There is accountability. It just doesn't look like the thing that we think it does, right? Okay. So a county can get together and say, you know what, our police department is ill-effective, right? You can't be from out of town and have much say in it, right? But you as a resident can and do actually have a little say in what your police department does, right? So if you believe that they're ill-effective, whether it's policing crimes or they're kind of bullheaded or they're a little let's say authoritarian, a little bit too aggressive, right? You can actually, or the residents of that town can actually do something about it. They can absolutely go at county commissioners, mayors, something, and say, this is a problem and we're not gonna stand for it, right? Now what they do about it, that's really between the people and the authority, right? But who you don't directly deal with is that officer. The officer is just kind of a middleman.
It's true because he's only there to what he thinks or he's interpreting what the law is supposed to be held in by. There is accounts that officers misjudge. There is accounts that officers do bad. But in our reality, I think for me, when it comes down to these shootings and stuff, where is the actual accountability for all these firearms that are being, released into people's locations, neighborhoods, all this stuff to get one suspect because they hit a car or two or they were going in my direction. So now I can shoot fire or make shots fire and I don't have to have, precision accuracy to hit what I need. In this case, a child was lost because of it.
All of that 100% of that accountability, strange, as bad as this sounds, has nothing to do with that individual officer, and it has to do with the authority of that township or county. It just depends on who you're dealing with, right?
Right.
But whatever that authority is, that's why the accountability. This is why when, let's just say this lady, let's say she really was the passenger in the car, right? She can't actually sue the officer. She can only sue the department, whether it be like the
right.
And again, it could be
the
just a
qualified
case
immunity saved him because he was on the job in the middle of an action of a crime that he was trying to stop.
Right. Qualified immunity is only designed to protect the officer from the circumstance, not the department. So the accountability goes directly toward the authority of that, whoever that authority is. So it would be the case whether if the residents decide that, we're not paying these lawsuits out, we want our cops to, let's just say that all officers have to score out with their weapons, right? Even I had to do this shit, right? The idea is you have to score a certain amount of targeting, right? So you have to hit the center mass target, whatever it is, by whatever rating that is required. They can.
When you say the target, when you say target, what do you mean by target today?
So scoring out means like an officer has to have some type of accuracy rating. Right?
No, yeah. But what do you mean by a target and what do you mean? Can you explain?
Well, by a target.
The thing is, the only way I'm asking because my eyes are so slanted, so I can't see a target. So that's what I mean. It's so difficult. That's what I mean.
Well, so my old lady's Vietnamese. She got slanty eyes too. I agree. Y'all can't see.
Yeah, but the thing
is, I'm okay with that.
Oh my God, that's what I mean. I'm China, so we are basic neighbors. Oh my God, that's what I mean. Oh my God.
I don't claim your neighbors, and I know it's bad to sound, right? But I think the Vietnamese really are Chinese. At least like 95% of their culture are identical. So I say the Vietnamese really are Chinese. Y'all need to go back and get your damn country back, right? Because Vietnam, well, to be fair, right? We had a war, and they decided they wanted communism, so they're yours. Come down and get them, please.
So anyway, like you said, your missus, what is her favorite noodle? Is it the bat noodle or the or is it like the duck noodle? What does she like to eat?
I think the clear ones. I think they're called rice noodles.
The clear one. That's what I mean. So does she like to like the bull set noodle in a noodle? No, like the bull set noodle. Oh my God, is it so delicious? And that's what we do. She tossed the dumpling today, big boy. Is it so good? Oh my God, Mark, can you explain? Oh my God, Mark.
I so want to be fucking racist.
Right? You were so off the chain, bro. You were so off the chain, Dang. Bro,
I just want.
How you doing, bro? But damn, keep it up.
I don't understand what's so funny. That's what I mean. I don't understand. I was trying to have a civil conversation, and they say, "Oh my God, about Mars."
You bring the excitement to the conversation, though, man. That's what I'm talking about, man.
I have problems with rice in general, right? To me, rice is rice, right? They have rice cakes, which is, I don't know, it looks weird. Like they smash the rice up. They put it out on
rice first. They puff it, they fry it, and then they smash it together. Like
no. It's raw rice that's been soaked in water. They smash it, and then they lay it out into these like little like plate-sized things. When it dries like paper. They call it rice cake or something, something like that, right? But it's like real thin, like paper. You can cook it one of two ways. You can either like wet it and then wrap it and make your egg roll or spring rolls, what they call it, or you can hold it over an open flame and it kind of like cooks like a corn chip, but it doesn't taste like a corn chip, but it's the same texture. And I am completely offended that the idea that rice has done anything with rice other than being rice. So I this is why I say I got to get kind of racist about it, because I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you?
I got to interrupt y'all for just a second. I just got to interrupt y'all for a second.
Cash App attack. Who just lost a Cash App attack? Ring that bell, make it boom. Money just walked in the room. Woo! Welcome to the
Ryan, I want to thank you, sir, for the Cash App. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Very, very much. And for all you guys who are enjoying the show today, I appreciate you guys stopping in. It's been fun. I'm having an enjoyment time. We got Chang down left. God damn it, Chang. He just pops in and pops out. Like a ghost, bro. But he brings some funny shit to the team, bro. Every damn time. Chang is something else, bro.
I've run into him a few times. He's funny as hell.
Man, I recommend that man every time on my brother's page, man. He is hilarious, bro. I can never get over it because just the way he talks, that's natural from him, bro. I don't think that's if that's a made up a voice, whoever controlling it is doing a very good job at stuttering and everything because he do it good.
Right. So, but to answer your question about accountability, accountability is usually directed at the authority of influence, right?
Okay.
It just sounds different, right? Like when you talk about holding people accountable, right? You're talking about the individual which operating within whatever system you're dealing with, right? But if you're talking about an authority, it's almost never, I'm saying 95% of the time, it's never the officer, and it's usually like their authority, like whatever department or branch of government that they're with.
Right, and that's where the accountability will be held. But where the accountability held for the officer who now has either been reprimanded or whatever it may be, but he still got his job tomorrow in this kind of case.
Yeah, they have to violate your Bill of Rights. Anything on there, they have to actually violate that as now this is a general rule. They have to violate something like that. One of your that's what they call a civil rights violation. They have to violate one of those Bill of Rights to be able to hold that person individually accountable. Which is a very hard. That's a hard. It's a hard position to hit.
It is because they hold police officers to a different account, I believe, when it comes to charges and cases and things like that. Because there has to be some kind of scrutiny. There has to be some kind of situations where if they aren't convicted, their shit's still out there. It's hard. Being a police officer is a difficult job. I wanted to do it at one point, didn't get to do it. But I think having being held accountable for taking a life doesn't mean you have to go to prison. Doesn't mean you have to, get like punished. You were in the midst of your job. I understand that. But my biggest question would be is what next? Do we release the officer out into the public and hope that this doesn't happen again?
It could be well, hold up. It could be the case that the officer loses his job, right? Like, I mean,
Right.
I guess if you account that as accountability, it could be the case that the officer kind of like said, you know what? It's worth it to shoot the driver and, whatever backdrop, whatever's behind the driver, in this case, be the passenger or the baby, right? It could be the case that it just doesn't meet their standard of, what they want the officer to do. And that officer could lose their job. Right. That could be one form of accountability, right? At least onto the individual. But the idea that it's going to be they're going to put this person in jail or something.
No. I'm not saying they're going to put him in jail. The officer doesn't need to go to jail. He did something. I don't think he needs to be an officer. If he acted abruptly or was out of action. If they find him at fault, then he shouldn't be an officer again.
Yeah, hold up. But now there's a problem. And I think Dennison, I swear I've heard Dennison bring this up. I just don't remember where, right? So the idea if the officer loses their job, right, without any type of criminal conviction, right, it's pretty likely that the officer can pick up a job being a cop in some other county, some other state, right? Well, if they change states, they have to go through recertification. But let's just say another county, right?
Right.
There's not much to stop them unless that officer is put on there's different databases, right? But they have like a type of a blacklisted database that exists.
Right.
You'd have to talk to Dennison about it. He's a little bit more familiar. But usually the thing that gets you put on that list is the thing of a conviction or some shit like that, right? Even if it's a low-grade misdemeanor or something.
Okay.
Right? Getting that officer put on that list.
It's not enforceable either.
Yeah, it's
not only is it not mandatory that you be put on the list, it isn't mandatory that the list be adhered to. And a lot of times what happens with some of these gross offenders, they end up getting hired by counties where that's all they hire is cops who have been
fired,
kicked out of every other department for being pieces of shit.
That's crazy. So they got little gangs everywhere where they just pick up the bad ones and.
Yep, you got whole towns that are run by entire departments of the most corrupt murderers and drug dealers in America.
Are the police?
It usually be the case. It'd be like a small podunk USA, right? Like some small ass good old boy society town. That would actually be the case because most people don't want to work in those places because of the location, right? But that also would be the place where they would more than likely look away at some not meeting the standards, so they can't actually have officers because there'd be some kind of like obligation that they have X amount of officers on roster or some shit like that, right? So yeah, in the concept, it is. I think it's pretty true that most states they all have data. Like all states have databases, or at least most of them do, right?
Oh, shit, my bad.
Because it's not a state law or anything.
I'm sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. I accidentally pulled everybody back by accident. So
it's a thing. God, I hate the position and I hate Dennison's position on it, but it is the case that it's a thing that ought to be discussed and hammered out. Because I honestly don't know what a solution would be off of it, to be honest with you. He's right. There is no like that list that stops an officer from, getting in trouble and like basically having a shitty ass employment jacket in one department.
It's just a wish list at this point.
There's really not much mechanism that.
So you're basically saying it's literally a wish list. Those who wish to be bad can be put on this list, and police stations or departments that wish to have these bad cops can grab them from that list.
Even worse, like even worse, there's nothing that prevents them from basically looking at that list and saying I will or won't hire this officer, right? There's not even that mandate there. That's basically what Dennison's saying is when he says it's not enforceable, it means there's nothing, there's no mechanism, there's no law, there's no requirement, there's no, I don't even think there's an association, right? That requires a police department or a county department to basically enforce that list. Either to put information into it or employ officers off that list.
Let's welcome Ryan to the table. Ryan, how are you doing, brother? What do you have to say on this factor me and Josh are talking about?
All's well. How's your day been?
It's been beautiful, brother. Been beautiful. Went to work, came in, now I'm streaming with y'all.
Yeah. That's all you can ask for. I just been watching from the balcony, man. I've been seeing this off and on, man. Everybody's a lawyer and a cop today.
I'm just about the questions, I'm just about the
I ain't said a word. I ain't said nothing. I ain't said a damn word.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just about the negligence. I'm about the parents' accountabilities on these situations. Josh has enlightened me on a few things, which has been great. Some of them I kind of knew, but he has gave me good, useful information. And of course, we know Dennison's always on point about bringing receipts, so that's beautiful. And like I said, I don't know.
In a democratic civil society, we are all lawyers.
Yeah,
the way it should be. For those of you who tap out and pretend like it's above your pay grade, either you have mental disabilities or you're just being lazy.
That's facts. So
I can answer one thing that's been addressed to me by Josh. Yeah, you can't. There is a list of when a cop has been fired.
Yes,
being he yeah. Now there's not a whole lot of details to that. It's limited for certain reasons. It varies state by state. I do know that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's one list total. Like it's supposed to be all states. Now I don't know all states.
Yeah, it's the Brady list.
Yeah,
no,
it is
the one that I'm reading.
Yes, just saying.
the one I'm referring to is the National Decertification Index, right? But again,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know what that is.
Yeah.
I know what that is. It's not giving you all the details.
Sure.
That's my point. It's not going to give
Right.
you the whole A to Z. No. I have worked with. Let me tell you, I ain't going to be like some people. I have worked with officers that I knew from other agencies. I'm like, why is this son of a bitch here? Because I know why he got run up over there. Why is he over here? Well, didn't take me but a second, you know. But then again, a lot of that back in the 90s was word of mouth. You know, it was just kind of, you know, we spoke, you know, in a little closed, you know, man, he did this, did that, and, you know, he, you know, whatever. But that whole system, and here's another thing. Sometimes it's not always updated. It's kind of like NCIC, TCIC. Here, the whole database sometimes shuts down, or even when it's going, it's not always updated. So you get a lot of false information.
Right.
Right. Now
Well,
that's
there-
been
there
my
is there is an argument like you would in any other employment industry, right? Like if you were employed if you were employed someplace previously, right? There has been arguments that it should be obligatory for the hiring agency to basically make a phone call to the previous agency and ask questions, right? Like, why was this person terminated? That kind of thing, right?
It should be worse than that.
You would think, right? But again,
Be a federal mandate to update the Brady list, and if you're on it, you should not be allowed to be a police officer anywhere in the United States.
Well, that's where you cross. Well, that's where the lines cross between Fed and state.
Yeah, there should be a federal mandate requiring all state agencies to report to the Brady list.
Yep.
And to refuse employment or certification for anyone who's on that list.
And not only that,
But then
but even
again,
to add that, I think there should be a national registry for all of these departments to be synced together so that information travels harmoniously through the system. Because there's been situations where people have been pulled over, they dealt with their situation, their court case, things in the past, and it still haunts them in other states. So, you know, both those type of registries or some kind of demand that federally guides those or constructs it to one database would be great.
Then again, that does cross into federal versus state lines. Federal officers are under a whole different deal versus state and municipal cops. I know this. We do have.
There should be
database here
federal
that-
standards for municipal cops.
But man, but I'll tell you what, that can get so complicated because there's so many variables. There's so many variables that could happen with
No,
that.
if you lose your certification because you broke the law, you violated someone's rights, or you had a severe what's the word I'm looking for? Something on your record that wasn't criminal, but it was
Okay.
severe enough to get you to be fired. Personnel thing. They should all be put in a federal database. There should be federal standards for what police have to uphold, and largely there already is. The cops just aren't accountable to it unless the person
Dennis,
can afford
Dennis,
to
I
get it
got
to
you.
the Supreme Court. And then when they're
Okay, Dennis,
hired,
I
it's
got you.
compared against that list. So you can't be
I
hired if
understand
you're
that.
on that list.
I understand what you're saying. That's not the law. That's not the current law right now.
No, I'm saying it should
That's
be.
not that's not the law. Hey, it could.
Yeah, but-
it would take a
Yeah, I'm
lot of
saying
time.
it should be the law. What's
Yeah, that's what he meant when he said
But it's
it
never
should be
been done.
mandated.
we should?
It's never been
You
done.
don't know. It should be done now. That's the problem. It's because it's never been done.
But what that does, they would have to go in there. The legislators, the state would have to go to the federal legislators and change it into law. You just don't
Well,
do
Congress.
it.
Congress
yeah,
would have
that's
to
what I'm
pass a
saying.
law.
And I mean, what else have they changed? They ain't changed nothing lately. You know, it's just kind of one of the things. Well, it
Oh, are
hadn't been
you
the.
asking me if I expect it to be done? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying
I'm
the
just giving you
process.
easy solutions to obvious problems. If we actually had like representatives who gave a fuck and did their job, it's
Well,
not like unsolvable. It's not like
okay, well, like I
super
said
hard
earlier.
math or politically impossible. It's really easy.
Okay, but but it's going to be a case by case situation. You're going to have to have a whole bunch of cases to that degree to where they're going to put their eyeballs on it and say, okay, all right, here we are now. That hadn't been the case in 30 years, 40 years. It's all done.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Well, it's I wouldn't say it's a problem. It's getting attention. Let me put it that way. In this new age,
I'd say it's a huge problem.
Not from my experience. You know, there are certain situations
I don't.
that happen.
The
I'm just
police
speaking
policing
from my-
themselves is a huge problem. It's not working. It's objective.
Yeah, I know how
at
you
this
feel
point,
about that.
right? Like,
Yeah, I know how you feel about that.
it's not my feelings. It's got nothing to do with feelings.
Okay. What's your question?
We have a police accountability problem in this country. It's measurable, right? It's in black and white. It's got nothing to do with anybody's feelings.
And I see both your sides. I see both your sides, and I agree with you guys totally. Yes, Brian, there isn't a system.
I
Can't do
think
what they say because
I think if criminals would stop breaking the law, things would be better. Then it wouldn't be an issue.
Well, no, because even
That's got
even
nothing
if
to
there
do
was
with
no
what we're
law
talking
being
about.
broken, there still would be faulty
It's everything.
cops. Just like there's faulty
No,
people.
that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about
Oh,
cops who break the law
really does.
and get away with it because there's no accountability. When they investigate themselves, they do a terrible job and they sweep the crimes under the rug. And then when when they get found out by the public, the only accountability is that they're fired or the city pays the person off, so the cop suffers no consequences, and then he can just go get hired somewhere else. These are all clear, definitive, black and white problems that have absolutely nothing to do with criminals. We could have, like, God could snap his fingers tonight and eliminate all crime by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we would still have corrupt police, and we'd still have the Brady problem that we have.
Yeah. And now what I say to that is with the Brady list and the the databases that probably need to be upgraded. Right now in this time and age, we have enough AI stuff out there that the government can build some kind of a platform to gather the information from all the districts and put it in one database. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about holding these police officers accountable for these situations, knowing which ones should be hired and not hired, especially crossing state lines. Because let's say a guy in Florida is an officer and he decides to do something that costs him his job enough to be a criminal charge, but they don't charge him with it. He just gets fired. Now they put him on the Brady list. Well, in the Brady list in Florida, we know he can't be hired or da-da-da-da. But let's say he goes to Georgia or California or Texas. He can get a job anywhere else being a cop doing the same things he did in Florida, which caused problems. And I think that's what Dennison is trying to say is we need some kind of a registry that's nationwide that can be held up by all police departments to know who the good and bad cops are.
What that crosses into federal versus states' rights. The federal can't tell the states how to run their agencies. It's never happened.
Yes, it can.
But hold up. We're
It
not
has
talking
happened.
about how they run their
Say it
agency.
couldn't.
We're not talking about changing the way they do things. The only thing we're asking at this point is to have one unified database that shows every 50 states, every county, the Brady list for all these places into one compiled list. That way, these officers can't just go and say, I beat somebody up. I got fired for doing the wrong thing. The county got sued and they lost a lot of money. So now I can go to another state and get a job and do the same things I was doing in this state, which I just cost
In
money.
another county.
Another county, another state. I'm just using the state to show the distance that they can go furthest away and still get a job.
Yeah, they can go down the block.
Suffices for this area. You know.
Well, you know, I trying to explain that I wasn't getting all technical and this and that, but there is a whole system. I could go into whole thing doors on every spectrum. I mean,
you breaking up for you, or is it me?
No, I think it's Ryan. Ryan's having a connection issue, or he's in and out.
Yeah, we got storm. But there is a whole thing. But from my experience was it was just knowledge. And when the sheriff, the police chief fired an officer, it was noted. I mean, it went through the whole process, but it was on paper, you know. And of course, it hit the street, it hit the airwaves. Oh, so and so officer, you know, deputy or whatever got fired for this and that. It was just kind of a known thing.
Right.
It's just common knowledge.
But those people can still be hired.
Well, of course they can. Yeah, because here's the deal. They're going to say, well, it was a misunderstanding. And they're going to look at that. Okay, well, they didn't like you for whatever, or they had it into, or you wasn't part of the clique. That does happen. I've seen it. Well, they just didn't like you, dude. You didn't do nothing wrong. They just didn't like you. Kind of the Serpico effect. You know, that's what we used to call it. You know, well, he wasn't part of us, you know. And this gets you ran
but
out.
Serpico's fellow officers were corrupt, murderers, and drug dealers.
I didn't say they were right. I just told you how it worked.
My point is that they can use whatever excuses they want. At the end of the day, we're still hiring back corrupt police officers.
That's true.
And you shouldn't be allowed to cops shouldn't be allowed to make the decision as to whether or not it was a real issue or not. Because when that happens, cops lie almost all of the time and make excuses for.
If it's not an issue,
what it does,
in this place, and they're doing it, you know, and then they go somewhere else and do the same issues. I mean, and that place has problems with it.
Right.
What do we do?
Right.
I think this is the issue we're talking about right now. That has just come in the conversation. The conversation we're talking about is.
Guess they just didn't like you there either.
Across the United States, there should be one list for these Brady officers who decide to commit crimes, do stuff that isn't law-abiding. Should they have the opportunity to have jobs anywhere in the United States is the question, I think.
No, we'll see. Damn, right? So I'm a crazy ass authoritarian, and I'd say the answer is no, generally speaking, right?
Yeah, that's how you legitimize authoritarianism.
Yeah,
by getting rid of corrupt people so you can justify being as brutal as you want to.
Right. The problem is like it would be like a basic HR problem, right? So you've got different municipal officers, right? Or different municipal agencies, right? They don't have a central database. There's no way that you can like go in and check. Short of you fill out a resume, right? And you go through the previous employment list and make a phone call, right? It seems kind of weird, right? Because again, you could get terminated because you're not a good old boy, right? But what Dennison is talking about is the idea that there is a federal mandate or a federal nationalized list is really what he's asking for. I don't think that's really all that unreasonable.
No, I don't.
I got you, Josh. But he didn't ask it that way. He went in forceful, attacking cops or this, cops or that.
No.
So that kind of got my attention.
His exact words were.
He does not like cops.
well, true, right? But it's still, his exact words were, it ought be mandated. It should be mandated. Mandated, he implied it like a legal definition, right? Like it should be
Okay,
required.
and I'm not against that, Josh. Josh, I'm not against that. My question, my retort was, how could you make that happen? And he just went silent. Okay, you're going to have to go to legislators. State's going to have to go to the feds. Take decades to get it done because it's never happened.
That would be true, right? But nobody asked. It wasn't even spoken about as to how it would be done. Nobody got to that point yet.
Yeah.
Right?
We just got to the point of saying the suggestion should be that there should be some kind of federal registry for all 50 states for the Brady list for these bad cops.
Yeah. And I said, this is how it worked when I was on the force for 31 years. It was just paperwork and word on the street between agencies. Oh, you know what he did. We don't like him. He ain't working here. That's just how it operated. We weren't trying to destroy the guy's life and all that. And the guy would end up. I mean, if he couldn't get any work nowhere, he'd just be a security guard somewhere, a mall cop or something. And that was the end of it.
Well, it looks like it's actually gained some traction. I posted a thing in the back, right? This is supposedly what district attorneys are trying to slowly get to, and they're talking about it like it's a no-call list, meaning that they're not going to enforce. I don't know how it sounds a little hyperbolic, right? But the idea is they're not going to even take any cases that basically have certain names on this list.
Yeah, so the Brady list is already being enforced by prosecutors. So it's not being used by law enforcement agencies, but it is being used by prosecutors because one of the ways you get onto the Brady list is if you've ever lied in court before. And so the officers who have found to have lied in court before get put on this list, and the prosecutors are using them and doing no prosecution and no testimony from these cops. They're barred from testifying against people because their word would undermine the case and cause a potential mistrial or appeal.
Yeah. Well, then again,
I would just expand that to hiring.
That's the court. That falls on the jurisdiction of the court.
What he said.
Well, prosecutors can do whatever they want, right? So can local sheriff's agencies and police departments. They can set their own standards. So we wouldn't even need a congressional law or a federal standard if police departments just decided to stop hiring murderers, drug dealers, and thieves. I just don't think that's going to be a thing. So I'm for enforcing it with legislation. There should be federal standards for police officers, and it should be enforced at the hiring level. And that would just be one of the reforms that I would propose to increase accountability. The beautiful thing about having a police state, which is so entirely corrupt and ridiculously retarded, is that there's so many available avenues for reform, right? Like you could throw a rock and hit a viable avenue of improvement. That's one of the benefits of it being so bad, is there's just so many things we can do to make it better. We just have to want to. I think most people support the police the way that they are. Most Americans endorse corruption. They believe in corruption. It's kind of like a side effect of the overall imperial attitude. And since most people never interact with the police in their lifetime, they think of it as a problem. That's that guy's problem, or that only black people or minority or thugs and criminals have to deal with that. That's never going to be my problem. That back to blue until it happens to you type of mentality.
That's
Keep going. I love hearing this. I hear it all the time. Just keep going. Go ahead.
I'm just it doesn't make sense to me why this list hasn't been used across the board and why only the prosecutors are using it, as Dennison just said. This should be something that
makes sense to me.
It's there's corrupt cops out there. Ryan, you've had dealings with law enforcement all your life. You know about it. I've heard the story. I could understand, where you're at with this, but truly and honestly, how many cops, maybe not in your area, but how many cops have been kicked from force to force or place to place because of their bad situations? I had an officer when I was in a situation one time and on the ground, not resisting, hands above my head. Officer want to sit there and say, you want me to spray you with this mace? Of course, I was saying a lot of obscenities to him and calling him this, calling him that, slurs and all that. And at this point, he just sprayed the bottle at my face. And I said, if you effing feel like it, and he opened the bottle and sprayed it. Well, this law officer ended up losing his badge because of this situation. I didn't pursue the police department. All I wanted is his badge. I ended up getting his badge. Next thing you know, he goes to the next county over. A few years later, he does something else corrupt there, loses his job. So
there's no way to know because we don't have any national registration, which is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
But in your example, Florida, Yale Law did a study there, and they found that in any given year, in any given month out of any given year, an average of around 1,000 police officers were working in Florida that had been fired from a previous law enforcement job.
Yeah.
And almost all of them had been specifically fired for misconduct.
Yes.
And we know even when they weren't fired for misconduct, there's a good chance that they were guilty of misconduct, right? And it was swept under the rug, statistically speaking.
So then hold on. Witty and Ryan and y'all all have said that basically this is true. A baby list only stops them from testifying, not policing. So why don't we have a list for these officers? Why don't we have?
It doesn't even stop them from testifying, right? Like the prosecutors still have to use it.
But if this list only stops them from testifying, why don't we have a list to stop them from policing? That's the subject. That's the problem. I understand the problem and the issue.
Because
go ahead.
Because there's no incentives to have the type of people we need in police departments to be police officers. It only incentivizes the kind of people that we have, and the entire system is built around it.
I think you said it best earlier. If we had this accountability with a list that put these officers on a blacklist where they can't get a job policing anymore, the justification of brutality that police could then use would be unlimited. Because these officers now are good officers and they're doing their job to the T. So they're not ones that are lying, stealing, murdering, drug dealing, anything like that, these cops actually obey the law. They're good officers. And now you don't have near as much corruption in law enforcement.
These people don't even believe in the law. That's not even their motivation. These are people who were bullied as children.
That's what I'm saying, Dennis. I'm saying that right there. These officers need to be held accountable so that way they can't jump ship from one police department to another, or one, the city to the county, or state to state.
But they want those cops. If you take those cops away from you, you're gonna fuck up the whole system.
No, not necessarily. Like you said, they can then justify the amount of force they have to use. Because these aren't corrupt.
But they don't.
cops.
They are. That's the thing. Cops don't want to enforce the law. They don't give a fuck about the law or justice.
I've heard stories. Ryan is giving me stories. I've heard stories from Josh and other people who are police officers, and I've heard their stories out here. And it seems like some of these officers are really good at obeying the law. They're not all corrupt.
No, never met one in my life. Most of them don't even know the law.
Listen, the state troopers in Florida, you best respect them. I'm gonna tell you flat out 100%. About the only
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with the law. You're proving my point. There's only one law on the street that matters. There's only one law on the street that matters. It's contempt of cop.
Yeah, I do want to point out, I am not a law enforcement officer.
Right.
I am federal, right? I don't enforce laws. There's not many laws out here that could be enforced, right? It's policy enforcement is what we do. It's a very big difference, right? But it's international, right? Different type of Fed, right? When you're talking about law enforcement, you're talking about an officer that enforces a very specific set of guidelines. In this case, you call it laws, right? Whether it's a city laws, which also include ordinances, or whether it's a county, or whether it's state, right? Or whether it could be like federal law, right? No, the answer is they're not really obligated to know the law, right? They're not obligated to be lawyers. They're obligated only to know what they can, like what's a violation and what they can detain you and run you through the system for. That's really what they're
And they're
obligated
trained
to
in
do.
properly on that.
Right.
Because the training is all about how to obfuscate your rights, and it's often wrong and clear violation of rights.
Yeah, which is fair, right? This is why I said I think it's fair the conversation takes place. I don't know how to solve any of this shit. I agree with the nationalized database, right? But I'm also an authoritarian, so I wouldn't oppose that. But that's not. I don't know if it'll solve the problem, right? But I don't see any reason why it wouldn't.
Depends what you mean by solve the problem.
Well, yeah,
I can give you a myriad of things that we can do, which will dramatically change the police problem that we have in the United States. Is it going to cure and make a perfect world? Of course not.
Yeah, I don't oppose the idea of a nationalized database. I don't know. Maybe it'll work, right? Maybe. I don't see why it would be a waste, right? Probably might not agree with the spending on it, right? But that's more about government spending. Hell, that is a whole different argument. I just don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. I also don't know what standards would be that's a thing that's up for debate. Y'all have that.
Here's the beauty.
Yeah,
we,
but I do.
We get to sell all that cool military equipment that they've been getting, and cut their military equipment budgets out, and use all that money for reform. So,
well, to be fair, I want my branch cut before we start cutting military. Right? I believe the State Department should get cut before the military. But this is just my own preference.
Not the military. The military budget that police have, and the military equipment that police have. Police don't need MRAPs.
Oh, come on. I like it when police departments have Bearcats, right? Yeah, I like it. But that's just me. Again, I'm kind of an authoritarian.
Well, we're going to sell their Bearcats and use it for reform.
But in all honesty and fairness, I do believe that the conversation itself does have a place. Like it's Dennison's claim is actually a very valid claim. I just don't know how to contend with it. right? So what requirements? Officers being terminated on what grounds, right? Lying under oath. I kind of fucking think that's a big problem, right? At least that's a standard that I don't think I want officers that lie under oath.
Abby.
Lying to civilians is one thing. I'm okay with that, right? But lying under oath, that's a big one to me. I believe that should be
lying
like
to
ground
civilians
zero.
is part of their job. And technicality, they're able to lie, and it's in the laws that says that they're able to lie.
No.
Yes
They're
and
able
no.
to lie to a
It is,
civilian.
bro. The way they word their shit, it's the manipulation of words they use to be able to say what they say. They can tell you things and mislead you.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. An officer can lie to you as a civilian, right? What an officer cannot do is lie under oath, right? When they're sitting, when they've been sworn in as a witness within a court, right? They're not allowed to lie there, right? However, it's the case that you do run into cases where officers do lie. I think it's it's a hard thing to prove, right? But every once in a
They
while,
almost always lie.
right. So when that happens,
And I don't think they should be able to.
right.
I think it's one thing in an interrogation. It's one thing if they're in an undercover situation. But when just they're randomly pulling people over or stopping them on the street or investigating a trespassing or a crime or I don't think they should be able to lie. I think it should be illegal for police to lie.
What I'm saying is that's one standard you could apply to a nationalized Brady list. That would be one thing, right? Like, see, I would agree to that one for sure, right? You could just sit down and have the discussion and go right down the long list, right? But the discussion itself, I think, is fair.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem fair. I agree with all points here. Each one of you have come up with a good portion of it and a better understanding for me to understand what, of the concept that we're talking here. So
I want this put on record. I'm dead set against Dennison's position. However, right, like at the end of the day,
What position is that?
Well, I'm authoritarian. I believe all cops should basically put their boots on people's necks. However, we don't live in my perfect world, right? What I consider to it. So while we live in whatever this fucking world is, it's fair, right? Like it's a fair concept that if citizens say, hey, like we don't want this thing, right? We don't like the idea that, like an example, officers lie under oath, right? Still allowed to keep their job, right? They don't, even if they do get terminated, right? They can pick up a job somewhere else. To me, that's the idea of you lie under oath. That's a crime. That's perjury, right? And officers can get away with that, right? I don't even understand why qualified immunity would even apply to such a thing, right? But it's these like cracks, right? You could seal these cracks up with this system that's being presented. And so that's what I'm saying. Dennison has a fair point here. While I absolutely hate his position, he ain't fucking wrong. So
I don't see how that works. Like, if the cops come into your house, shoot your dog, slap your wife around, and arrest you illegally, you're okay with that?
No, right? Like, but that's the thing, right?
Hold on.
When it's done to everybody else, I'm not
real
okay
quick.
when it's done to me. I'm just being honest here.
Hey, pause real quick. Dennison, you just actually made a point that actually happened here just right at the Knicks game when they were winning. I guess somewhere's in California or San Antonio or somewhere's in Texas or somewhere's over there on the west side of the United States. A lady was cheering into her apartment and yelling so loud that one of the neighbors called, okay? Well, when the police got to the door, the dog jumped out because everybody inside is excited about the game. They're like yelling and screaming and having fun in there. The dog's super excited. So it started to lunge at the officer, and the officer shot the poor dog. Bro, they fired his ass. But the thing is, he can get a job somewhere else.
He can go get a job somewhere else, yep. And he almost certainly will. What do you think he's going to do? Go get a real job? He can't. He's a dog murderer. Only place that'll hire dog murderers is the military and the police.
This is why a list, I think, is very important across the federal, United States, however you want to put it. that all these jurisdictions, all these law enforcement places should be able to upload their information. And like I said, the simple AI stuff that we have today, and as you know, somewhat intelligent I am to be able to do the stuff I do as far as my thumbnails and stuff, they got way smarter people than me out there that they can gather or create some kind of AI platform that all the officers have to do is upload these informations or these places, and it can be done in an hour, less. So I don't understand why we don't have a registry for these police officers. I don't understand why we allow these officers
Try to tell you.
go place to place. It makes no sense. Right now, we have an officer who may be in question whether his safety was an issue or a problem that he had to fire into a car with a baby in it. This is why
The parking lot footage doesn't look good.
Yep. In a Walmart parking lot.
And I think there's a reason why they're not going to release the footage until after it's been investigated by the state, because, you know, it's going to cause a shitstorm when it's released.
That's and it is, because I am the way, just like Dennis, and like I said, we played a little bit of the video of her statement. Thanks to y'all, Josh and you. You guys both offered a lot of information, putting in the back chat, which is great and easy for me to pull up. I don't know how amazing it was. Anyway, the young lady was telling her side of the story. And if the story is what she said, she was sitting in the passenger seat. Her friend put it in reverse. The officers then were coming from the right-hand corner of the vehicle, which they would have either been in the parking lot or in the middle of the street. I don't see that, because if that would have been the case, the officer was now shooting towards Walmart. I don't know what's going on here. The truth will come out when all the evidence is released, or more talks about it. But my discussion is basically, these cops, do they need to be out on the streets? Do they need to be able to go somewhere else and get a job? I think that's the biggest question. I think we need a list. Continue, gentlemen. I just had to speak for a second.
Officers getting time off without pay when they are disrespectful, don't report police misbehavior. I think the consequences should be worse than that. You know, that's like an unpaid vacation, essentially. And not reporting other police officers, that should be harshly punished. Because the biggest problem we have in policing, in my opinion, is the culture of corruption. It's that blue line bullshit where it's like, you know, me covering your ass no matter what you do and vice versa is the most important part of the job. There's a lot of like military mentality that goes into that. It's how the United States gets young kids to kill people that have never done anything to them, because when you go into the military, you form a special kind of bond, fraternity with your fellow soldier, and you depend on him in ways that forms an instant bond that's very deep and hard to break, and it will inspire you to pull the trigger when you're in the middle of some strange country that has never done anything to you or your family. As soon as someone starts shooting at your battle buddy, you know, those instincts are going to come out. And I think police use a lot of the same manipulation. Police departments use a lot of the same manipulation, right? Like, first of all, they dramatically overstate the danger of the job. It's not that dangerous at all to be a police officer. It's more dangerous to be a gardener in the United States than it is to be a police officer in most places in the United States. Obviously, there's exceptions to that where crime is extremely bad, but that's not the majority of what we're talking about when we're talking about policing. And then even in those areas, it's not even a majority of the police. It's only a very select few that deal with the most dangerous of the dangerous in this country. And they lie to each other about the danger involved, and and about the necessity, for someone to watch their back, and then that fraternity, right? They even call it a fraternal order, is what's used as a guise to cover up corruption, cover up misconduct, and eliminate accountability. And the values should be instilled in these organizations to do the exact opposite, which is to hold each other accountable, hold each other to a higher standard, kind of like what we do in our personal relationships, right? We always have our homies back. We're not going to diss our homie in front of the ops.
Hold up,
We're not
Dan.
going to undermine our homie.
Hold up, Dan. Ryan, what's the deal with the personal attack? Now I'm really curious, right? Because he's not sitting here
Really quick.
bashing on cops like they're personal assholes, right? Why?
Yeah, I'm almost done though. Yeah, just one more sentence, I think, maybe two. It's like when we in our personal relationships, we have each other's back. We don't want to undermine the homie. We don't insult him in front of the ops, But when we're alone, we check the homie. We're like, "Yo, you shouldn't have did that shit. Hey, that's not going to help you out. I don't appreciate when you talk to me that way, when you treat me that way, etc." We hold like each other to these higher standards, professionally and personally, and the cops do the exact opposite. And I think when you have a badge, that part of that culture, part of the accountability should be built into the culture, where it's like a higher standard than the average person, like how the Marines do, right? It should be the few and the proud. Police should be like, hey, because we're cops, we're better than civilians. We're gonna uphold the law and follow the law even better. We're gonna hold ourselves to a higher standard. We're gonna be even more kind. We're gonna be even more patient. We're gonna follow the rules even better than anybody else follows the rules, and that's why we have this badge, and that's why we're badass motherfuckers. And that I don't think that's how it is.
But it's not like that with every officer, no. And I call that the police badge syndrome, because once you get that authority in your hands, you feel like you're almost invincible. For a lot of these young officers, a lot of these seasoned officers are baked in that way. So my thing is, we can't go too far off the subject because I like everything's been going pretty great. Keeping on subject, transitioning slowly to more and more. The magnificent talk about this is really neat because I'm seeing three different sides of this, and let's not try to keep our feelings into this, please. This is more of a great discussion, and I think all sides here are giving equal good points. So yeah, man, this is fun and this is neat. I wasn't expecting to go this far this late tonight. I wasn't really expecting to be here till 8:30. I was going to stop at 7:30, but the conversation has actually been very interesting. We started off with a woman and a man who left their 6-month-old baby on the beach. The whole show is about negligence, okay? What accountability is for certain people and things like that. This lady left, and her husband left the baby on the beach, walked away. Boom. This happened back in October, November last year, and there's still no quite an update. All we've got today was that what was it? It was that they have been charged. They got community service, fine of $1,200, and bond, and no actions, and they were banned from Walton County, Florida. So that went into, they walked away for an hour, came back, police were there, left the baby on the beach. Then we were started to talk about the comparison to the case right now, which is the Walmart shooting, cop involved shooting, which is very questionable as far as I see. And I'm gonna look at this from a logical standard. The logics tell me that we do have to wait for the evidence. But if the shooting was in occurrence the way the young lady said, and from what I've seen from the vehicle, could make a lot of sense that this is a questionable or needs to be questioned case. Biggest thing is here, how do we hold cops accountable? How do we put them on the list so that way they can't jump from one city to another? I think Dennison made a great point earlier, and I like the word he phrased it as, if there wasn't bad cops, the amount of force then would be most likely justified if they had to go to courts with these cops not thinking about emotions, feelings, and acting more on impulse as far as, the correct way to do this. And, the biggest thing for a police officer to do is de-escalate. On scene, they are taught they should de-escalate. And a lot of these things I see, these officers are escalating a lot of the situations. And then it comes into situations where you have this. I've seen in the last 6 months, officers get fired for drug use, officers get fired for sexual misconduct, officers get fired for placing evidence on, people, been fired for unaliving people. Where do we draw the line on where these officers can go and what they can do? That's my biggest question. Can we start something? Who do we got to go to start this in process? We got enough people out here in the world, and especially here on YouTube. They say we can't make a difference, but if we want something done, do it the right way. I'll start the shit. I don't care. I would like to see a national registry of better than the Brady list. Evidently, the Brady list is only keeps them from being able to testify in court because of the misconduct, which is, to me, is good for the prosecution, but it's not good for the citizens. So I don't know. I think a lot of cops need to be held accountable. I think there's a lot of good cops.
I guess
and
it depends.
I'm gonna land it with this and say this has been one hell of a discussion, y'all. I like it.
Yeah.
Continue on, gentlemen.
Well, it's kind of too vague, right? Unfortunately, that's the problem, right? So, like, take this case with the Walmart lady the Walmart baby getting shot, right? So, like, I guess the claim, and again, I don't, I keep looking for information, right? I always learn something different, right? But it boils down to whether the officer should. Legally, the officer could do something, right? Like if that vehicle was coming at him in any kind of way, that's grounds, period, right? But the question
No,
is,
not necessarily. Hold up. That's if the vehicle is coming directly at him. We don't, like I said, hold on, Josh. We got to understand this is still open. From the time that we understand should reverse back to pull forward, it looks like the officers were on the right side of the vehicle from the trajectory of
one of the officers could have been, another one could have been in front, another one could have been in the
hold
back,
up.
right?
The
There was
officer in question that did the shooting already said he was in danger. It was that officer who struck and shot into the vehicle was the one that is saying he was in danger for his life.
Right. And usually that's in the case if the vehicle is in motion in any direction, meaning it doesn't have to be directly, it could just be vaguely, let's say 15, 30 degrees off. If it's coming in your direction, generally speaking, this is, and again, a generalization since we don't have any details to work with, an officer can open fire on a driver, right? Now, if there's other people in the car, right, so fucking what? Hate to say it, but that is just how it is. However, that's the moral claim that comes down to it is people are wanting to say, if it's the case that there's a passenger in the vehicle, that has to be taken into account for self-preservation. Because at the end of the day, the argument boils down to if the officer obligated in some moral framework to take into account the other people that are in the vehicle, right? That I think actually falls on the driver. It's a moral claim. I just don't know really how to contend with it. But it boils down to if the driver's doing something that poses a threat, right? Can that threat, can the result, can an officer get away with causing harm to, or potentially causing harm to passengers in the vehicle? it's this weird line that we've come into where we keep saying that the officer has to, right? But at the end of the day, try to put this, yourself in the same situation. If a vehicle is coming, if a bus, literally just one adult driver and 100 vehicles in a bus, or 100 kids in a bus, and that bus driver is coming in your direction, are you morally obligated to not pull the trigger, right? Like, is your life, you're basically making the argument that somebody's life is more valuable than another one. That one you're
If the vehicle is the threat, it almost never makes any sense whatsoever to shoot the driver.
What do? Shoot at the vehicle?
No, why shoot at the vehicle?
You get out of the way.
Yeah, because
it takes less time to get out of the way. Aiming your weapon and shooting is keeping you in danger. You shoot at the driver when you work at a military checkpoint, and you have to stop the vehicle from moving forward. Otherwise, it could blow up your military base or kill like a whole checkpoint full of soldiers. You don't do it when it's you versus a car.
Go back a step. Does that not set a horrible status or a horrible status within society? Because this is assuming
absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
So if a person is driving down the road, right, with any reckless intention toward people, right, we've already set the precedence that if they're going to be reckless toward officers, whether it's directly or indirectly, right, and they're going down the street posing a problem, is that officer now in any type of responsibility for whatever damage that vehicle does when it's going down the road?
Well, did he
no.
already shoot? Did he shoot the driver at this point or no?
Well, no. So I'm adopting Dennison's position of like, right, you just let the vehicle go.
No, we're assuming that you let the vehicle go. You get out of the way.
Right. So if
that's how you protect yourself.
Well, yeah,
you shoot the driver, you're putting yourself in more harm.
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay.
This is why.
Okay.
Not only are you putting yourself, not only are you putting yourself in more harm, you're also putting the public at harm. Because what if this person that you just shot and driving now foot goes heavy on the gas and they run into the Walmart doors and run over people while this case happens, while the shooting happens? So I think Dennison is correct as far as what I agree with him on that. You move out the way. You got enough information on the cameras nowadays. You got their tags, and you can also get in your car and start a pursuit. Not a fast pursuit, but at least follow them to see where they're going. Get their tag number and information.
Wouldn't that pursuit be more dangerous outside of a parking lot and onto the streets?
Depends on how the officer takes it. If the officer takes it in full force right behind him, hauling ass and scaring the out of the people, yeah, they're going to take off, go with them. But if the cop gets in the car, starts following them in a distance to see where they're going without a heavy chase, they can reduce the amount of action that's happening. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you shoot,
I think it's just a kick. Well, I think it's just
somebody at this point. Driver loses control. The citizens are now at danger. Not only the citizens, you could also, as the officer, be ran over by this vehicle that is now out of control. If that makes sense.
It's going to be a rare circumstance in which firing at a vehicle in order to incapacitate the driver will increase public safety. It's not that it could never happen, but it's going to be rare. And we have the standard flipped on its head right now, which is if person in car and car turned on, cop can unload fucking pistol. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I would agree that's the current status. If you're even from my position, you aim a vehicle at me, even if for us, right? Even if you just gun the motor, that's pretty much grounds for us to mag dump you, right? However, right, I guess I'm looking at this from the argument is if you let this person go, right? They've already, I guess, in this case, right, the lady just rammed some car, right? Apparently getting away, right? You let this shit go and she gets on the road, right? You're in a parking lot. Presumably there's not as many people on the, in a parking lot. Like it's a parking lot. Those vehicles are generally not occupied, right? But you let them go. They're on the street, right? Are they more of a threat to society?
Depends how you pursue. Depends on how you pursue.
Not if you, yeah, exactly. Not if you don't chase them.
This puts the responsibility back onto the people are just going to act right, which I don't believe is ever the case.
No.
Because if they were already acting right.
No, it puts the responsibility on police acting right.
Investigations
and people doing exactly what you expect them to do. Which is if you chase them down and hunt them, they act more erratically and more dangerously.
Dennison, let's just go with the assumption that the investigation starts at the scene of the crime. Correct? Yes or no? That's it. Okay.
Usually, yes.
Okay. So if you have enough cameras,
or when the call comes in,
this is Walmart. Okay. Walmart has enough surveillance, has enough room, has enough area that a lot of people can then get hurt if situations go bad. So why, if you're being called,
we're conceding all of these details, right? We're basically stating that we want to change, or I'm taking Dennison's position, right? Trying to walk this down, right? It's not exactly a debate; it's more of a conversation. I'm taking Dennison's position and saying, right? Yeah, you could have eventually got down the road, caught this suspect someplace else, right? But you're letting this person go from this situation right here in the parking lot, right? Where the officer's no longer in the threat. Who becomes the threat next?
The community does. If officers give chase in a way that these people are going to be driving erratic, let them go. This is what I think. Let them go. It's such a petty crime that you can pull the information up as far as the license plate tag, the type of vehicle, and the three or the people that were in Walmart. You have enough information to go to their home and arrest them at this point. So why?
There's even more charges. Yeah, sure.
But why take the chase and create more of a community issue where now you have someone running through red lights, running through stop signs.
They don't give a shit about public safety.
They've already demonstrated they're not. Hold up. There's already been a demonstration that that there is no willful care for the people around them. AKA she struck another vehicle. And again, this is going by what she said. I don't know how true it is. Right?
It's because the police are after her.
Right. So there's already
Hold on. So if you're in an accident in a parking lot where you reverse back and hit a vehicle and you run away, you're going to get what? Leaving the scene of a crime. How are they going to track you down? They are going to go back and view the cameras. They're going to get your tag and they're going to come to your house.
Sure. We're conceding this, right? You're going, the police are going to catch up eventually, right? We're conceding this point for the sake of the conversation, right?
Okay.
It's actually about, in this case, it's the concept of the threat, right? And in setting this dangerous precedence, right? In this case, it's this lady for the sake of, shoplifting, right? Whatever that was, right? We're just calling it shoplifting right now because that's all we really know, right? Let's just pretend we're in the cops situation. We don't even know it's Pampers. We just know shoplifting, right? So the worst thing she did was fucking take some stuff from somebody, right? Then the next thing the officers are knowing is they're hitting a vehicle, right? Getting out of trying to get away from the cops, right? So now we're going to let this person go, right? Let them get on the street. That's not a danger. That's not considered a clear present danger to society there.
No.
It depends. Yes and no. No. Okay. I'm going to say yes and no. It's a clear danger to society.
What would happen if the cops never showed up?
They would have walked away.
The lady would have
got around the block and calmed down and got away.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm presuming.
Why would she even need to calm down? Let's say the cops never showed up.
Yeah, we're accepting the premise, right? We're accepting the premise I'm accepting the premise that you're saying that she gets on the road, right? She thinks she's free and clear to go, right? She's gonna get to wherever.
Yeah, say she got away with stealing the Pampers. She walks out. Nobody confronts her. Nobody accosts her. Just gets away with stealing some fucking diapers. Gets in her fucking car and leaves.
Right. So now, Cops show up at the door. Is she going to barricade herself?
Probably not. And why would they show up at the door?
Why would
Why
she?
not just wait for? Why not just wait for her around the corner from her house?
I'm conceded your points, right? I just want to walk this down. That's what I'm saying. If it's the case that she was willing to ram, like basically, and I am saying this is accidental, ram another car, right, to get away from cops, right? Why wouldn't she also barricade herself into a house?
Because that's not the same thing as just driving away from a scene.
Right.
It's a very, very different thing. And why would you confront somebody at their house? That's dumb. That's bad policing. I would want to.
Where else?
Wait around. I'll give you an excellent fucking example. An excellent example. Watch her patterns to see where she goes on a regular basis, and then just wait and pull her over in a traffic stop.
Okay, so for
but now you have someone in the
I'm assuming.
vehicle.
Wait.
Go ahead.
I'm assuming that this is. I'm claiming that what Pampers is like $20, right? So in place of replacing $20, right? We're now going to spend extra money, right? Cops have to investigate, right? Now they have to follow a suspect around, right? And I guess apparently find her patterns, right? All for the sake of $20 fucking Pampers.
All for the sake of not shooting a fucking gun in a public area and causing someone to drive off into traffic erratically. All for the sake of public safety, which is supposed to be your fucking job. It's supposed to be your fucking job.
Hold up. Hey, to make part of the example, to talk about why I think it would have been better for the police to let her go is because of this. When she did get shot, and the driver was shot, and the baby was shot, they drove to the hospital. There was no reports of them speeding through any lights, crashing any vehicles, anything like that from what I've heard so far.
Yo, what's up, Shintai?
So with that said,
Shout out to John too.
Stopped the pursuit and they still made it to the hospital, but they found out where she was along the way. By calling backup on the way. You got the police officers have so much resources to be able to triangulate and follow somebody to their home without causing a scene. I just think that police officers want to jump the gun. They're flashy with their lights.
Correct.
They
like to escalate.
Out any
they can't fucking wait. Most of their day is paperwork and sitting around doing nothing. They can't fucking wait until they can smash somebody's skull in, throw them on the ground, fuck them up, or shoot them. And these fucking dude.
I've seen videos where the police officers have also tried to stop another police officer from doing this kind of stuff you're talking about. So
yeah, and then what happens?
Let's be fair. So if we're going to accept the premise that officers just want to get into, I don't know, crazy ass police pursuits, everybody's GTA. All cops are GTA 5, right? Right. So we're putting the standard on cops. What about the criminals, right?
Criminals are going to be criminals.
Can't hold standards for criminals.
Right.
A criminal is already in violation of all standards.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't get to create standards for criminals, Josh. Correct.
Correct.
Now the question becomes whether or not you want to be policed by criminals or by people who have standards.
Exactly. I personally think we should be policed by bullies. However, right, you're laying claim that the bullies have to have their hands tied and the criminals are allowed to
No, I want to do away with the bullies.
I got it, right?
And then also your worldview doesn't map onto reality in a 1-to-1 scenario. In reality, when the cops chill the fuck out and don't get their dicks out, people die less and less violence happens and less fucked up shit happens. The cops almost always make every fucking situation worse.
Right. I don't disagree that if it's the case that cops, right, didn't chase people, right, there'd be like less accidents, things like that, resulting in death. I don't disagree with that. I also believe that it should happen. I believe people should pay with their lives. I would just prefer it that the person that's initiating the problem pay with their life versus the bystander. However, in this case,
I don't
right,
think somebody should pay with their life for stealing diapers.
Sure, I think you should comply.
Yeah, what's up, hippie? Nudie,
Here's the
what's up?
phrase: lay down or get down. That's simple. And I do.
I
believe
don't
that
think you
people-
should pay for your life for stealing Pampers.
I don't think you should have that mentality as an officer. Being an officer and have that kind of mentality is why there's a lot of problems in the police departments. Right? These
Right.
officers
But-
think that they can have judgment before on the street, before a court.
So criminals would have. I guess the claim is that if officers weren't so bully tactic, criminals would have better, I guess, social welfare standards within society. They'd be like,
No, we all would.
You're changing that up.
We'd all be safer.
I think society would be a little bit less having the issues that we're having. How many times do you watch a police chase that ends up with 30 cars destroyed, telephones dropped down, telephone poles dropped to the ground, people getting ran over? How many times have you seen these police chases end up worse than they would have been if they just didn't pursue the way they did?
Yo, what's up, upstate?
Hey,
Now-
my old lady just walked in. Give me a couple minutes, all right?
Now, I'm with
I
you.
tell her I said hi, bunny.
I'm with you, buddy, because it doesn't make sense to me. They're allowed to run rampant on the streets as one of the world's most known associated gang style systems. I'm not calling them a gang, though a lot of us believe they are. It's a gang style system. Corruption, drugs, murders, abductions, imprisonments.
All I can say is it's not confusing anymore when you just admit to yourself that it's supposed to be that way. That in America, that's how we do shit. America is corrupt to the core. And these people aren't getting away with something they're not supposed to be doing. They're doing exactly the job they've been hired to do by the corporate interests that make excuses for them, control the presidents that enact the laws, lobby the congressmen who write the laws, and ultimately have control over who gets elected as a Supreme Court justice, which is how we hold police accountable in this country. This is business as usual, and the only difference between Josh and most Americans is that he says it out loud. He's not a pussy. That's the most people think exactly the same way. They want to see their neighbor brutalized. And why? It's because of the very system that they live in. Because deep down in places they don't like to talk about at parties, they feel oppressed. They feel oppressed while they mock people who claim oppression exists. While they come on these panels and call themselves Trumpers or Republicans or conservative or support the police, and they make fun of people who claim oppression is even real, deep down, they feel oppressed. They feel bullied. They feel constricted and limited. And that's why, subconsciously, they justify the brutalization of others, because it's already happening to them. And why should anybody else get away with not being brutalized or roughshod over or controlled or policed when it happens to me? And that's where they get their justification for it from. And violence begets violence. Corruption begets corruption. And you learn at a very young age in this country that it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. It's to the point where a man whose responsibility is, this is what he swore an oath to. He swore an oath to uphold the rights of citizens in his jurisdiction. to uphold and protect the rights of strangers in his society. And what does he do when I say that we should have a Brady list? He calls me a simp.
Yeah, I had a
I'm an
problem with
empathetic simp. Why? Because I said we should have a Brady list. That was the extent of the conversation at that point. He put that in the chat. This is a man who swore an oath to simp for fucking strangers, to put their lives before his own, to sacrifice his own safety in order to protect the fucking weak and the innocent. And that's how he talks in public, with his own fucking name on the statement too. Don't forget, he uses his real name, Chest Out and Proud, when he makes fun of people for advocating for the rule of law, which is what it says on his fucking chest when he goes around doing his job. Wrap your head around that any other way than to understand where it's really coming from.
I guess you know Ryan yourself, right? You guys been on these YouTube streets longer than I have, so I'm just.
I'm well known in the 1A community, so all the cops around here know me and what I have to say.
Right. So, but do you know Ryan himself? Like, you guys have had talk back and forth. I'm just seeing where this is coming from, because I
would not claim to know Ryan, right? I can see some of the things he says in chat, and I know what cops are like.
Have you been up here?
I know of him.
Or anything, or any of the
yes, no. Ryan, I think is subscribed to my channel actually.
Okay, so then you understand him or whatever. So then you know his stories and stuff. Okay, I just didn't want to speak on something that I didn't know or whatnot. So Ryan doesn't seem to be a bad dude, and some of the stories he's told me about being an officer, it's kind of made sense that he seemed to be a good officer when he was there. So I think he stands behind the factor that his type of reputation that he was able to uphold was one that we're talking about, a good one who didn't use corruption to use the law. You know, that's what I gained from Ryan as far as when
I seriously doubt it.
I mean,
I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks of himself that way. None of these people think they're the bad guy.
But I've had conversations with him, and from what I've heard, it doesn't seem like he's the type that is gung-ho first and ready to slam you in the jail. He will follow the law, like Josh has told me as well. Josh has told
But what happened when I talked about it? What happened when I asked for a Brady list? What was his reaction?
It was a total.
What happened when I said that?
I expected. It's so because I thought the conversation was
and
going
that's
really good.
I would submit to you, that's the real Ryan. The real Ryan is the Ryan that comes out in the chat, that isn't the calm, collected, cool guy telling you about how he was a good cop, and if you crossed him on the street and committed the crime, the felony of contempt of cop, you would get that Ryan in the chat, except now he's got a badge and a gun and can ruin your whole fucking day.
No, that's a good point. A good way to put it.
I can hear you guys. I'll be right back. I won't be able to mic up, but I'm going to be listening to you guys talk. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Brother, be safe. Dennis, you there? Or Josh, you there? Dennis just left. Wow, I'm loaded. Holy crap.
Whatever you think you want, right? And you're just going to lay in bed. I'll bring you food, bring you whatever you want.
Here's another one. Oh my God. Are you serious? Brother sent me another video that has to do with negligence with a child.
Yeah. Apologize.
Video shows woman stealing from dead people with toddler in tow. God. Oh, this is ridiculous, man. Why? And this is what the whole thing started about this today. This is the whole thing of why I was on the discussion. It's basically called negligence. You adults out here think that you guys can just go out here, do whatever you want, have and create life, and decide that you don't give two shits what happens to it. The video I played in the beginning was about a woman and a husband who left the damn kid on the beach for an hour. I'm still pissed about that. This happened last November. And you know what? They're still in their situation as far as having to deal with it. But they got away with it. Each one had to pay $1,200 plus their bond. And they got a slap on the hand. Go home, tend to your kids. Don't get in trouble again. You're banned from this county in Florida. And then we talked about the other one, the Walmart shooting. There's just a lot that goes on with negligence, people, especially when it comes to kids. Now I got another video I got to go over because I got to make sure it's okay for me to play up in here. And it's about a lady who's stealing from dead people with her dog taller and so. We talked about the police officers being negligent, possibly negligent, or whether he is going to, he really was scared for his life or in danger. I guess that's going to be the question with this case. I've learned a couple of new things since I last spoke like this a few minutes ago, like an hour ago or so. And these guys are pretty interesting as far as, I mean, to understand different people and how they think. I love this game. And you guys are great, man. Thank y'all for the show, man. It's been good, Dennison. I mean, you got great responses all the time, bro. You got great responses all the time. You're a smart person when it comes to quite a few things. I think you hold your arrogance up in a good way. And I understand it, bro. And here, as I gradually go into this YouTube realm and the stream realm, I think I'm gonna get to be my original self and be able to come out to be more like y'all are. But I'm trying to creep myself into this world. These discussions are good, and I think the topics have been great today. Once again, I would like everybody to like, share, and subscribe if you possibly can. We have Dennison X on the show. Go over to his. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't, if you're already there, please come to the Mexican Einstein. Like, share, and subscribe. We have a lot of topics, a lot of people, different frequencies, different vibes. It's great to have these discussions. It's amazing. Tonight we have 17 in the chat, and I appreciate that. It's probably one of my biggest, a couple of them being pretty high, but it's one that's been steady for a minute. Thank y'all very much. Interesting. I think, Dennison, the way you act, the way you portray yourself, I like that. It holds me to the way I think I want to hold myself out here on this realm. And I think being stern, like I've said, being on top of it, if I misquote something or say something, I'm not going to be afraid for somebody to correct me. But I am learning a lot from you guys. A lot from you guys. So Dennison, what else you got for us? What else you want to discuss? That was one hell of a topic. I change it because I feel like frustrations are getting up a little bit, and yeah, that's been great. I'm still mad. I'm gonna play this video now. Let me get back to my brother. Where was he at? These people are retarded on here sometimes. Okay, this one. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see what this has to play. But of course, people got to be ignorant. Bam. I'm getting a little bit faster and better with this, so love it. And with StreamYard, it's making it even better, easier, better to cope with. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
A woman was caught stealing from the dead with a toddler in tow. Precinct 5 says it happened at a cemetery in the Memorial area. That's where ABC 13's Luke Jones.
Jesus Christ. Let's see if anybody gets hurt on this one, how they cast the subject, and it's interesting to see how the outcome comes or what happened. But I am going to keep tails on the other story with the beach.
This is live, Luke. This is pretty low down. Investigators are trying to identify that woman.
Yeah, right now they pretty much just have that surveillance video to go off, but they're hoping the woman's distinctive back tattoos draw some extra tips in from the public so they can identify her.
They're talking about a tramp stamp. I hope not. Who just popped up? Josh Dennison? Nobody? Okay, good. I'm trying to watch. It's, for some reason, there's supposed to be a bloop that goes on, and I never catch it.
3 victims so far, and investigators say the suspect herself didn't come here alone.
A young girl in tow.
I'm back.
The investigators are calling the Crypt Crook strolls into the mausoleum at Memorial Oak Cemetery June 6th. The child seen wandering around as the suspect gets to work, opening up the glass cremation niches. She appears to use some sort of tool, then pries the glass open and helps herself to the treasure inside. The Precinct 5 Constable's office says jewelry, gold bars, and rings all turned up missing, and it's not the first time. They say a visitor first noticed something missing from a display case May 26th, more than a week before this video was taken. Now investigators are turning to the public for help identifying the mystery woman. Her back covered in tattoos.
I told you, I didn't even know it. I didn't even know it. And then you got a tramp stamp. Damn, hoochie. Oh my gosh. I mean, I love that they got a clear picture of the tattoos, though. You know, it just makes all the best sense. Let's continue on.
And at one point, she was seen holding a distinctive black and white purse.
And as always, you could call any tips into Crime Stoppers. The number 713-222-TIPS. It's still unclear how she was able to access that mausoleum to begin with. We stopped by earlier, tried testing the doors, but they were locked.
Well, duh. After she got caught, they locked them up. Dumbass. You're a great reporter, dude, by the way. That was really retarded logic. But okay, let's continue on to something else. Oh my gosh, that was too funny. That's all I got to say. This is what I'm talking about, people. This is what I'm talking about. Negligence, parent negligence, police negligence, people's negligence. Listen, if you're going to do the crime, you got to do the time. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. If you're going to be retarded, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that word, but I don't care right now. I'm not like using it as bashing, whatever it is. I'm just using it in the content. If you're going to be that dumb, I don't know. How many of you have actually taken your child to do a crime or while you were doing a crime? You got children out there? Anybody can answer me that? How many of you people would leave your child unattended in a public place? And let's start from 3 months up.
I wouldn't even leave my cat unattended.
I think a lot of people need to start thinking about accountability, Dennison. Accountability for your actions, accountability for your problems.
I think we could teach it in school. But again, these are incentives. The corporations don't want us to be accountable. They want us to show up to work at 7:59 a.m. and shut up and do what we're told. Accountability breeds character and responsibility, and those people don't make good employees, despite what you would think. Because most employees are exploited and misused. And the kind of person with integrity won't allow themselves to be used just as much as they won't allow someone else to be used, which would include your coworker sitting next to you. But even then, I think you would still end up with a majority of people being douchebags, and really attrition is well overdue. The Industrial Revolution flipped a bitch on evolution, and now survival of the fittest no longer applies.
I agree.
And I some of that goes into these situations with the cops too. See, for me, I don't give a fuck about that lady and her Pampers. I couldn't care less. She's a breeder, first of all, so I already have a limited amount of respect for her, potentially. Very few parents do a good job from where I sit. The ones who do, I admire, and I revere them, but they're few and far between. And here's an example of someone who is doing a terrible job, because even if she needed to steal the Pampers, she didn't need to bring the kid with her. And there's also easier way to steal Pampers than from a Walmart, you know? Lady, like, why don't you
Dollar
try a
General.
fucking convenience store?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
So we're already talking about someone who doesn't have their priorities straight because she has gas in her car, but she doesn't have Pampers. So, you know, like listen, no one's going to tell me how hard it is, but at the end of the day, I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning so that I could stand outside of the bus stop for 2 hours and then ride the bus for another 2 hours to get to work on time. So, you know, I couldn't even afford the car, never mind the gas to put into it. And these people ruin my society. You know, they're in front of me at line at the DMV. You know, they're at the fucking, you know, Chipotle, with their hands on the glass, breathing over the fucking, you know, food. I don't have, I don't simp for them or have empathy for them like the pigs would have you believe. The reason why pigs need to be in control is because I want to be a free man in society. I go out of my way to produce no harm, right? So when I go out into society, I'm considerate, conscious of those around me. I go out of my way to be polite and respectful, and I don't call attention to myself or create a public nuisance or commit crimes. I rarely even break the law, even when I disagree with it. I tend to follow the law, even if I don't agree with it. But the police will still not hesitate to brutalize me, take away my rights, and put me in a cage because they didn't like the way that I looked at them, or because I didn't cross the street at the right point, or because I didn't have the right attitude when I got pulled over. So, you know, that's my problem with the pigs, is I don't want to have my ass beat and put in a cage. But other than that, you know, the herd needs to be thinned. You know, the older I get, the more I realize, like, the universe is a very cold place. It certainly doesn't care about me. My life doesn't have any value. Why should I value the lives of thieves and murderers? You know, if they end up offed by the police, it's really no skin off my back. The problem is that the cops are out of control and they're shooting people for no reason. You know, like, can't imagine what would possess someone to fire into a vehicle that's driving away from you when you don't know if there could be a kid inside. And you know, that being said,
I think you know, as she rose or put her hand at the baby in the air, I think at this point the officer knew there was a baby, could see into the vehicle. If he was even aiming at the driver to shoot the driver, he had to be able to see in this vehicle.
Or he fired aimlessly.
That's why I'm asking. Is it a possibility that he could have not been in harm's way when he fired his pistol?
So, I'm all for removing warning labels. Doing away with lawsuits for stupid people. Like, there's way too many people breeding. Essentially, what it comes down to, and smart people are not breeding enough, and dumb people are breeding indiscriminately. And Idiocracy is a documentary at this point. And you know what? The police are a direct result of that, right? That's why no director, movie director, or screenwriter has depicted the police more accurately and more succinctly than Mike Judge depicted them in Idiocracy. Nowhere have they been more honestly and more succinctly represented than by the few minutes or seconds that they were portrayed in that movie. You want to know what the mentality of the police is? Just watch Idiocracy. Do yourself a favor.
Yeah. Oh no, Josh. I mean, damn, Dennison, Josh, dear Dennison. I keep on saying the wrong names today. I haven't smoked enough. I probably got to smoke another one. It's interesting, Dennison, because like I said, I'm with you on I probably a good chunk of your thoughts and the way you process things as far as that, and you make a lot of sense when it comes down to these things. I just don't know. It's my whole.
I do want to caveat.
Go ahead.
I do want to caveat what I'm saying too with, I wasn't born this way. This is a result of learning. What reality is really like, what the system is really about. If the system had values and virtue, and people actually took care of each other, and society worked, and it wasn't built on corruption and debt and lies and brutality and greed, I wouldn't be this way. I would be a statist, and I would dedicate my life to public service because nothing would make me happier. I'm a product of my environment.
Yeah, I believe that right there. Product of your own environment. What?
The morals aren't what's fluid, Casper. The actions and prescriptions are what are fluid. The morals remain consistent. The morals are, me first. That doesn't change. See, if I live in a society where people actually take care of each other, then my cup runneth over. And I can give back to my community without being untrue to myself, without it being a detriment to myself, and without it undermining my values and morals. That's the misconception. And listen, I had to learn the fucking lesson the hard way, bro. I'm in my mid 40s. I tried to buck the system and be the good example well into my late 30s. Almost my entire life, I tried to be the example in a world I knew had no principles. It took it very recently that I decided to fucking stop punishing myself, with my own principles, because it wasn't getting me anywhere. It just always meant I finished last. It always meant I was at the bottom. And it always meant that, the only one who suffered or paid any price for my morality and my principles was me.
Hey, at least you hold yourself accountable for those things, and you're able to say that, because not a lot of people are able to judge themselves like that and understand themselves like that. you at least you know what you're talking about. You stand on your business, and like I said, I like to pick your brain as far as conversations go, because you do bring one of the most interesting aspects as far as the way I like to think. I think you put it out verbally for me on most occasions, because me and you agree on a lot, and it's hard for me to find somebody that agrees on a lot of things that I agree with. There's some things we don't agree on, but that's common and normal to happen that way. A lot of the stuff that you talk about, the way you feel on these things, it's I've been wanting to say for a minute. I just can't. I'm not used to this shit out here. I'm not used to being comfortable with people watching me. Right now we got 18 watching us, and I'm not really comfortable with these type of things. But you, brother, you just let it flow, and it's natural. So thank you. I'm gonna pick up on some of this. I have been picking up on details from other channels and stuff that I've been watching, and this is great, bro. I mean, damn, I'm with you, bro. I'm lost in this.
I've been doing introspection in public my whole life.
Yeah.
Right, like this panel thing. I've been doing it since I was 10 years old, since before most people even were on the internet, and I put a lot of time and effort into introspection, and I barely scratched the surface. I literally made a completely life-changing discovery, alteration, shift less than a month ago. Not even the same person I was 28 days ago. Because I'm still learning and digging.
Lois, what was Anchor, Casper? I'm lucky because I am in amongst atheist worlds an idiot, but even at my lowest, I still took those good lessons. Lowest being lacking that faith. I don't know what he means of that.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, I don't think people have very good morals these days. I think morals are lost with people. Also, Max, what was that? Never let voice quality go below this. Okay. And I was in and out today. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for stopping in. Nojong had a glimpse of reality, but a better view than most. I'm in dense Discord. Share it there. I was talking about me being Christian. Even if God didn't exist, I still follow Jesus. Okay. And I've heard that a lot recently. Somebody made it, put a statement out the other day, Angry Casper, that said something to the fact of, I'm religious, but I'm not Christian. You have to learn how to separate the two, is what the statement was made. I forget who said it. I think that was Ryan, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, but kind of hit true to what you just said, and I've been hearing that from a lot of people. They want to walk the Jesus path, but don't necessarily believe in a godly being out there. Hey.
Oh, he's saying
I guess
he's saying that it's kind of an advantage to be Christian because those values are instilled within you. You don't have to learn the hard way, and they're always there for you, even in hard times and times of doubt, is what I'm thinking he's saying by that.
He said, I'm thinking about me being Christian. Even if God didn't exist, I'd still follow Jesus. And he goes, a lot of people are having issues with the Bible and whatever church their parents sent them to. And then we said Casper gave him you know, the salute with the crown. Angry Casper also said, and they all can feel it, but dare not to put a name on it. And then, which he goes, even if half a Christian actually followed Jesus, most of our conversations would be moot. And yeah, I don't know how that started with a simple question. Okay, I'm lost. Okay, and Dennison, in a way, yes. Okay, so led back to your point, yes, Dennison, in a way, yes. Wow. Okay, and this is very interesting. I just don't go have kids. You can't control them. Don't go have kids. You can't watch them. Don't go have kids. You can't afford them. Shit, just keep your shit in your pants or zip that thing down so you don't have to worry about it. People, if you're not ready to be adults in this world and be accountable for your actions, there's something mentally wrong with you. Honestly. I think if a society started holding accountability for their own actions, the police started holding accountability for their own actions, I think we could see a different society of how people would act or react. I mean, there's always going to be crime. We've seen it, you know, from the past to now in movies, as well from the past to the future. Everything revolves around crime. I don't think there's a situation that doesn't. But I think if people start holding accountability for their actions, I think then things can be justified a little bit easier. I want to start a petition for make the list of the bad popos. The ones who get fired for misconduct. The ones who get fired for drug use. The ones who get fired for doing things that aren't their job. So let's push that one forward here. I'll come up with a quick name of it. I'll figure something out with it. Let's see if we can get that across. I think Dennison would agree with me that if we could get that list out there across the nation, we would definitely have less corrupt police systems. Not saying they're going to be completely corrupt, uncorrupt, just less. It'll be easier to catch the corruptions. I don't think we need bulldogs and bullies and mental cases on police force. I think they turn into mental cases after a while from things they see from these situations. I mean, just believe what this officer now is thinking in his head. He has to suffer with the factor that he shot a baby, a child, and now has to live with it, whether he gets punished by the law or not. We have cops out here that do things that are immoral and go to bed every night scratching their balls and thinking they had a great day. You know, I think these officers need to be held accountable for the simple reason we want a just and lawful system that works. Police officers are meant to uphold the law, to protect and to serve, to de-escalate. I don't see de-escalation in chasing somebody down. I don't see de-escalation in unholstering your pistol and aiming it at an occupied car that could cause potential damage to you, citizens, and more vehicles or more property damage is just or in any kind of way correct. I do see that if the officer was in complete danger, then he has the right to protect himself or eliminate the danger. But if I'm able to jump out of the way of a car, it's whatever. I get out of the way. I had a dude one time. I was going down to the street to a laundromat. Me and my girlfriend at the time were riding down there. And this guy comes in front of me and cuts me off out of nowhere. Just third lane over, right in front of me. I blow the horn at him. I get into the parking lot. He comes into the parking lot. He threatens to kill me, shoot me, all this kind of stuff. Of course, I am protecting myself. And, you know, he gets out the vehicle, attempts to attack me. And I stand in front of the vehicle to try to get him to stay there while I'm on the phone with police. And he starts to edge forward. And you know what the officers told me when they came to the scene? You shouldn't have been in the way. You're not supposed to be in front of a moving vehicle. It's funny how they can tell us that's what we're supposed to do, but they don't. So on that note, I don't know. Help me advocate to put something better than the Brady list. Let's call it the you did it list. The X list. Poop patrol list. I don't know. But I think there's something that needs to be done across the nation to better the system of policing. By the way. You still there, Dennison?
Yes, sir.
That's crazy, bro. It's okay, Max. I have never left my child unattended, even in my home. Normal, that's what we were saying earlier. And we were literally talking about that. I've never left my kids unattended. My kids are 25 years old. Never once have I ever left them unattended until they got like 16, 15 years old, where I can leave them by themselves at home. And me and the wife at the time could go do dinner or something like that. They were old enough to watch themselves and stuff. I've never left a kid, a minor, to me under the age of a teen, which is 12 and under, never left them home by themselves. They were always accounted for by an adult. When we went out to malls, beaches, locations, they were all there beside me. It was funny because a couple of years ago, maybe 8, 9 years ago, I started to see when, you know, a lot of these people would now put their child on a leash so they didn't lose them in Walmart or at the malls and stuff like that. Nowadays, we're just leaving them on the beach to cook and bake. And you go away for an hour or two, and it's okay because it's the baby's nap time. Crazy shit, man. Crazy, crazy shit. That's all I got to say. You're dreaming of a government employee, don't even sign their names on documents. Sent just State Department, they are dehumanizing citizens. Who's to say they ain't, defend? Who's to say they ain't? I mean, it's a possibility. I don't know, y'all. All I'm going to say is this has been a great stream. Witchy's coming in on the field to get more intake on this. Is this Witchy? Witchy, is that you? Yes, it is. Miss Witchy is coming in. Hey, you are, my dear. How you doing?
So my experience as a parent dealing with other people's kids and with other parents has been that most parents, I have somewhat young children. One's high school, one's middle school now. And then I have adult children. With my adult children, I would go and participate in parent things, and all the parents were snorting Adderall in the bathrooms, drinking wine and vodka in their teacups. But now the parents are like not getting involved at all. Like at least those parents were there. They showed up to every game. They participated in the PTA. Well, now we don't have PTA anymore. We have what they call PAC, the Parent Action Committee, and like nobody shows up. So at least the parents of the my older kids' generation got involved. They were drinking. They were, somebody always had a flask at all of the games, and I'm not kidding you. I'm not exaggerating about these women crushing up their kids' Adderall and snorting it in the bathrooms. But they were at everything and they were completely involved. But now the parents I see, like they'll drop their kid off at my house and not even come to my door and shake my hand and know who the fuck I am.
Wow.
Like, and it trips me out. They'll be like, okay, the kids will come in and I'll be like, oh, your mom's not going to come in. No, she'll be back around 5. She'll text me when she's here. Because their cell phone is them raising their kid. Oh, I can just reach them on their cell phone. If there's anything wrong there, they have their cell phone. They can call for help. Like, so maybe they're kind of going back to that way we were raised, where they're not helicopter parents. They're not in every second of their kids'
I don't
life.
know. I
Maybe
don't
it'll be
know.
better.
We had helicopter parents. They just weren't. They were stealth helicopters. Like our parents knew what we were doing.
Apache.
Yeah, it's an Apache stealth helicopter, man. It was different. Nowadays,
I didn't
they
have
police
helicopter
them.
parents. I had platoon parents. They had a whole platoon in the whole town. So they didn't have to be helicopter parents, because if you fucked around, you found out with somebody
That's
else's
why I'm
dad,
saying
and
it
then
was a
he
stealth.
told your dad at the bar, and you found out from your dad too.
That's why I'm saying it was a stealth system. Everybody knew everybody. If you were doing wrong,
I don't know what I had.
I'm pretty sure that
I think I was the
across town,
parent at a certain point.
somebody knows you and knows your pops and mom, and they see you acting like this, and that shit gets back to them before you even get home. But could you say that? I'm gonna put the government into this because I think it's part of the problem. Could you say that the government has now successfully dissolved the natural family, the concept of it, and now these kids are able to run wild, do the things they do, change their stories, change their worlds, and we're just supposed to accept this?
See, that's the thing most people don't get, is that that's kind of what makes humans more evolved and advanced than other species, is that we do just accept things and we change our game plan around them, and we do change things, but first we have to accept them even to change them. Like if you haven't accepted the way it really is about something, you won't have the power to change it, because you're trying to change the wrong thing. So we have to accept whatever the reality is that comes at us. The issue is choosing which things are worth changing. And most people focus on the things that immediately affect them. And if you keep people in a constant state of survival, the way our hierarchy in society is set up, the majority of people don't really have time to sit and think about these sort of things. Like, I get that you work, I'm Mexican Einstein, but a lot of the people out here, like having these kind of conversations in the public, don't. Or if they do, it's from home or part-time. They don't. Most people are so hyper focused on getting that paycheck on time so they can pay their bills on time, so that their kids can eat and they've got clothes to wear to school and whatnot, that they don't sit and think about what's really worth changing. The only things that matter when things change is their immediate survival needs.
So then, in essence, you're saying nothing's really going to change until something dramatically happens to them or in their family.
For individuals, for the most part, yes. Now, societally, we changed pretty well. I mean, if you compare to society now to 50 years ago, we're pretty good at moving with the tech, whether we like it or not. You just get a lot of bitching along the way.
Yeah. But now to the question that it asked, I think that I lost in my statement is, do you think the government has now successfully dissolved the family concept?
I think that the government planted the seeds and that society has definitely followed suit in devolving the family unit down to individualism. So like where I'm from, I don't know what you know about New Mexico, but where I'm from, if you go into the small towns, you'll find little mini villages in the town. And these little mini villages, there's Abuela's house in the middle, and then Tio Rodolfo built his house next to hers on the right, and Mateo built his on the left, and Angelica brought her husband and her kids and built a house, 25 feet past that. And you have all these like houses built on one property. Even the property I live on now that we bought had been divided in half by two brothers after their parents passed. And then their kids ended up selling it. And so what you see here, though, is it used to be you would build up a home next to your family. And so you're raising kids and you both have to go do this, that. Well, Abuela's there and Tio's there,
Right.
Tia's there. And then not only that, but the kids are taking care of Abuela. Abuela can't get up to turn off the water on the stove for her tea, but the 7 years old is old enough supervised to turn it off and help her so that she can get Epsom salt water to soak her feet and hot tea. And the kids watched over. They're not getting into the knives or watching pornography on the HBO. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and this was when I was a kid. So some of the modern tech did exist. Not all of it, granted, but some of we had computers and video games. But there was a limit on that because we had a family environment. Now, I wasn't even from the area originally. My mother's from the East Coast. Well, not East Coast, the Midwest. She's from Chicago. That's where she was from, rest her soul. But we moved here and were adopted into the culture. And even then, in the 80s and 90s, there was still this intense. But then they started raising their kids to not speak their language because they wouldn't fit in at school. And then it was, well, you got to go to college. And if you want to go to a good college, you got to go away from your family. And then it was, oh, well, don't bring that knowledge back here. There's no job for you. Don't come create the industry here. Go somewhere else because you're going to get the better job. And now you see those houses, those family compounds being divided up, sold house by house. And there's people living 15 feet from each other in these family compounds and they don't even know each other's names. Well,
Sorry,
like you people
I
in the
thought I was
city
off
too.
mute. I was like, wow, that's kind of interesting because you're talking about an evolution or a movement that has made the family itself not want to be around the town that they're in because of the lack of resources or job availabilities. So now instead of telling, like you said, them to come back, they tell them to stay away. In a way, I kind of did that with my kids. I really want my kids to be able to be gone, like visit the United States to start off with. If they find somewhere to live, that's fine. Go do that. But I don't know where we're going with this conversation on that. But yeah, it's weird because
Well, that's what I mean is that society has fallen into the corporate trap of sending their kids off to work instead of working the family land and taking care of each other. And you're right.
Yeah,
It
you're
has
right. Okay,
completely
that's where we're at.
undermined the family unit. And whereabouts do you live? You're in the U.S.?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, the FLA. We all day.
Okay.
Florida.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, coastal people trip me out. I don't know how people can live on the coast.
No, hold up. You gotta understand. I'm not a coastal person. Okay, I've only been a coastal person for the past 12, 13 years. So I live inland. I come from a place that was, 8,000-10,000 people. I think that's the max. Country, rednecks on one side, blacks got their own section, Mexicans live over here. The rest of the area, you just have to own the land to be able to live out there. So, I come from places where we work the fields, watermelons, bell peppers, oranges.
Yo, what up, Fatima?
Like that. What's up, homie? And so I kind of, the coastal thing, it's only been something new because I don't want to be in that lifestyle. Once again, as you said, it was opportunity for better work, better movement, better locations for me.
Right,
And
but you're
yeah,
a
we do
city
move
dweller
away.
now, right?
Huh?
You're a city dweller now, right?
Oh, why are you gonna say it like that?
Well,
Because I live in the city
people,
doesn't mean I'm
people
a
in the city
city
in my
dweller.
mind, people in the city in my mind don't really live; they dwell. I watch them come out here and they ride their bicycles with their helmets and their pads and their water packs, and they come out here and
I'm doing 20 miles an hour on my bicycle, going down the road, no helmet, standing up, pistol on my side, no shirt, no pads, no shoes. I'm ready to no, I'm a country boy.
but no, I'm just saying they have a certain way about them that they don't. It's almost like they're borrowing somebody else's intentions. Like they never seem to be they're self-involved, but they're not introspective. Like they don't know their neighbors. Like when I lived in the city for the brief time that I did, I tried to get to know my neighbors and they were not interested in
Oh
that.
no, it's not like that around where I live. Like I know all my neighbors just about. I know like 3 of them live in the little building apartment thing that I live in. I know 4 or 5 of the neighbors who live on the out part of the complex here, the part of the property. I know people that live down the street. No, it ain't like I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm a very social person outside of YouTube and stuff like that. So like I know all my neighbors just about. Yeah, I don't think I've ever lived in the location where I didn't.
See, and that's the thing is even with the family unit breaking up, if we could keep that kind of a society, like I know a lot of people move into the cities and they come from different backgrounds and stuff, but if each building could build community in a city, we'd still be closer to the way it was with a strong family unit because people would have the support they need. But I see all the time where people in the city will make the claim that they don't know their neighbors. I guess it's good if you do, and maybe you're not a dweller, maybe you're actually living a life and building a community, and that's great. But I see as the generic standard in the city to isolate and live in your own space and not step out of it.
Well, I think there's a slight misunderstanding. I think from what you're talking about city, and I think I'm a city. You're thinking more of like probably New York style, concrete jungle style city. I don't live in a town or in a city that's like that. My places are like there's still trees everywhere, grass everywhere. There's open lots of property that's out and about. It's not like building on building where you got a whole bunch of tenants in one building or anything like that. That only happens.
Then you're not a city dweller. You live in a town.
Well, it's not. It's completely a city. So,
how far is the next McDonald's?
Oh, 3 blocks down the road.
Sounds like a city.
There's a little mall right down the road. There's a Home Depot. There's a Publix, Steak and Shake. I got some Chinese restaurants right down the road. If I go that way, if I go north of here, I got one of the parks that's big. I have the convenience stores right next to me. There's a
Here, let me change up what I said though.
Huh?
Let me caveat what I said. Let me back up a little bit. Is that the only McDonald's in your city?
No, either like okay, there's that one 2 miles, 3 miles down the road. There's another one on one of the streets over. If you go from there north, there's one 1.5 miles north from here. If I go east, there's one at the beach from that way. So yeah, there's like
So 4 so far.
Oh, we got probably about 15, 20 McDonald's in this whole area.
That's a city. Sure.
That's a city.
Because there's a McDonald's like 2, well, maybe might even be more than like 5 miles away from me, but it's the only one. And we don't have a Best Buy.
Like we have multiple Steak and Shakes here. We have multiple Panera Breads. We have multiple McDonald's, Burger Kings, Pizza Huts. All our city life ain't like most city life. Like what y'all think? Y'all thinking about like buildings where there's tenants that live all in this building. Next one, there's another tenant, or they could be living right by a whole set of stores or something. That everything's compiled on top of each other and up. Our cities aren't up here; they're more spread outwards. As far as what I can, it's 10 miles across. I think it's 10, 15 miles across the county. And most of the county is covered by the city. But it's spread out, if it makes any sense.
Like
I mean, being a little bit spread out or being right on top of each other isn't the entire point. More to the point is what I was trying to say is that in the cities, if it was more people like you who were making friends with their neighbor and building community, the loss of that familial support might not make as much of a difference. But from what I understand from the people I've talked to who live in cities, and when I've lived in the city, most people don't know their neighbors and don't want to.
I guess a lot of people aren't like me either. I like to know everybody around me, just in case. Never know. One might be a psycho. One might be able to handle themselves with a pistol. One might be able to box and fight.
One might be a sociopath like me. Crazy.
I want all the crazies around me. They're the best to hang out with. I need to get some supper. Joe Cool. Is this you, boss? Yes, sir. I'm bringing you up.
It's good, Pep.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Doing good, man. I'm finna smoke me a blunt and saw a couple of my buddies over here.
You know, I'm an open story over here. I like to keep it as cordial with everybody as I can. Like I told everybody, I'm new to the streets, so I'm not trying to make enemies.
What'd you learn about the police today, man? I heard my man up here. He's the right guy. What'd you learn today, man?
Denison has already taught me, and with that, and with the understanding and backing of what Josh said, I learned basically that cops are all pieces of shit in totality. And then not what I've learned today. What I've learned today is that I can't trust the police to do their job if they're going to be corrupt.
Wait,
went over that.
I understand. You just making me happy, right? Last time I was here, you was like, man, I guess y'all right, man. I learned all police suck, man. Yeah. I was so happy. That makes me happy. And today
Well,
you
because
like,
I like to be a little bit optimistic, Joe Cool. I like to be a little bit optimistic with situations because not
I do
every
too, but
is
not
bad.
at the expense of realistic, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to each, everybody has a different experience with these types of situations. Okay, you may have had a total different experience with police than I have. Dennison, total different experience with police than I have.
But we're not kids. We wouldn't go off of anecdotal our expense. To some extent, you can't help that. But it's 2026, man. Internet's everywhere. There's media everywhere. And then you got a million people you can talk to about it. You don't have to go off of your own shit. Well, I know a cop in my neighborhood. He was kind. That's immature.
Yep. Let's see who is in here. There's a Jewin in the back. There's a Jewin in the back.
Something about Jews being backstage.
No, a Jewin. This is Jewin.
That's racist.
No, that's so funny because where I live, the city nearby, there's a road called Juan Tabo, and the GPS calls it Juan Tabo.
Yeah. Juan, you talking?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm listening. Good.
All right, making sure. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I just got off work.
Good. Get off work?
Yeah, I've been listening. Yeah. Remember, I'm finishing up at those Amazon contracts, and I'm out.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but what's the topic? I've been listening to y'all kind of on and off.
Well, I mean, like I said, you've seen most of the show this earlier. How negligence is really played in a lot of situations that are happening right now. I'm not going to speak too much on the Walmart police officer shooting as far as what I think needs to be done. But I am going to speak on some of it as we go on into the future days because it's going to be interesting what comes out. What I've seen today is that the angle, the trajectory, the story that the young lady told, there could be a lot of.
Oh, I got a quick view. Let me throw some at you. Speaking of like negligence, and then with, I guess the position that you're in, a police officer, if they shoot somebody for the hell of it, they get charges, they get reprimanded, and all that. Now, do you think that should go down to the child custody, like the people that are in charge of like doing welfare checks on kids that are placed?
Don't even get me on that one, bro.
If they don't do their job, and then something happens to the kids, like, do you think they should be penalized, like with like the full extent of the law?
They don't vet them people well enough to even
That's what I'm saying.
talk about that subject. Because
That's what I'm saying. Like, do you think they should be punished?
Say what?
Do you think those people that are supposed to be doing their job that don't do their job to make sure that the kids are like placed in a safe place, like, and then something happens to those kids? Because we have a case in North Carolina where a child, I think she was 3 years old, she was placed in the care of, I think, uncles and aunts, and they ended up finding her little, her little body, and they didn't do their job. CPS didn't do their job.
Well, that's I think a total different subject. One, because that goes into the failure of CPS or child services of any kind towards the children. And yes, I do understand that, but it's hard to vet complete family members if they don't have any.
You have to be psychic to pull that shit off. Man.
Yeah, that's going to be a very difficult thing. Now, if you're talking about internally with the system, that is a subject that
I was only bringing that up because of the
Can you open the door for Ricky?
Here in North Carolina. It's like, I think it was reported that they had they had multiple red flags, yada 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 yada. Like a list goes on.
The states at fault at that time, I think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, you think there should be some kind of it falls back on them, honestly.
Supposedly, they already have that. They already have a vetting system for making sure that a family member or something like that is okay with that. Because once CPS involved, they take names of everybody. They find out your family, who's involved in your family, why you're acting like this. They have you pinned down to the T, and they know what family members are right or wrong. So this goes back to negligence on the state at this point, and that's what you're saying, which is true. I think the state should be at fault at all times with this, but that's a more difficult subject to go into with negligence. Now you're talking about, a system that's already broken. We have already lost, I don't know how many kids this past year, the past couple years, by the thousands, not even just by hundreds.
So I was looking at some articles today because my sister, she's in the medical field and she wants to be a midwife. And what's it called? The amount of foster kids that are like lost daily.
Yeah.
And then also, I didn't know this one, but if you have a marriage license and you marry some girl that's under 18, or legally you're also, they allow you to marry off your daughter or whoever you're in charge of that's under 18. And if anything happens, it's not great. It falls within like the marriage law. That's crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So I know we make fun of like other religions and shit when they do it, but like I didn't know that. My sister told me that it's one of those things that they look into when they have their patients and stuff. And I don't know why they have that stat line, but she said it happens way more often than you would think.
I'm not even sure I understand what you're saying. Are you saying what? Can you recap it?
So I have a marriage license, right? And let's say I know you, and you have a girl that likes you, wants to marry you, yada yada, whatever the story may be. She's 16. I marry you, and if for some reason anybody says, "Hey, that girl's 16, he's raping her," well, no, it's not great because I married you, and that falls right under a marriage law where it's not considered rape.
Oh, no, I was not aware that you could even marry a 16-year-old. I guess so. But I didn't
And all you have to do is have a marriage license. That's crazy.
Some states allow for that accountability, and some of them allow because of Romeo and Juliet laws as well. They account for some of that. So, but the Romeo and Juliet law only provides or applies to people under 21, I think it is.
And close in age.
No, it can't be. It doesn't provide for someone who's 21, 25, 26, like that. If
As I said, they have to be close in age, I said.
The Romeo and Juliet, but if you have a marriage license and somebody marries you, it don't matter what age you're at.
Okay, when you saying a marriage license, I've never been married. I guess you just go and sign up to get a marriage license. Do you have to have a mate when you go get this license, or are you just walking around with it in your pocket?
I have no idea.
Because you're saying have a marriage license, not when you're married.
Preachers can marry people off. They have to have a marriage license in order to perform a marriage in the church. So this is something that one of the titles or certificates that
It's like those things that you see in Vegas, like when you go to like those like quick chapel things and they marry you. They have a marriage license.
All right. The reason I'm asking is I thought you get a license and you have to get the license, then you get married. So you can have a license technically and not be married is what I was wondering.
No. He's saying a license to marry people.
But then, like, if you ever meet anybody, I can marry you.
That's what I was missing. You're the preacher or whatever. You can marry. Okay.
I figure.
All right.
And I can marry you. You can call me. Hey, I'm getting married. I got a 15-year-old girl that likes me. Bam, you're done.
Wow, that's crazy.
Don't say that, Epoxy, because it has to be in the state that allows it.
Georgia, Kentucky. I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Now you go crossing state lines to do some illegal stuff that doesn't account in that.
That's crazy.
You got to be careful, Epoxy. Watch what you say. Just saying.
But yeah, man.
What about the kid shooting. Y'all said something about a baby shooting, and y'all was talking about that earlier when I was.
You haven't heard about the Walmart
Joe.
officer involved shooting?
Okay, Joe. There's a couple, and they're shoplifting at Walmart, and the police get called, so they run, and they've got a child with them, and the woman gets in the front seat with this infant in her lap, in the front seat, and they try to escape, and they decide to drive the car at a police officer who opens fire on the car. The infant is deceased.
Hold up. Once again, I'm gonna hold it on that note, and let me just correct a couple things.
Well, I know one you're gonna correct, but say it anyway.
Right. The problem here is that two females, and a infant were at Walmart. The call was called in that they were shoplifting. They got into the vehicle as the police approached. The driver put the vehicle in reverse, hit the vehicle as pulling out, and then started to drive off. The young lady in the passenger side with the child held the child up in the air, and shots rang out from the passenger side, which crossed the path of the baby and also hit the driver in two places.
I'm sorry, are you a cop? Because you're a cop because you're telling me shots rang out from the passenger side. Are you telling me someone in the vehicle shot out?
Side of the outside of the vehicle. Hold on. Let me correct myself. So the two girls were driving off. The girl had the baby in the air. The officer was, I'm come to assume, because the way the video and the vehicle looked, all shots came from the passenger side into the passenger side of the vehicle. Let me put it that way. So the officer was outside. As the girls pulled back, they hit the car, went to pull out and get away. The officer felt like he was in danger and fired into the car from the passenger side of the vehicle towards the driver's side.
Here, this is just, just from fucking my psychic powers from doing this so long. First thing Nikki says, woman tries to run into the cop. I'm not so sure that's ever a thing. And I forgot the second one you're saying was that the officer feared for his life. Not so sure that's a thing.
I'm with you on that, Joe Cole. I've been saying that.
Joe, even if they were driving at him or he feared for his life, you do not fire into a moving vehicle. Like, you're not going to stop the threat of the vehicle coming at you if you fire into the vehicle. It's not. It's
and that could cause more
no matter what.
damage to citizens if the vehicle veered off.
What's this woman doing holding a baby in the air in the front seat of a car that's trying to peel off from a crime scene?
Who cares? What are you doing shooting in a car with a kid?
Exactly.
Agreed. There's enough wrong to go around here.
No, there's more wrong at the guy who's actually trying to kill people and shooting at a baby as opposed to the idiot who's holding the baby trying to run away. That's a huge difference.
Joe, hold up. We cannot assume that this officer woke up this morning to do that. We all think that is possible. We think it. But once you start assuming and it comes back and lashes you that isn't what happened,
always
make an ass out of you, okay?
No. I'm an adult. I know.
Hold on. The reason I'm saying that is because you're saying that the officer intended to shoot, no matter what.
I'm saying there's a 90+% chance that he just tried to murder that person. Yeah.
Now, listen, I agree with a couple factors on both, which he has a great point on it. When you shoot into a car, you cause more damage. We're all in agreement on that. Something else could happen. The vehicle could veer off. The vehicle could run you over, being the officer. The vehicle can run over citizens that are bystanders. Okay, that's one. We all agree that the officer shouldn't have shot into the vehicle with the baby in the car. Everybody agrees to that so far. What's in disagreement is whether the officer had justified means to say, he was at risk. And this is me personally.
Is that video or something? That's the only way you can answer that.
They haven't released that yet. So the only thing I've seen is the picture of the vehicle with the bullet holes in it, and all the bullet holes are on the passenger side of the vehicle. This is why I'm going into this.
I thank you for that. Have you ever seen a cop trying to shoot someone who was trying to run them over? Ever?
There was an incident a couple months ago where they justified the officer for the lady aiming at him in the situation where she was trying to get away. Yes.
Well, we know you're talking about the good shooting. I wasn't asking you whether it was justified or not. They'll always be justified. Did you see a shooting where the person, like in the Renee Good shit, we can see that she turned the tire away from him. If you want to look at it yourself, she turned the tire away, then gassed it. But have you seen it where, like you see in the movies, where a person's definitely going after that cop, they don't veer away, they don't turn, and the cop kills them? Is that ever the case?
With my eyes in my physical realm around me, within like 50 to 100 feet, no, I've never personally seen that with my own eyes.
Case here in New Mexico, Joe. There's a case here in New Mexico. There was a couple of sitting outside getting high in the PJs, and they'd already been from the PJs, especially that particular area because it's known for drugs in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Right.
And she started to drive away, and he claims he hit her with the door because the door was open, and then there was video evidence that showed she didn't, and he fired into the car from the side, killing her.
I saw that. That was just evil.
He
I
is
saw
now
that.
being charged. He's been
White lady. I saw
charged
that.
for it.
Very
So,
good.
I don't think now. Here's the thing. I don't think the cop, under any circumstances, should have fired into the car, whether the baby was there or not. You don't
Yeah,
fire into a moving
shoplifting. Why are you
vehicle.
trying
It's
to kill
just
people?
stupid.
Yeah.
However, I have an issue with the fact that these people are committing a crime with the baby with them. She's holding the baby in the front seat of a car, holding it up with guns pointed at her, trying to say, "There's a baby in here." And instead of just stopping, from what I saw, they were not caring who they hit to get out of there. Now, as far as the shots fired, that's all on the cop. He was in the wrong. He needs to face consequences for that.
No.
That
Let's go
mother
back to
has
the girl.
live with the fact, the mother has to live with the fact for the rest of her life that she took her baby into a situation like that.
No, I don't think she
And
does.
now he's gone.
I don't know. The murder can't be a fucking accountable for crazy psycho lunatics that try and murder you because you steal shit. So she ain't got to carry that burden. I hope she just carried a week
So you
or
don't
something.
believe that if 4 people go in to commit a robbery and only one of them kills the clerk, that the other 3 are just as culpable?
No. God, no.
Okay.
That's just outright evil. Here in Illinois, if you're the getaway driver, they charge you with murder. Fact is, you didn't murder anyone. I don't give a fuck who wrote what down and what fiction they try to get you to believe. You didn't murder them. You were in the car, but you get charged with it. No, I don't believe that's a real thing. And they can't make me believe that shit. And also, under no circumstance, if someone does shoplifting, should you be jumping in front of cars and trying to kill motherfuckers for shoplifting ever. If there's a baby in the car, you get that plate, you let them the fuck go. You don't even chase them. That's the safe thing.
We said that, we discussed that earlier, and some people thought that no, letting her leave the scene and not chasing her would cause just as much damage as getting in the car and full lights on, chasing them through all the streets.
Because she might rob another Walmart. What's the worst that can happen if you let her go? She might shoplift again. Why would you chase someone through the streets who's only a shoplifter?
She could actually be followed because of the tags on this vehicle. They could actually find
just
her
get
in
the
different
tag
ways.
and let her go.
Hold up, Walmart.
She's driving erratically, right? So what if
Hold
she
up.
goes out, driving erratically from the scene because she's scared, crashes into somebody there and getting out of the Walmart parking lot? The baby's
Just
dead and
silly.
somebody
What if
else's baby is
what
dead.
if they get hit by a meteor? I mean, you want to do what
Let
if
me add
shit.
this one more factor that would probably make a little bit more sense in why this shouldn't have happened. Walmart has a policy right now that a lot of people don't know about. Walmart allows you to steal in their store.
Yeah, they let
Unnoticed
you build up the
They
amount.
write it down. They add it up until a certain amount, and then the next time you come in the store and you pass that amount, they have the officers ready and waiting
Target
before you
does
go
that.
to
A
leave.
bunch of stores do that. Yeah.
So
They do that because prosecutors need it to be a level of grand larceny.
It's got to be a
worth
felony. They don't want it
prosecuting.
once.
Yeah.
And here, I think it's
Exactly.
$550 here, but it
the way
varies.
the way this was conducted in multiple fashions, I think broke a lot of procedures and a lot of things, because I don't believe personally, from the way the angle of the bullets and stuff that I saw into the vehicle, I don't believe the officer was in danger.
I mean, I haven't seen, and it doesn't seem like y'all have seen
Let me
enough.
see if I can pull up the pictures of the
All right,
I saw
right
it
on.
somewhere
I think
today.
that's irrelevant, though. I think that's irrelevant. Whether he was in danger or not, he had no right to shoot into that. No
Hey,
cause
Einstein,
to shoot into a
do
moving
you know what?
vehicle,
Do you know
regardless
what
of
the
it.
laws are? Like with police officers shooting at other vehicles if it's a high, like public area where there's other people around. I mean, because it's a Walmart. I'm pretty sure there was plenty of people around.
They can, police can pretty much get away with killing anybody at any time. They just say they
Anytime and
felt they
point.
were in danger. Nikki, I don't know if you're just playing the foil here or you really believe when you say stuff like, what if, and they were driving off and hit a banana peel because they were nervous and someone could have died. You sound like the police when they steal your rights. I've seen a lot of people shoplift, and we've seen videos. I've seen in my life. A lot of people. Hold on, I wasn't done. I got and I've seen people drive off getting chased from Walmart or whatever the fuck, and I've never seen them actually run over and kill a motherfucker, whatever you said. So it is a possibility, but it's so tiny. I don't know why you would bring it up.
You specifically way.
I think you broke up if you said something specifically.
You asked what's the danger of letting her get away, and I said in this cop's mind possibly it's that she's driving erratic, she's crazy, she might kill someone. However, I still don't think, even if he felt he was in danger, even if he felt she may have been a public danger, I do not ever approve of the idea of shooting
Well,
into a
you
moving
didn't answer
vehicle.
my question then. If you say I asked you what is the danger of her driving away, and your answer is, well, in the cop's mind, that is not what I'm asking you. I'm talking about in real life. What is the dangers of letting her drive away?
In
A
real life,
shoplifter. Yeah.
in real life, the danger of letting her drive away, if we're taking shooting off the table, because that's wrong. We all agree that should have never happened. The danger of letting her drive away is she's holding an infant in the front seat of a car, driving erratically, and not acting in the best interest of that child. We were talking about child neglect. We were talking about child neglect on the panel, and that's exactly what I'm talking about here, is her neglectful
You've
behavior
never
in
driven
caring
with
for
your
that child.
kid, holding your kid in the front
I'm in
seat?
agreement with that.
No, I have not.
I've done it 1,000 times.
Oh,
You
I have
don't
not.
take your child to a crime that you're trying to commit.
Exactly.
Well, that's a given
in
as
the
well,
video
right? Yes.
Literally said that her friend was being stopped. She kept on walking because she wasn't involved in none of that. Then she says in the little interview that she did that she put her child in the air so she could show the cops that there was a child in there. My thing, if this girl would have never got in that car with her friend and kept her child out of there, she wouldn't be in this situation. Another thing is, we're talking about negligence because she had a child in her lap. A lot of people do that. Not
I've
saying
done
that
a
it's
million
correct.
times.
Not a saying
It's illegal and negligent.
I know.
No, I disagree. It wasn't negligence for all those years until someone came up with the law fucking 30 years ago. It was a thing. Niggas didn't even have to have seat belts. Now you want to say you're evil or fucking unreal because you don't wear a seat belt. You're negligent. Niggas
Nobody
did
said
that
you're
forever.
evil or unreal. It is
Well, let's
child
stick with
neglect.
negligent. Yeah, it's not negligent not to wear a seatbelt. People did it fucking all of my life before the law came. How is that
come from the
negligent?
era where I used to be able to ride in the backseat of a car with no seatbelt. Not my parents would not get in trouble. My parents would not get negligent charges on them because I was in the back seat. So I kind of agree with Joe Cool. There was a time and point where that changed because somebody wanted
That
to
was
make
a
it
that was
law.
a time when the city streets were 35 miles per hour and the freeway was 55 miles per hour. The freeway isn't even 75 anymore, it's 95.
No, not
It's
around here.
55.
And city streets, most city streets, the speed limit is either 45 or 50 miles an hour.
Ours is 30. The expressway is 55, and we still got them shitty laws where, you know, if you wear a seatbelt, we can rock a crack tail light. And you'll, Nikki, you will be the one who carries the torch and say, well, they had a crack tail light. Someone could have died. You're that person, yo. That which is how they rob you. They say, man, it's so important that tail light, it could have been a short, or someone couldn't seen you at 60 feet and someone could have ran the street and died. And you sell that nonsense that they sell you just so they can rob people.
And I'm with you partially on what you say, Witchy, and I'm also with Joe Cool on both of you because both of you guys are making great points as far as what it is. The lady, it was negligent for having her child in the situation that she put the child in. Facts number one. Negligence right there. I think the officer is also negligence for firing into a moving vehicle that is abruptly not making a danger to society or him. If he was able to move out of the vehicle's way, he's not in danger. That's where I fall and see the difference as far as whether he had the right to shoot or rather he didn't.
Why would you have a, well, you're talking about right, you're talking what's legal. And I'm telling you pretty much you can shoot a motherfucker from the guy who arrested me. Well, he didn't arrest me, he gave me tickets in Texas. I found video of him and his partner shooting two guys who stole a car. Looked like they were teenagers or maybe out of their teens, and shot them in the back of the head and the back of the neck. And they got off with the shit. You can get off with pretty much. And not only that, they promoted him to chief. He was the chief when he pulled me over.
Well, that's why we came up with the system of trying to figure out why there is no list for these people, these bad officers, these things going on, you know, with these corrupt systems. I guess to say we're never going to have a system in the judicial or policing system that's going to be a good enough or legit one that holds honest police officers. And we can all say that's true. It's never going to happen. But I think if we were able to put officers who commit these heinous crimes, like you're talking about, Joe Cool, the ones even who commit the smaller crimes, like planting dope on a suspect, I think these officers should not be on the force.
Well, that's a given.
Joe, let me throw a hypothetical at you since you like to throw them at me.
I
so
do.
much.
Yeah, I do.
So here's my hypothetical for you. You're in your home sleeping at night. You got your old lady and her two kids. Everybody's sleeping good. Somebody busts into the house trying to rob you guys.
Kill him.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask no questions.
What happens if he's got a baby strapped to his chest on one of those baby carriers?
I'd never know because I'm gonna shoot that motherfucker immediately. I'd never know what circumstance. I wouldn't know what race he is.
And all he's there to do is rob, but you're gonna kill him for stealing from
But you're putting him in, no, this is a different scenario. You're putting home protection versus citizens and city life. That's two
Well,
different
you're talking
scenarios.
about people who were robbing. They were stealing.
No, hold up.
Well,
hold up.
you'd have to slow
He
it
is
down a
stealing
little
in
bit
a public store, not
to make it a
stealing from
proper
your home.
analogy. In my crib, that threat is ever present because you put my kids there. That my kids are gonna die. I could never
Total
be sure
difference.
he's gonna steal a vase, a wallet, and leave. But out there, you can be sure of the stealing shit out there on the street. Here, because he kicked in my door, I'm gonna assume the worst.
So there's a difference in that analogy.
And there's not children.
But it definitely is a difference. Like I said, you cannot put a home situation into a public situation and it be the same.
Yeah, if a guy was robbing my car and I walk up on him and I see him stealing my car, I got a pistol or something. Do I shoot and he got a baby attached to his chest or whatever? No, he gets away with my shit. He gets to leave.
Yep. But coming into my home, you have invaded too much of my bubble space. I'm laying out you Swiss cheese through the door, at the door. That's how it goes.
Do you, Nikki? I think it's insane and criminal to have a policy where people shoplift. Remember, I'm from the street, so a lot of people think that's a legit hustle. I've never respected it, but everybody has a hustle in the street. And someone be like, man, I'm a candidate. You know, that just means I shoplift from state to state and boost and shit. Hold on. Go ahead.
Do you think that stealing a pair of diapers versus stealing $100 million, there's any difference in the punishment of the crime?
I think
it's still a crime, right?
Yes, there must be, and there should be. Yes, the guy who steals the diaper in this world gets more crime. The guy who steals 100 million in crypto gets a pardon by Trump or doesn't
Now,
even
let me
go
put
to
it this
jail.
way with you to add to the scenario. The one who steals the diaper actually runs what the police causes the situation. The 100 millionaire sits right there and waits for the police to come get him. What's the difference on that? I mean, why is it the same? Should I say, not different?
All right, why is the diaper guy? Why they not chasing down the 100 millionaire or something? I don't know. Maybe I don't understand.
I can answer that, Mexican. So here's the difference. The guy who stole the diapers, he's in survival mode. A couple of nights even in jail could lose what little job he has. He's already having to fucking steal diapers. He can't miss his hustle for 2 days to sit up in jail and come up with the bail. On the other hand, the billionaire knows that no matter what he did, he's going to go down. He might spend a couple nights in jail. That's not going to cost him much.
He won't even spend a couple nights.
He might. I said might. But even if he
a point,
let me finish.
Wait. Let him finish.
He knows that in the long run, it's not really going to affect him, even if he does spend a couple nights in jail, because his business is settled. Other people do the work for him. He doesn't work for his living, so he's fine to go and deal with the administrative part of it and then deal with court later because he can afford a good lawyer.
He gonna pay the lawyers to deal with all of that shit too. He had to go there. The only time.
Now with that said,
and that's why he's going to turn himself in, whereas the other guy's going to run, because the punishment for him isn't whether he ever gets convicted, because even when they get over $500, half the time those things are dropped or pled out to mild probation and bullshit. So
next question.
Those people can't afford even the probation because that fucking costs money.
Right.
If the millionaire decides to get in the car and just leave the house as the police are trying to approach him, do the police now have the opportunity or option to be able to shoot them and end that millionaire's life?
I mean, they didn't shoot OJ. How long did he fucking go on a low speed chase?
Good point. And your other point was a good point too, Nikki, that the one guy is in survival mode and the other guy is
and that's the thing about these women too, is they were in survival mode. Like, I am not saying that these women have the major responsibility in what went wrong here. I'm saying they have some. You just don't bring the fucking kid to that shit. You don't. That's parental neglect. I don't care how you look at it.
We agree.
You don't take your kid into that danger. That's what I'm saying.
I agree, but
however, the fact that the baby got shot is all on that cop. He should have never fired into the vehicle.
I would never compare the person who's shoplifting and bringing their kid to anything that followed of the police action, because in real life, shoplifting apparently is really crazy, rampant. And I'm sure the people do it every day, and they're assuming in their fucking skulls that their getaway that is not really, this is what they rationalize, it's not real danger to the kid. I do this shit all the time. I'm not even going to get caught. Okay, there is their sin. But for the police to cut them off, you got a kid now, and you're danger. You up in probabilities and shit. Get a license plate and play it calm. Wait till the kids put down. Wait, catch later.
Yeah, no, the cop was absolutely wrong in this. I don't even
chasing,
I don't even understand before they got
drawing
into
the
the vehicle
gun.
and sped
All of
away from
those
what
are
I knew of what
way
was going
bigger.
on. Just the foot chase even wasn't necessary. They had them on video. They knew who they were. They were identifiable. There was absolutely no reason even for the foot chase, being that there was a child involved. What if she had tripped and fell carrying that baby?
That's my
Who'd be-
problem with
who'd be liable
police.
then?
I understand, and you probably understanding that about this point. That's my problem with police. Even the existing policies that they have, even if they follow them perfectly, they'd all be horrible people because they agree to do things like electrocute a 80-year-old because she don't sign a ticket, snatch her out the car, put chains on her. You know, you agree to do evil shit, no matter who you are as a cop, just by signing up.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I knew one good cop, Joe. I did. I really thought I knew one good cop. I grew up
You
with
say
him.
I thought.
Let me finish. I grew
Yeah.
up with him. He was someone I'd known most of in my life. His sister was a very close friend of mine. And then recently, I don't know, I'm sure you heard about the DUI scandal here in New Mexico, where a bunch of cops were giving people false DUIs and handing them over to this lawyer and this judge, and everybody was getting kickbacks for them to buy their way out of DUIs they never should have even gotten. Well, it turns
these are
out
like these are not people of means who they were doing this shit to either. It's
Right.
horrible.
Right. And it turns out that one of the main players in it is the guy I thought was a good cop taking drunk people off the road.
Oh, it's so horrible that they'll turn out to be your guy, man. I feel bad.
Once
I don't like
again,
cops and shit, but I feel
we
bad for
learn,
you.
and we
No, it
know.
made it clear to me that even people I know to be and think of as good people are easily corruptible in these positions, because it's not that even that he started this, he fell into it, and once you're in it, there's just no way.
Yes, there is, because
Ow.
this is how you pay your fucking bills. I got a buddy who did it too. He's famous because he was part of what we here call the Austin Seven. He was 6 months in. They had already moved him to the tactical unit, which are the people who hunt dope. 6 months in, he's testifying against the tactical team because they've been robbing drug dealers, and they escort them through the city so no other cop can pull them over. And they pay them X amount of 10 grand or something to make sure that shipment doesn't get busted. They'll actually escort them around town and shit. And he told on him, and he had every dime. His name was his nickname here was Peanut. That's not his real name. That's what we all called him. And he kept every dime. When they came for the bread, he gave it to him. He felt so guilty. He had never spent the bread, man. And he told the
Hey,
story.
Silver. Hello, Silver.
Hey, Silver. And he told the story how when he tried to say no, they was offering him like $5 grand. They had stole some bread. And he was like, no, man, I don't want to do it. I just want to do it regular. He was like, don't worry about it here. But just hold this. And then just took $3 grand off and gave him $2 grand. And we'll talk about it later. They kept giving him money every time they did that dumb shit, man.
That's the thing. That's the thing, is that when you get into what's already going on, you have a couple choices. This is the career you've chosen. You either stick with it and keep your mouth shut and possibly incriminate yourself and get involved, because if not, then they worry you're the snitch, or you move on to a different career. And I don't mean this to like demean the police in general, because I don't think that everybody goes into it wanting to be corrupt. However, I think that the entire system, even bigger than the police, the entire system, the way that it's set up, there's no option but to be corrupt anymore.
We agree.
And so I agree with you that that policing as it stands today is a disgrace. However, we disagree on whether or not policing needs to exist, I think.
No, I think it needs to. I don't know if you think it needs to. And
I
the
think
way
it
it's,
needs to.
I think it needs to as well. It's logical. And the way it's set up is you can tell who the really bad guys are because they get promoted. The guy who writes the most tickets is the one doing the most shady shit. But the guy who writes the most tickets gets promoted. The guy who finds the most drugs is probably planning them, abusing the people to find them. He'll get promoted. And here, there's a guy, John Burge is his name, Jon, not John. He tortured people and did crazy stuff, and they were all promoted. and statute of limitations had expired and all of that bullshit before it came to light, and they went to jail for whatever tiny crimes they could find to charge them on. It was crazy. They said that they were bragging that if you take a paper bag out of the garbage, I'm sorry, a plastic bag, I don't give a fuck how tough they are, what kind of beating they are, and they were draining batteries. They had spare batteries in the back of the cars because they were electrocuting so many people. They would drain the batteries, putting it on their nuts and their chests and stuff. They brag that I don't care how tough they are, they only can do the plastic bag once, meaning they suffocate them, and when they pass out and thinking they're gonna die, they take it off, and the guy comes back. When he see that paper bag coming back toward his head, he'll confess to anything. These are the fucking people who are all promoted. Just look for the promotions; they'll be the most corrupt.
Well, it's not just that. In addition to that, you're also going to see, and this is where I say it's the whole system, is you're going to see the politicians are going to glorify these people. It's not just about promotions. Like they're put on pedestals, and they're not just allowed to do this. They're encouraged in the positive feedback that they get.
Yes, and if you get caught doing it, we'll look the other way. We got your back to Blue, Thin Line. He's had a hard day. He retired.
Here's the one
but he
that
go
gets
to
me,
another
Joe.
police station. That shit.
Here's the one that gets me. My mister is a truck driver, and he's been driving a tow truck for about a year now. And the thing that gets me is when they say it's a dangerous job. My mister's job is 11 times more dangerous than a police officer as far as fatalities in the line of duty.
I mean everything.
Yeah, I gotta give you. Tow truck drivers have one of the hardest type of situations because they have no protection when they go out there. They don't have the color of law to help them out.
And they taking people's cars. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't work in repo, thank goodness. He works, but he's on the side of the road where people don't pull over into the next lane and doing 75, and
that's another statistic.
One little twist of the wrist, and
that's what kills most cops. That's what, when people be like, 100 cops died in line of duty, 60 of them would have been traffic fucking fatalities because they were out there robbing someone late night on the side of the road, and what Nikki said, flick of the wrist.
The largest mode in officer deaths is heart failure.
I bet you it's road. I mean, you just,
I looked it up. We had a conversation about this a while back, Joe, and I went and looked it up, and the highest level, the highest number of deaths on duty for police officers is heart failure.
I thought I looked it up too, so I'm looking it up.
I believe that could be a leading cause of it because they don't eat healthy. A lot of police officers are obese. I mean, I could see that. I could see that as a probable cause why they are falling out. They can't run.
Can't see it more than accidents, though. This doesn't strike me as logical. Causes of deaths, law enforcement. Oh my goodness, yeah, I'm really gonna write it this tiny. Okay, cause of death, accidental crash. Wait a minute. These are just numbers. It doesn't tell me. Crash is 28. Yeah, these look like they're in order. Accidental crash is the highest every year. 2016, 17, 18, every year. Let me see if it's heart disease is not here. Boating crush, electrocuted, fire, horse. Is it COVID-19, poison, stab, trip by train? Yeah, law enforcement deaths, causes. Yeah, these are all the ways they died. Job-related illness, 50. Shot, 67. Well, that's higher than fucking the crash. Struck by vehicle, 16. Struck by train.
Says here 35 out of 147 were medical events, fatal medical events.
That could have been a
car accident, right?
Yeah, it could have been a car accident.
No, they have automobile crashes were 25.
That's crashes they involved in, or like being hit on the
46
side of the road.
traffic related deaths out of 107 or 147 total.
Well, here's one: heart attacks, tops 5 causes of police officer death. The
Yes,
statistics
35
are
were
alarming.
fatal medical events. So it's not the top, but it's up there.
It's up there. It's up there.
Cardiac
The
arrest.
top is firearms.
Sudden cardiac arrest accounts for 10% of all in-line duty. Ain't that a bitch?
I'm telling you,
That's a big
heart
number.
attack
That's
is a big one for
number.
them.
Wow, I gotta think what my man said. Is it just that they eat horribly? What's up, Ray?
I mean, look at them. A lot of your police officers that are not in this, well, a lot of them even on the streets are overweight. I mean, I've seen big officers try to chase people and they can't even go but 20 yards and then they're done.
Yeah, most of them are pretty big here too.
Wasn't there one that a suspect was charged, I think last year, was charged in the death of an officer because the officer had a heart attack?
Probably. You made his fat ass work.
I'm telling you. And he
I
was a
know that
bigger-
there was a case where a cop got off on shooting a guy in the back because he couldn't run fast enough to catch him.
What?
I don't doubt it, man.
Wow.
I tell you, I tricked my buddy Nikki. She's from Texas. I talked about shooting people in Texas, and she like, yeah, say, what if a cop shot a guy who had a gun? You're like, no, you can have a gun. This Texas, blah blah blah. And after a while, I gave it a few weeks, and then I showed her a vid about a guy in Chicago. He's running down some stairs. He was getting distance. He was getting away from that cop. He did have a gun. I forget whether he had it in his hand or in his back. He certainly had a gun. And when he got to the bottom of the stairs, looked like the cop wouldn't go be able to catch him, shot him in the back. And she was like, yeah, well, he had a gun. He should have shot him. I said, now, you notice the mentality. You think in Texas, it's crazy to think that you shoot a person merely for having a gun. In Chicago, you believe that if it's shot in the back, it's still okay. What makes you think that way?
I don't think that way. I don't get it.
I was talking to her. I mean, in my head, I was just still talking to her.
No,
I asked her
I definitely don't get the idea of shooting anyone in the back. Like, even if like it's a home defense situation and someone comes and they're fleeing, like this recently happened here in Albuquerque. This lady was being attacked outside of a home and the guy came out and defended her, and the guys were running away and he fired shots and shot both of them in the back. Nobody died.
Right.
But
the little black boy that was doing
I can give you a scenario better than that. I do believe it was here in Florida that a lady was sitting at home and a gentleman was breaking into her house. She shot this idiot while hanging in the window. Cops came, arrested him. He gets out of jail and then sues the lady for shooting him.
I doubt he got away with that one unless there's more to it.
Oh, he won the case. He won the case on the.
Well, then there'll be more to it than.
Her homeowner's insurance was the one who would sue and not her, and just settle because it's cheaper than going to court.
Perhaps something like that.
He won that case against her on that, but he lost his criminal case. I don't know how they did it.
Well, it's probably what Nikki's talking about then.
But
in general, those things, it would be the homeowner's insurance that covers injury on your property, and the homeowner's insurance will just settle to avoid any of it in that sort of
because
situation.
they could have taken, especially if she won in court, you could take it and fight the suit and all of that bullshit. But if you're a big business and it's cheaper to give a motherfucker a couple grand rather than start this long, it take lawyers months of work to do, and no, give them his bread.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give it a few more minutes and I'm going to get ready. I still haven't had a shower for the day.
All right. Stand at 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, I'll be putting my pajamas on. So, yeah.
I think Den already went to sleep on us.
Yeah, I think he did.
Mm-hmm.
He heard his name.
Then hears his name and he pops up. He's like, what?
Like a dog. Chicken?
Hey, Silver. Hey, Mike.
Want to go out?
But, I want to thank everybody for coming out. It's been a great show today. I definitely went over the hours I wanted to. I was only in it for a few. You guys have made a great, interesting topics today. It was
I
a
had fun.
fantastic stream. There was hardly any cussing, any foul things going on, which I think this one's going to be a really good content for me to gain a little bit popularity. If you guys can, that's all I ask. Just come subscribe, see what the channel's about, and spread it to your friends. I think the way this is going, you guys did a great job today on the panel. I want to thank you guys all. So I will start off with Witchy and let Ms. Witchy go on ahead and give her a shout out. I will go to Joe Cool and then Dennison next, being the last one. Chat, you guys were amazing, great people. Always, as I always say, the chats are the gods and the goddesses of all panels and streams. They sometimes and most of the times make it interesting. Let's start off with Witchy. Go on ahead and do your little shout out if you want, and go from there.
Yep. It was fun.
You're up. Good.
I just said thanks for having me up. It was fun.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a blessed one. Joe Cool, thank you, sir. You stopped by, appreciate it. And Dennison, as always, buddy, I give you the floor last because you're always up here the longest. Here you are, brother.
Hey, thanks, man, for having me up again and for providing a platform for these conversations. I mean, you just keep hitting this shit out of the park. Some of the best streams that have been on since you started have been right here on your platform. And thanks to everyone who came out to my chat. Oh, shout out to John Strayes. What's up, brother? He's a great panelist too. I don't know if you met him yet.
Yep, I have.
But I want to just see if I can briefly call out to the homies that I see. Fatima, Silver Diamond, Michael Gambetti, Brandon, Casper, John, Defend, RLM, Becca, Abby, Witchy Bitchy, of course. Who else we got? And Ricardo. Hey, Ricardo, what's up, man? Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. This is my new pal's channel. He goes by Mexican Einstein, and the links are in the description of the video. Please check him out, sub up to him, and remember to hit those dono links because, you know, we all got bills, and every little bit helps. The money is not only an incentive to put up with the you know, the problems that we have to deal with streaming, but also to pay for StreamYard and pay for equipment. And it's an expensive hobby, and obviously y'all like what we do, otherwise you wouldn't be here spending your Thursday afternoon watching us talk about shit on the internet, and we appreciate it. Again, thanks to the host and thanks to the panelists. I had a blast, and I'm looking forward to our next time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dennison. Everybody, like I said, I want to thank everybody for coming out. It's been a great day. Amazing. Appreciate it all. Yeah, I have decided recently that I will be posting a GoFundMe for particularly what the things that Dennison just said. I am in a very starting position. Anything that is donated to my Cash App or anything like that is a great help. It does help me be able to advance some of the things I'm doing. I love AI art. I love animations. I love things that make people happy. So yeah, thank y'all for everybody showing up. And we're going to end the stream, y'all, with my favorite song. And it's called Sin Miedo. Sin Miedo means without being scared or without worries. And the object of the song is that trust costs more than money. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
First in life, thought little Joe. Trust costs more than money. Yeah. Young heart, sharp mind, still moving hungry. Late nights, cheap food, talking like we touch money. Everybody had a story, everybody had pain. Everybody was smile, but not everybody the same. One from the island said, rude boy, keep pushing. One from the block said, pressure make diamonds, keep cooking. One stayed talking business, one was living check to check. Lil' Joe saw familiar in the hands around his neck. Backs on the wall, all of us talking big, saying when one man need, then the whole damn crew live, laughing through the hard times, building through rain. Never knew fake smiles and envy wore the same face. Trust costs more than money, learned that the hard way. Everybody else familiar till the storm hit dark days. Trace your own cut deeper when the love look real. Sitting yellow now, but I still remember how it feels. Should've peeped the silence every time I hit the room. Same one, silent love, started singing different tunes. Heard my name in whispers, felt the whole vibe shift. Funny how the handshake changed when the plans got big. One said, I gotta move. One said, trust me, we good. Same one grinning in my face, moving weird in the hood. Otra cara, same snake, just a different disguise. Did you learn real quick and be left behind eyes? Started catching little cracks in the words they would say. Cats that stood beside me slowly drifted away. Money make the weak talk, pressure make them expose. Truth don't kick the front door, nah, truth move slow. Trust costs more than money, learned that the hard way. Everybody else familiar till the storm hit dark days. Trace your own cut deeper when the love look real. Seen yellow now, but I still remember how it feels. Said pull up, lil' bro, got a plate, let's lock it in. Same one I broke bread with, let the whole problem in. Walking with my trust first, never check the air. Crazy how the ones you call your people leave you standing there. Phones went ghost, cold looks, whole energy switch. Truth hit harder than a fist when the whole thing flipped. Money got weird, plans changed, names got tossed. Lil' Joe learned loyalty got a heavyweight cost. Wasn't just a setup, nah, it was who stay still. Watch the walls close in, they say nothing dead chill. That's the kind of lesson turn a warm heart steel. Sin miedo now, but I still remember how it feels. Ain't every hand that shake yours, really wishing you well. Some people love the version of you, easier to sell. Traición teach different cuts deeper than the rest. Lil' Joe stop handing out his heart like a free invest. Now Lil' Joe move quieter, don't speak on every plan. Then loyalty ain't talk, it's who stay when shit get jammed. Circle got smaller, but the real ones move close. Let's fake love in the air, less hands reaching for ghosts. Ain't no hate in my blood, just awareness in my sight. I don't fear what I've seen, I just read the signs right. Sin miedo chin up, but selected where I stand. You can smile, dap me up, that don't mean you in the fam. Still got love for the solid, yeah, the ones that stay true. Some show colors under pressure when the hard times grew. Lil' Joe ain't lose his heart, nah, just change how you deal. Trust costs more than money. No measure what is real. First thing like taught Lil' Joe. Trust costs more than money.